Chapter 201, Hormonal Rampage. The bespectacled middle-aged man emerged from the gloomy prison, step by unheard step. He removed his half-face gas mask, revealing the ordinary visage of a pale, somewhat sickly middle-aged man. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable man commanded an undeniable presence as he walked out. His demeanor was too calm, as if nothing could faze him, a stark contrast to the battlefield around him. The man was none other than the leader of the Umbrella Organization, the forensic expert Severus Gerald. His name was known to few. Even within the upper echelons of the Umbrella Organization, few had truly seen his face. As he emerged, the members of the two great Oliver families immediately became alert. This man bore an unsettling resemblance to the SS-class fugitive Suen. Their gazes held a chilling indifference, as if they were looking at corpses rather than living beings. Moreover, listening to their conversation, it seemed they knew each other. Trash? The tone was unmistakably arrogant, clearly not that of an ally. And this man's sudden appearance at the rear of the group forced the two families to be on guard. Gerald completely ignored the guns pointed at him. He continued walking forward, removing his coat to reveal a proper dress shirt underneath, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing for a fight, unconcerned by the onlookers. His eyes were fixed solely on Suen. As he rolled up his sleeves, Gerald asked, "I'm curious, how did you know I would be here?" His tone was flat, as if exchanging pleasantries with an old friend. "Just a guess." Suen squinted at the middle-aged man in the distance, the only one who could sense the surging intent to kill beneath that calm expression. But the red gleam in his own eyes showed no fear, instead, a fervent eagerness for battle. "I figured if I were you, I'd follow the Rice main house here too, after all, it's the most logical clue." "Didn't you guess I would show up?" "Yes." Gerald smiled indifferently, "Knowing I would come, it seems you have a reliable source of information." He had long recognized that they were cut from the same cloth, a single glance was enough. "What do you think?" Suen returned the gaze with a sly smile. Such a man could not be easily deceived, the slightest clue could reveal much. Gerald seemed to guess something, pushing up the glasses that had slipped down his nose. Yet he said no more, simply smiling faintly, "Since you've shown yourself, you must be confident you can kill me. But that's not enough. I'm also curious, what other tricks do you have?" "No certainty. But I'd like to try." Like the calm before a storm, Suen's sinister grin seemed to betray a loss of reason, yet his words were eerily composed, "Whether it's killing Mr. Gerald or, by some chance, being killed by you, Mr. Gerald, the thought is exhilarating." Their discussion of life and death was eerily calm, as if they were discussing the fate of someone else. Gerald's face rarely showed a hint of mutual respect. "Your remarkable abilities indeed impress, spatial powers, puppeteer skills, understanding of laws beyond your tier. Any one of these would mark you as a genius. Old London is full of talent, but among those I've seen, none compare to you." After a pause, he added, "Pity, if we weren't enemies, we could have had a good chat." Suen flashed a grin, "Yes, a pity indeed." With those words, the tension between them escalated further. The two conversed as if no one else was present, leaving the onlookers baffled. The eerie atmosphere deterred anyone from interrupting. They tried to glean something from the exchange between the two men. The situation for the two families was strange, blocked by Suen at the front, and now another had appeared at the back. Both men seemed to exude an invisible force, pressing the crowd of hundreds to retreat step by step. Gerald paid no heed to the families, but since he had emerged from the crowd, he naturally had to approach the main group to leave. The still living young master of the Ailey family had been cornered. The commander, sensing something amiss with Gerald's approach, had no choice but to confront him, asking, "Who are you, exactly?" The delicate balance was disrupted, and Gerald glanced at him, his gaze suddenly sharpening like a tiger disturbed during its meal. The killing intent that had been focused solely on Suen now turned towards the commander. In an instant, as if needles pricked his eyes, the commander felt as though he saw endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Gerald's gaze. Gerald's aura erupted, and a pale blue flame similar to Suen's enveloped him. He was also a no-servant. With a flick of his fingers, his nails transformed into scalpel-sharp blades. No one saw what happened next, only a flash of the blade, and the commander, clad in heavy knight's armor, fell to his knees, armor pieces falling off, drenched in sweat as if pulled from water, still breathing but with a vacant gaze, as if his soul had been extracted. Without a word, Gerald had attacked, showing no mercy. The families reacted in kind. Gunfire erupted. But then, something strange happened. Gerald moved like a drunkard, his image blurring as if there were multiple after-images, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. In the blink of an eye, his phantoms were everywhere. His ghostly movements left a trail of bloodshed. Wherever he passed, bodies fell like mown grass. The wounds on the bodies were precise, like surgical incisions on vital arteries, blood spurting out. Even the heavily armored mechanical warriors couldn't survive a single encounter. Whether first or second tier. Anyone who blocked his path perished. Gerald left a swath of death in his wake. The young Master Ailey was petrified, cornered, and awaiting death. But to everyone's surprise, Gerald did not intend to kill everyone. Not that he couldn't, it just seemed too troublesome. If no one stood in his way, he spared them. He ignored the families and stopped not far from Suen. Standing with his back to the crowd, no one dared to fire. Gerald clapped his hands, and a red alchemical circle lit up beneath him, muttering something. In the next instant, the life force from the corpses behind him was drawn into the circle. As the ritual began, Gerald greedily absorbed the blood essence, his face showing pleasure. His body involuntarily tensed, his muscles bulging impressively. He looked just like Suen not far away. Both men's eyes reflected a deep, sick madness, their red glows intensifying. At that moment, as if a threshold had been reached, Gerald's face suddenly displayed a black and white clown mask. On closer inspection, the mask shifted to red and black. Ha 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 ha! A low growl came from Suen's throat. It was a laugh, yet also a roar. He tilted his head, eyeing Gerald with the red clown mask, licking his lips. Red-faced clown, underestimated. I heard Mr. Gerald has an even stronger black-faced state. Gerald replied, I hope you get the chance to see it. He didn't rush to act, as if waiting for something. Red eyes met red eyes, two madmen, sharing an unspoken understanding. After this final exchange, Suen slowly closed his eyes. The light before him narrowed to a slit, and the last shred of reason dissipated into darkness. Suddenly, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his hands spread as if to embrace the entire world. For the first time, he fully released the restraints in his heart, letting his suppressed emotions spiral out of control. The beast within leapt from its cage. Suen's eyes snapped open, a deep crimson. In an instant, a wave of invisible psychic force exploded from him. He looked around as if surveying a new world, a wicked smile on his face, so this is what it feels like. As his words fell, a boom of air burst forth. A visible ripple of air shot out from beneath his feet, and after a second's delay, the cobblestone ground cracked like a spider web. This stomp was much more powerful than before. Suen's foot seemed to stomp on the very fabric of space, making everyone feel the air ripple around them. This step was several times faster than before. The release of emotions was not just a psychic change but also a hysterical state, causing a violent secretion of hormones. This would unlock the safety valves of muscle fibers, allowing muscles to exert many times, even tens of times more strength. Who among the third-tier professionals could claim to be 10 times stronger than Suen, enhanced by the X serum? His body could now withstand much greater bursts of power than an ordinary person. This was a terrifying speed that even third-tier professionals could not match. In the blink of an eye, Suen, engulfed in cold flames, charged at Gerald, his golden fist like a cannonball slamming into the middle-aged man's abdomen. Caught off guard, Gerald was sent flying, crashing into the Oliver family crowd. The impact sent several people flying, spitting blood, and creating a huge dent in the wall. The shocking speed stunned everyone on the battlefield. Everyone thought the battle was decided. But unexpectedly, Gerald stood up from the broken bricks as if nothing had happened. He instinctively went to push up his glasses, only to remember the mask on his face, and muttered to himself, interesting. I thought I was the only one who knew this technique, but you know it too. Gerald dusted himself off, his hands forming a sorcerer's seal, flesh alchemy, hormonal rampage. Something changed, and his aura surged dramatically. In the next moment, his figure dissolved on the spot. Almost simultaneously, a piercing metallic tearing sound echoed throughout the prison. After the transformation, Gerald's speed was even faster than Suen's. So fast that the second-tier professionals present couldn't catch a glimpse. His blade-like nails glided over the golden skin, sparks flying, a continuous sizzle sound. Gerald, like a wisp of breeze, flickered around Suen, front, back, left, right. His deadly blade claws sparked against Suen's body. The Vajra was a flesh alchemy technique solidified from gold elements, nearly impossible to break through with sufficient dark spiritual power for a third-tier professional. Gerald, capable of easily wounding second-tier professionals with his claws wrapped in no-servant cold flames, could only inflict superficial wounds on Suen. But suddenly, Suen felt something was wrong with his condition. Limb confusion? Hormonal disarray? Gerald's attacks were not merely physical damage. The forensic expert had a deep understanding of human anatomy, nerve control, and certain hormone secretions. The bioelectricity created by the blade entering the skin immediately disrupted Suen's brain control over his limbs. The brain intended to move the left hand, but the right hand moved. It wanted to move fingers, but toes twitched instead. And fighting this man, one's hormones were involuntarily affected, with negative emotions like fear artificially induced. A normal person facing him would be weakened as if afflicted with a feeble state, already at a disadvantage without fighting. Red-eyed Suen, though bereft of reason, still had his fighting instincts. His emotions now seemed as if multiple minds were calculating the battle, overcoming the limb confusion in an instant. As for emotions, both were using them, and masked Gerald was not necessarily crazier than Suen. With no advantage in speed and unable to inflict damage in close combat, Suen formed the sorcerer's seal with both hands, once again conjuring the puppet theater. Silver threads wrapped around space, dozens of puppets attacking simultaneously. This time, the puppet theater, deemed unsolvable at the same tier, showed its limitations in a tier-crossing battle. A single thread could be easily cut by the blade like nails, and when bundled, he could dodge with his ghostly movements. Gerald was like a fish swimming agilely through seaweed, the witch's hair causing him little trouble. The main force of the attack was still the puppets. Suen multitasked, controlling dozens of puppets to attack simultaneously, as if one person had dozens of hands and feet. But the nightmare dolls, which could affect the minds of second-tier professionals, were useless against the Umbrella Organization's leader. And his armor-stripping technique didn't even need to shatter the dolls to dismantle them into parts. Soon, the battlefield resembled a horrific slaughterhouse, with puppet limbs and torsos scattered in the air. But the dismembered limbs still attacked Gerald relentlessly. Both faces bore a numbness as if they were impervious to pain. And in the central prison, where dark spiritual power was rich, Suen could sustain the fight for a long time. Moreover, with the super recovery power brought by the X-Serum, it was impossible for him to be defeated in a short time. The two engaged in a fierce battle. The onlookers were stunned by the duel. A bizarre one-on-one fight had turned into a clash of titans. The families then realized that this unassuming bespectacled middle-aged man was a third-tier professional, and an exceptionally strong one at that. Looking at Suen, they also understood just how formidable this SS-class fugitive was, even without using the black scythe. What speed! Even Chairman Nero might not match them. Both have used it, especially Suen, he might not live much longer. Let's go. Whoever wins, it's bad for us. Right, let's figure out how to break this cursed space and get out. The remnants of the two families chose not to watch but to flee. Meanwhile, Kay and the others at the second-floor passage saw the red-eyed Suen and, despite their concerns about the battle, entered the second level of the prison without hesitation. Chapter 202, Black Clown. What's a battle between madmen like? It's all about recklessness. Charge headfirst for hundreds of rounds. Both combatants were fighting in an overloaded state brought on by extreme hormonal surges, their speed and strength surpassing what most ordinary third-tier fighters could only dream of. It must be said, Gerald was the type who would take a skill to its absolute limit. As a forensic expert, his understanding of human anatomy was as familiar as the back of his hand. He knew not just the functions of limbs, muscles, meridians, nerves, and more. He could even use these functions in combat. Beyond techniques that caused limb chaos and hormonal disarray, he could precisely slice key points in the meridians with blades formed from his nails, blocking the flow of vital energy in the body. This effect was somewhat similar to the concept of a cup ointment sealing from Suen's previous life. Alchemists performing nearly all their spells required the flow of dark spiritual energy within their bodies. With one strike from Gerald, a spell would normally be interrupted immediately, and in severe cases, it could even cause backlash. This technical style of fighting often allowed one to exert tenfold the power with just a fraction of the effort. Fortunately for Suen, his Vajra was at the third tier, containing remnants of fourth and fifth tier elemental laws of gold, making him nearly impervious to blades and spears. Otherwise, any other third tier professional, even if they knew the Vajra technique, would be easily pierced by Gerald's surgical blade, breaking their technique in an instant. This leader of the Umbrella Organization was one of the strongest professionals Suen had encountered, aside from those from the Mirror Organization. At least, he was several times more troublesome than the previously deceased Twin Thunder Sword King, Nero Redgrave. But as strong as the enemy was, Suen was no less formidable. With Vajra at the ready, he was already in an invincible position. Within the puppet theater, the dense web of threads was like his own body hair, allowing him to clearly sense Gerald's position inside. Any slight misstep from the opponent could trap him. At this moment, Suen was surrounded by hundreds of puppet limbs with sharp blades. These high-level runes and enchanted daggers stabbed chaotically around Suen's body like a torrential downpour. Although Gerald's methods of killing were fierce and unique, his professional role was still that of an assassin. Strong in attack and burst, but weak in defense, and he had to fight at close range. Even with agile movements, the range of the daggers meant he was bound to be pierced to some extent. The shadow of the green wind whirled around the dark golden figure, and the noise of their battle rose wave after wave. Just then, a dong sounded like the tolling of a bell. Suen was struck by Gerald's aerial slash, a vicious leg kick smashing into his shoulder. He sank his energy down, a tremendous force traveling from his shoulder into his leg, turning the hard ground beneath his feet into dust. The force didn't stop until his feet were buried a foot deep into the ground. Suen's combat skills had reached master level, and his ability to dissipate force had become instinctual. It was very difficult to beat him in terms of technique. And in the instant he was struck, Suen pulled on the threads in the void, sending dozens of blades plunging down. Gerald dodged dozens of strikes but was still hit by a few. He retreated rapidly, pulling back dozens of meters. Both fighters simultaneously ceased their attacks. Gerald glanced at the wound on his right arm and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The high secretion of hormones could accelerate wound healing, but the recovery rate couldn't keep up with fresh injuries. Red-eyed Suen felt this intense battle was exhilarating. With a bloodied grin, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. His abnormal state caused him to let out a crow-like, strange laugh. "Mr. Gerald, your red-faced clown state can't kill me." "Indeed." Gerald shrugged nonchalantly, rolling up the sleeves that had come undone during the fight. His nails were sharp like blades, rolled up meticulously. Having fought to this point, he had figured out what Suen was planning. He turned and asked, "Are you planning to use psychic power to break through the brain domain?" Red-eyed Suen twisted his stiff neck from the kick, the cracking sound audible, and responded, "Yes." He had learned of this ancient method from Lady Syria in the 5th layer of the prison. Some exceptionally gifted ancient sorcerers, before learning the secrets of psychic power, could try to use the release of violent psychic energy to shock the brain domain's development. This would give them one more chance to advance psychically than others. Otherwise, once psychic power was restrained later on, the precious gift would be wasted. Suen belonged to the rare exceptionally gifted category, with strong initial psychic power but not yet insane. Hearing this, Gerald revealed an expected calmness and asked with composure, "Can you use the spatial rules to kill me?" He had already figured out his opponent's strength. That black scythe was not a fatal threat to him. If the opponent was confident, then there was only one possibility. Suen didn't hide it. "Yes." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Gerald's emotions remained unchanged. From the moment he was drawn into the cursed space, he had guessed that he would die today. At the end of his life, the leader of the Umbrella Organization was neither afraid nor sad, and suddenly asked calmly, "How much longer can you hold on?" To others, this question might seem baffling. But the two of them understood each other's intentions as soon as they spoke. Suen said, "At most 4 minutes." The overdrive of hormone secretion was not without cost. In the midst of the intensity, muscle fibers were tearing, and the burden on the organs and bones was tremendous. Ordinary people using this method of combat would have died long ago. Suen relied on the supercell activity from the X-serum modification to avoid dropping dead on the spot. He didn't think a normal human body could withstand such an exaggerated overload. Suen himself was like this, and so must Gerald be. Even if he couldn't win, the outcome had been determined from the beginning. It also meant that within 4 minutes, one of them must die. Then as you wish." Gerald seemed to have made a decision, adding, "You're the second person to see my black clown. I hope you won't be killed by me. Otherwise, it would be a pity." The two red-eyed patients started chatting as if they were not mortal enemies but old friends engaging in pleasant conversation. They also realized that it wasn't that they couldn't communicate in their frenzied state. Rather, it was that others couldn't communicate with them. Hearing this, Suen's face twisted into a maniacal smile, his eyes brimming with the desire to fight. He licked his lips, tisk tisk, what an honor. Gerald didn't say much more, nor did he bother to straighten his shirt. Instead, he tore it apart with one swift motion. The sound of silk ripping filled the air. The middle-aged man revealed his strong upper body, wrapped in bandages. The bandages burst apart instantly, but what was shocking was the centipede-like suture marks on his back. The pattern of the sutures was a hexagram. The flesh sewn together was a different color from the rest of his body. Dark and oozing a faint black mist, it looked like a piece of dead flesh stitched onto living tissue. Suen, with his all-seeing eye, recognized the origin of that flesh and muttered, "So it's using the flesh of a different creature to bear the burden of this overdrive combat. I see." This was not an augmentation device, but simply another piece of flesh sewn onto his own body. However, looking at the inflamed and swollen wound, it seemed the human body was rejecting the black flesh. Yet, Gerald forcibly stitched it to his body using alchemical arrays. What a mad act! Just a little experiment. Be careful. Gerald responded lightly, clapped his hands, and uttered, "Flesh alchemy, release." As the alchemist's seal was undone, a bizarre scene unfolded. The hexagram suture mark flashed, and the dead flesh on his back came to life, writhing. The black pigment spread rapidly across his body. His muscles seemed to awaken, pulsating under the skin like countless wriggling snakes. Even the cold flame of Gerald's void servant changed from deep blue to bright purple. The temperature remained the same, but the sight sent shivers down one's spine. And his clown mask turned pitch black in an instant. The crescent-shaped smile was chilling to the bone. The strongest black clown state had emerged. With this state activated, Gerald seemed to be under a heavy burden. With a gurgle, he bent over and spat out a mouthful of turbid blood. His chest heaved violently. The muscle's overdrive generated a lot of heat, evaporating the body's moisture and creating a visible mist from his mouth and nose, his breathing sounding like that of a wild beast. Huff! Huff! Gerald hunched over, looking up at Suen. In that moment, the black clown's eyes lost all reason, becoming a monster driven solely by the urge to kill. And in that instant of eye contact, the black clown raised a hooked claw, and under the prison's dim lights, the cold blade claw drew 5 streaks of afterimages in the void. It was as if one could hear the sharp sound of claws tearing through the air, a clang in an instant. What was even more surprising was that with this claw, he threw out the purple flames he had been condensing in his hand. Suen's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively twisted his body to dodge. The purple flame didn't touch him, but it exploded into a burst of purple fire just a foot away. Even though he was also enveloped in cold flame, the blast made his soul shudder, and he felt slightly dazed. When he looked again, the black clown's figure had already dissipated on the spot. Even though Suen's eyes caught the incoming figure, his body couldn't react in time. It was too fast, the guy was now twice as fast as before. A shadow swept by, and Suen could only watch as another claw with a sharp gleam appeared in the air. All he heard was the grating sound of metal scraping. He was clawed in the chest, and before he could react, he was clawed again in the lower back. After one claw came another, Gerald's figure had become completely ghost-like. Clang! 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 In that instant of reaction, Suen was struck 4 times. And unlike the previous skin-breaking scraping attacks, this time, each claw left a gash an inch deep in his pure skin, with bright red blood visible in some areas. Just as Suen was about to wrap himself completely in threads, those claws appeared out of nowhere, slamming heavily into his chest. With a thunderous sound like a heavy object hitting the ground, that seemingly light slap exploded with the force of a thunderbolt. A visible ripple burst from his chest, and the shockwave sent Suen flying out of the puppet theater. He flew 100 meters, crashing through a solid wall and falling into a prison cell. Suen couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In his black clown state, Gerald's combat power had increased several times over. Just this encounter had already left Suen injured. But red-eyed Suen wasn't shocked. Instead, he grinned fiercely, overjoyed in his heart, "Ha ha ha, so strong! So strong! So strong!" The stronger the enemy, the more excited his spirit became, and the stronger the development of his brain domain. His current feeling was extremely peculiar. Once, his consciousness was like an isolated island in a vast sea, surrounded by fog. He was trapped on the island, unable to escape. Now, unbound and drifting with the waves, he saw a whole new world. In this moment, as the opponent fought desperately, Suen also fought with all his might without hesitation. The emotional stimulation led to a rapid and crazy secretion, reaching a potentially fatal level. Without going all out, how could he know where his potential limit was? Fully unleashing his body's potential would give him near 4th tier strength for a brief time in this world. Gerald was using the same method, using the alien creature flesh to bear the current pressure. But it was just an increase in physical strength. In terms of laws, he was still at the 3rd tier. But Suen was different, he truly understood parts of the 4th and even 5th tier laws. Moreover, Gerald was fighting under pressure, while Suen was releasing pressure. The more he released, the stronger he became. If it's twice as strong, then let's go for twice more. Suen shot up from the rubble, his face ferocious. He clenched his fist, and his muscles visibly swelled. His body, too, became steaming hot due to the overdrive of energy. Hormone secretion and potential reached their limits, and his muscles began to tear on a large scale. In this state, his body was on the verge of collapse. But death? No, that was never a reason for him to back down. At this moment, the feeling of controlling power delighted Suen. He greedily breathed in the air, feeling as if the world had slowed down, and his body finally caught up with his reactions. And just then, the black clown charged at him with a speed that was a blur, but Suen faced him head-on without fear. A claw to the chest, a punch to the shoulder, both struck each other almost simultaneously. Both figures flew backward, tumbling onto the floor. Suen's chest had a gaping wound, and he heard the slit of tissue being pierced. But at the same time, a clear sound of bone breaking was heard. His punch had turned Gerald's right shoulder into a mess of splattered flesh, and his entire arm was torn off and flew away. Both suffered severe injuries. However, the next moment, the armless Gerald stood up. Suen wanted to react, but found his body had reached its limit and suddenly crashed. No, to be precise, he still wanted to fight, but he was stopped by an external force. His consciousness cleared for an instant. He knew. It was Lady Syria who had been observing the fight that intervened. Still didn't win, hey. Suen gasped for air and slowly closed his eyes. But in a daze, he seemed to instinctively peel away something. You have obtained 7 memory fragments of Severus Gerald. You have acquired a piece of information. The Duke suspects that Miss Teresa has been invaded by an evil entity. We should pay more attention. A secret team has arrived from outside the tower, probably from the Riga Earth family. Although they bypassed the umbrella, I still discovered their traces. They must be here for the young lady's situation. You have acquired an obsession. The flesh of an alchemist is ultimately too weak, and the mechanical body is too clumsy. Why can't there be a perfect life form? Can alchemy create a perfect life form? You have gained a vast amount of biological anatomy knowledge. You have comprehended the secret technique of flesh alchemy, hormonal rampage. You have mastered some necromantic spells. You have acquired some skill fragments of void servant. You have gained a vast amount of knowledge on stitching alien creature limbs, increasing your recognition of biological corpses by +99. Combat experience +155. Psychic power +4.8. So it was her who intervened. As his consciousness faded, Suen had one last thought. His entire world of consciousness suddenly plunged into darkness. Chapter 203, Teacher. You're awake. Suen opened his eyes to a soft female voice. He was in an alchemy workshop with high ceilings, probably 7 or 8 meters tall. The room was decorated in a rich classical style, with the golden noble elegance and the mysterious aura unique to an alchemist's workspace. Various classical magic lamps hung in the round, square, diamond-shaped, lighting up the room brightly. One wall of the room was lined with bookshelves, densely packed with alchemical tomes. Inside those glass jars filled with pale yellow liquid were various biological materials: eyeballs, brains, organs. Strange biological materials that mostly didn't seem to be human tissue. The alchemy workbench was cluttered with all sorts of bottles, jars, and materials. Neatly arranged on the shelves were test tubes containing potions of various colors. In a beaker heated by purple flames, a thick green liquid bubbled and boiled, while a faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. A woman in a white palace dress was busily concocting a potion. Most striking of all were the 8 crystal clear spider lances on her back. Unlike the dark gold spider lances on Suen's body, her spider lances exuded a sense of returning to the essence, not at all ferocious. But upon closer inspection, one would see mysterious runes flowing with an unfathomable luster that was hard to look at directly. The spider lances, like her arms, moved flexibly and precisely, picking various potion test tubes from the shelves, and without precise measurement, she would casually drop a few drops, add a couple of spoonfuls of powder, a few solid pieces. Just by watching her concoction skills, Suen knew she was making a high-level potion. In his current knowledge, a process that used 8 materials to react simultaneously was something even the master alchemists of Old Lingdun couldn't achieve. Suen had been to this Dawn City Central Prison 8 times before, but this was his first time entering this room. However, the elegant lady with the 8 spider lances was not a stranger to him. She was naturally the target of Suen's mission, the founder of the puppeteer profession, Sir Isaac's wife, Pestoya's mother, Lady Syria. "Good day, Lady Syria," Suen replied. He was awake, but found that apart from his eyeballs, he couldn't move. His body had lost all sensation. His mind quickly recalled the previous battle, and he understood that most of his muscles and bodily tissues had disintegrated. Glancing at the alchemical runes on the floor where he lay, the identification showed it was a 6th-order life alchemy array. Lady Syria seemed to have timed it just right, as the last ingredient was added to the beaker, and a miraculous reaction occurred. The thick green liquid gradually became clear, turning into a qualified potion. She walked over to where Suen lay and poured the potion into the alchemy array. Suddenly, a surge of green light flourished. Suen immediately felt a powerful vitality burrowing into his body. Like a withered tree regaining life, the broken muscle fibers and failing organs were recovering at an exaggerated rate. As Syria poured the potion, she said, "Your brain development is not bad, about a 5% increase. That's quite remarkable." After a pause, she added, "You have good talent. Indeed suitable for the puppeteer profession." Hearing this, Suen felt relieved and said, "All thanks to your teaching of the secret techniques, madam." This growth was within expectations. The average person's brain development is between 2% and 8%. In Suen's previous life, even top scientists mostly used only about 12%. This figure could grow slightly through certain acquired exercises and learning, but generally, one's lifetime improvement would not exceed 2%. Suen was now about 16%. It might not seem much, but on some levels, it's the difference between scoring 59 and 60 on a test. That knowledgeable Mr. Black, who specifically sought advanced materials, was only around 18%. This secret technique does seem like my own work. After all, apart from me, no one else should know it. Syria always had a gentle and wise look on her face. Like looking at Mr. Black, it was the confidence of erudition, as if there were no secrets in the world she couldn't unravel. She glanced at Suen. "Now, you can tell me what that letter you gave me earlier was all about. And your intentions." Suen spoke directly, "Are you aware that the central prison has become a cursed space? My name is Suen, I came in 1,000 years later." As he spoke, he succinctly explained his purpose. Before entering the cursed space, he had taken a moment to hand the lady a letter he had written to herself. He had obtained it during a previous visit, after exchanging information and gaining trust. The plan was to try the secret technique Lady Syria had personally told him about, which could increase brain development. He wouldn't dare try it anywhere else, without someone to control the limit. Completely unleashing the suppressed emotions in his mind would undoubtedly lead to his death. Lady Syria was highly intelligent. If it were any other cursed space, Suen's words would have been selectively ignored by the NPCs. It's like someone time-traveling to you, holding a note in your handwriting, telling you it's from a parallel universe and you should believe me. For a normal person, it would be hard to accept. But Lady Syria's remnant was easily able to think it through and accept reality. Just like the previous times. She murmured to herself, "So I'm already dead." Hearing this, Suen felt a strange sensation, as if the person before him was truly alive. For an NPC to recognize that they are dead, and that they are a cursed space NPC, is simply impossible. Suen had thought she was a special existence like Pestoya. But she said she wasn't. She was still a remnant NPC of the cursed space. As before, Suen asked again, "Can you recognize that you're dead?" He wanted to hear if he could get a different answer. Lady Syria didn't show any abnormal emotions upon realizing her own death. It's not hard to understand. When you're alive and you foresee this inevitable death in your fate, many things become clear. Your arrival means that disaster has occurred. Suen listened and fell into contemplation. The same words, he had heard 3 times now. But he still couldn't quite understand. Syria easily believed Suen and smiled, getting straight to the point. You're here today for a reason, aren't you? Like, to give me a token? Need me to concoct something? Yes, that's right. As he spoke these few words, Suen found that he could move his body again. He opened his storage space and took out the golden card and the sealed casket. Seeing this ability, Syria raised an eyebrow. Spatial ability? Indeed quite suitable for a puppeteer. But your understanding of the laws is too shallow. Against high-tier professionals, your space can easily be targeted by law-based methods. Hearing this, Suen looked slightly awkward. He thought to himself that this wasn't Dawn City from 1,000 years ago, where demigods existed. Now, in Old Lingdun, the strongest professionals on the surface were only 3rd tier, at the level of a prison guard. So far, Suen hadn't encountered the high tier she mentioned. Syria took out the golden card and seemed to read the contents using some special encryption method, her eyes becoming complex. As if reminiscing, seeing the card brought a touch of tenderness and wistfulness to her gaze. After pondering for a while, she murmured to herself, so that's how it is. Saying this, Syria formed a spell gesture and exclaimed, unseal. The runes inscribed on the casket suddenly lit up, and layers of golden sealing arrays shone. They wrapped around the casket tightly like chains. As the unsealing spell was activated, the layers began to dissipate. Suen had brought out this casket several times before. But it had never been opened. Syria said that once it was opened, the cursed space would cease to exist. With both families betrayed and murdered, and that coroner Severus Gerald dead, Suen's brain development was complete, and now it was time for the final step. He had previously identified the runes on the casket as superior, knowing they were at least 6th order or above. Now, seeing them in action, they certainly were. But upon closer inspection, they were not quite the same. The runes he knew were 2-dimensional, while the runes that lit up on the casket were 3-dimensional structures. Seeing that Syria was relaxed, he didn't hesitate to interrupt. He asked directly, Madam, what are these runes? They seem different from ordinary runes. Syria casually explained, these are runic symbols, also known as alchemical runes. They're equivalent to the arcane in spellcraft. Created by alchemists during the Mythic era, they were perfected by countless alchemists into a vast body of knowledge. It's not just a system but a way of thinking. It abandons the rigid rune patterns, delving into the variations and extensions of runes. Extremely complex, the difficulty of study multiplies. But once mastered, the power is several times that of the same tier, and there are unexpected effects. Suen understood the difference between advanced math and a regular textbook. They're questions of the same grade, but the difficulty is incomparable. The key isn't the runes themselves, but the direction of divergent thinking. Suen listened with a bit of envy. Madam, are there any requirements to learn runic symbols? Such powerful runes, and he had harvested so many fragments, yet he had never even heard of them. If he truly mastered them, 3rd-tier runic symbols could potentially match the power of ordinary 4th-tier ones, which would be immensely useful. Puppets, weapons, armor, 3rd tier with the effect of 4th tier, wouldn't that power be sky high? This truly epitomized the meaning of knowledge is power. Syria seemed to guess what he was thinking and smiled gently. Normally, only highly talented professionals can access this advanced rune knowledge. On the 3rd shelf, there are a few introductory volumes. If you're interested, you can take a look. With your high level of brain development, you'll understand that level of knowledge more easily than others. Suen's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Learning talent, in a sense, equated to brain development. As they spoke, Syria suddenly remembered something else, speaking of which, these runes are somewhat related to your all-seeing eye talent. Suen paused, surprised, related to mind talent. Syria asked, are you wondering why, after awakening the all-seeing eye, you can understand items you didn't know before? Where does the necessary knowledge come from? Suen didn't think his dual talent could be hidden from her. And indeed, this was something he wondered about. This wasn't a game world, but a real one. Where did the database come from? Before he could ponder further, Syria explained, runic in ancient Nid language means secret or mystery, representing the secrets of the cosmos. The all-seeing eye had another name in the mythic era, Akashic record. You might find this term unfamiliar, but in the alchemical academic world, it's a well-known name, prima materia. It's the substance that created everything in the universe at the beginning. It contains all the secrets of the world, past, present, future, and so on. Suen's brows furrowed as he listened. He suddenly realized he might be hearing some high-end knowledge. If it had been before, he would have thought he couldn't understand. But now, after brain development, he felt as if he had touched upon something. Syria looked at Suen and said, "Have you encountered something you can't understand? For example, the contents of this box." As she spoke, she took out the contents of the rune casket, a heart in a glass jar. A black and gold heart that was still beating. Suen wasn't surprised to see this, after all, he had suspected it. To extract X serum, it had to be a biological limb or some kind of organ. Though he hadn't expected the heart to still be alive. He identified it, and as expected, it read, "Heart of from the Abyss." He asked, "Why is that?" Syria said, "The all-seeing eye can see through all the secrets of the world. You can't see it now because your talent awakening is still too superficial, some things you can't see, others you see but don't understand. Secondly, it's because it's protecting you." She paused for a moment, then pointed to the heart in the glass jar. "Do you know whose heart this is?" Suen had a guess and ventured, "From a legendary god-tier being." Syria nodded, confirming his guess, "This is the heart of a god-tier being. The information of a deity is not just a few words but contains indescribable laws for humans. The laws of gods are not something lower beings can covet. Your all-seeing eye saw that level of law directly, but because your cognitive level is too low, it protected you. If it forcibly poured that high-level cognition into your brain, your mind would collapse immediately." She revealed a wise smile and added, "If I say this heart belongs to a fallen angel, take another look." Suen looked again, and indeed, the identification now showed the words "heart of a fallen angel." Syria's words defined that incomprehensible law, presenting it in a way he could understand. At the same time, Suen was shocked. Angels? Beings with wings from the myths? No wonder X serum injections made people more attractive, the genes came from angels. Suen thought of something and asked, "Madam, is the source of talent awakening bloodlines?" "Yes, but not entirely. There's a legend circulating in the market that humans are descendants of the gods, and bloodline inheritance is the passing down of a part of the gods' law power, like the elemental talents of earth, wind, water, fire. But in reality, that's an inaccurate statement." Syria slightly arched her brow, correcting the notion, "Bloodlines are just one carrier. For example, your Reaper of Death talent, its carrier is the soul. In fact, the essence of talent is the prima materia of the universe, and even gods are just beneficiaries." Sure enough, she knew he had dual talents. Since the topic had come up, Suen simply asked all his questions, "What's the difference between S-tier talents and other talents?" Syria responded, "S-tier talents represent the supreme laws of the universe. Your Reaper of Death represents the law of death, your all-seeing eye represents the law of wisdom. Legend has it that for us alchemists to become gods, understanding these laws is a necessary path." Her tone became very serious as she spoke, "The essence of alchemy is to understand and decipher the truth of this world. We alchemists are all on the journey to pursue this truth. From the structure of matter to the understanding of laws, from simple to complex. Only when you have mastered it can you truly create alchemy of equivalent exchange at will. Therefore, an alchemist must be erudite. You already have the qualifications to become a top alchemist, to peer into the ultimate secrets of this world." As she spoke, Syria suddenly said, "Although I'm already dead, I would like to take you as my disciple." Upon hearing this, Suen, enduring the pain throughout his body, rose to his feet without any expression. He bowed deeply in respect, and solemnly said, "Teacher." Chapter 204, Why did you burn her to death? Teacher. Suen bowed respectfully to the great alchemist from 1,000 years ago. Syria nodded with a gentle smile. Looking at Suen, her eyes filled with satisfaction, "Though time has slipped by, our meeting was destined. Regrettably, I don't have much time to teach you, so, as your teacher, let me give you a welcome gift." Saying this, Syria took out a glass bottle containing the fallen angel's heart, pinched a seal with one hand, and softly chanted, "Seal release." The runes on the glass bottle lit up. In that instant, Suen felt that the ancient bottle didn't contain a beating heart, but rather a primordial beast. The aura that leaked out was oppressive like a mountain. Dominant, holy, chillingly evil, like a flood of dark spiritual power. It made one feel an involuntary sense of worship, a profound humility. It was the pressure of a lower being looking up at a higher life form. That aura was like gazing at the stars, endlessly profound, yet unreachable. This is the breath of a god. Suen was astounded, as if a storm surged in his heart. Once, God was just a simple word in his understanding. Indescribable, ineffable, but ultimately too insubstantial. Nothing like this tangible sensation. For the first time, Suen felt the presence of a god. Syria's gaze was misty as she looked at the heart in the jar and said, "This is part of the law of a divine being. I'm not asking you to understand it, but to know how vast the world is. Only from a high vantage can one see further. A truly great alchemist needs extensive knowledge and a broader vision." Suen nodded earnestly, his eyes flashing with insight. In that moment, he deeply understood the meaning of her words. A frog in a well can never grasp the vastness of the world. But now, he had glimpsed the vast world beyond the well's edge. Continuing, Syria said, "Isaac once said that we live in the worst of times, but also the best of times, because we stand on the shoulders of giants. Although today's alchemical civilization is not as glorious as it was during the Dawn epoch, the knowledge has been passed down. The sages of history have left us too much precious knowledge, which is the real treasure. But this precious knowledge is buried in the dust of history, waiting for us to unearth, innovate, and continue to explore." Her teaching method was straightforward and forceful, but the impact on Suen's heart was unparalleled. Yet his gaze was unwavering. The more fascinating the world, the more he looked forward to it. Suen calmed the turmoil in his heart and bowed respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. You are doing well." Syria looked at Suen's performance under the divine pressure and nodded with satisfaction. "If there was time, I would have you build a solid foundation and gradually expose you to the truth of this world. The world as seen by an alchemist is far more fascinating than that of ordinary people." She changed the subject, "But clearly, there isn't. So, the gift for my disciple must naturally be the best." Hearing this, Suen's anticipation grew. At that moment, Syria took out the golden card from before and flicked it lightly with her hand. The card shattered, and an ancient hexagonal copper lamp appeared before them. Suen recognized it immediately. It was the Vulcan's furnace lamp. "With this alchemical item, things will be much easier," Syria muttered to herself with a smile. Then, she placed the glass bottle on the ground and rapidly formed an intricate set of sorcerer's seals with her hands. Not just her hands, but the 8-armed spider lance behind her seemed to be manipulating some law. Centered around her, the air slowly gathered fire elemental motes like fireflies, more and more, until they formed a ring of firestorm. Looking again, a fiery 9-pointed star alchemy array suddenly appeared on the floor of the room. Suen's eyes trembled as he observed the mysterious patterns of the array. The grade of this technique was so high that he couldn't comprehend it at all. With the final sorcerer's seal pinched, Syria softly chanted, "Alchemy Art Furnace World." As her words fell, the 9-pointed star array on the floor seemed to melt through the floor, and a wave of heat swept through the room. Looking again, Suen saw a world of magma and fire seas, as if through this small array mouth, connected to a furnace world. The hexagonal copper lamp fell into it, the lid opened, releasing a trapped flame demon, and a surge of violent fire elemental power slapped upwards. The terrifying elemental pressure, even through the array, made Suen's scalp tingle, as if a mere touch would incinerate him. However, before he could fully experience this sensation, the 9-pointed star suddenly disappeared. The hexagonal copper lamp and the heart were locked in that furnace world. After inserting the fallen angel's heart and the copper lamp into the alchemy array, Syria also breathed a sigh of relief. Like a housewife who had just put a turkey in the oven, she suddenly found herself idle. She looked at Suen and asked, "By the way, did you bring your notes?" Suen knew what she was referring to and took out the Isaac's Alchemy Manuscript 3 from his space. Syria held the notes like a housewife with a recipe book, casually flipping through them, and muttered to herself, "There's still a slight deviation." Isaac made the ultimate design manuscript even more perfect. As she spoke, she manipulated the spider lance to take out some materials from the cabinet, like adding seasoning to a pot, casually opened a crack in the ground, and threw the materials in. Then she clapped her hands, looking like her work was done. "Now it's perfect. Crafting the Isaac's alchemy heart. Will take some time, we'll have to wait. She looked at Suen and suddenly thought of something else. Do you want to know how this heart came to be? Suen naturally guessed something. Teacher, did you hunt a god from the abyss? Syria was amiable, not too stern or serious as a teacher, and easy to communicate with. Not me. I'm not strong enough to battle a god. It was Isaac's doing. She spoke casually, with a sense of drama. A deity, defeated in a realm without gods? But Suen was also curious. Isaac was known as a demigod, presumably not of divine rank, yet he had actually killed a god. How did he manage that? Before he could wonder further, Syria seemed to guess his confusion and simply said, moreover, although alchemists are physically weak, we have one advantage: we can use external objects and alchemy to exert power far beyond our physical rank. Plus, the Master of Fate is a very strong talent, and Isaac developed it to an impressive degree. His combat power is not inferior to ordinary deities. Suen knew he couldn't understand that level of power and asked about something he was more curious about. Teacher, was that god killed? Then why is this heart still beating? Is it some special ability of a divine rank? No, it's not dead. Syria shook her head. A divine rank being can't be killed as long as their divine fire isn't extinguished. Isaac originally wanted to kill it, but due to some special reasons. Of course, the most important is, he wanted to use this rare divine material for some experiments. Like this Isaac's alchemy heart. Suen guessed something and directly said, Teacher, you're giving this to me as a gift? But, this is Mr. Mirror's material. And his face showed some difficulty. After all, the heart was stolen from the lab by number 19, the hexagonal copper lamp was hard-earned by Mr. Mirror and his team, along with these other things. Although Suen coveted the divine rank material crafted item, he also felt it was inappropriate. Mr. Mirror. Syria heard the name and obviously guessed something, her face showing a tender smile, murmuring to herself, she actually chose such a name for herself. After a pause, she said with certainty, no. If I give it to you, she won't mind. Hearing this, Suen immediately confirmed his previous guess. Mr. Mirror was the old monster of Dawn City who had lived for over 1,000 years. And from Syria's tone, it was clear they knew each other. Since she was the teacher, Suen didn't need to be so formal and directly asked, Teacher, do you know Mr. Mirror? Didn't she tell you? Syria neither confirmed nor denied, her eyes revealing a light laugh as if thinking of something. After pondering for a moment, she didn't intend to clarify for Suen, only saying, alchemy is already quite dull, let's leave some small pleasures for life. When you see her, you'll probably be quite surprised. Suen shrugged. He didn't inquire further. As she said, the secret of Mr. Mirror's identity was a little pleasure in life. Seeing the notes, he thought of something and said, by the way, teacher. Mr. Mirror mentioned that there's a big secret about alchemy hidden in the notes. Now that the manuscript's author's wife was here, instead of guessing wildly, it was better to ask directly. Yes. Syria nodded, revealing a piece of ancient history that was a secret to Suen. Isaac studied the documents left from the Dawn Epic and developed an epic set of alchemical implants. He wanted alchemists to possess some divine rank abilities before reaching divine rank. Hence, he needed some divine materials. She paused, then continued, however, as far as I remember, he only finished the draft. Suen listened quietly, knowing there was more to come. Of course, the alchemy manuscript is just the content of the notes. Its secret goes beyond that. I heard Isaac once said he wanted to hide the secret he discovered in the notes. Syria's face showed a sly smile, continuing, a secret we once discovered, pointing to the ultimate secret of alchemy. If you find all 5 notes, you can see the secret we left behind. Like a treasure hunt game. They hid the secret in the notes, waiting for someone to gather them and find that secret. Suen's interest was piqued. The ultimate secret. Syria said, the reason why the Akavia civilization of the Dawn Epic was so glorious is said to be because the 5 divine rank elders of the Rosicrucian society, the creators of the civilization and the 5 statues you saw in the basement of the Storm Manor, had seen the origin of the alchemical lineage left from the mythological Eerie Emerald Codex, and were inspired by it. Hence, they created such a powerful alchemical civilization. Suen heard a new term, Emerald Codex. In ancient texts, it's also called the Emerald Tablet, the Green Jade. It's said to be the origin of alchemy, an item that records the ultimate secret of alchemy. Syria nodded, but then her brows furrowed, questioning herself, strange, why can't I remember what that secret is exactly? I only remember it's related to the Emerald Codex. Like missing a piece from a memory puzzle, clearly lacking some related memories. After a pause, she seemed to realize something, her expression showing understanding. According to what you said, I'm just a remnant. So my memories must also be missing some parts. There are some things I can't explain to you completely. Oh. Suen listened without much disturbance in his heart. The secrets of that level were still too early for him to touch. What ultimate secret of alchemy, and the other 4 notes whose whereabouts were unknown, all seemed somewhat unrealistic to him. Now he was still in the mines. Estimating that after reaching the 5th or 6th rank, when he would be considered a master on the surface, perhaps then he would be qualified to touch upon them. While chatting, Suen suddenly remembered the commission from before. By the way, teacher. There's something I feel I need to tell you. What is it? I met a ghostly little girl at Storm Manor who said her name was Pestoya. Considering the previous circumstances, Suen wasn't sure she was definitely this woman's daughter, so he chose his words very carefully. Syria's eyes immediately showed guilt and affection upon hearing this. She asked eagerly, "You've seen her? Is she all right?" I've seen her twice." Suen nodded. "I don't know if her current state can be called good or bad. She has become a strange ghost." He paused, then added, "Pestoya asked me to ask you a question." Before Suen could speak, Syria said, "Ask me why I burned her." Her expression was calm, but it seemed she remembered something, her eyes already brimming with tears. Chapter 205, a scheme that had been planned for 1,000 years. Suen was also troubled by this question. Why would Isaac and his wife choose to burn their most cherished little daughter to death? When Syria heard Suen ask this question, she wasn't the least bit surprised. It's been 1,000 years, she must be very sad. She sighed softly and said, "Because, only resentment can prevent her soul from dissipating." Upon hearing this, Suen had a sudden realization. One of the prerequisites for forming ghosts or vengeful spirits is that there must be some kind of strong obsession. As soon as he heard the beginning, he guessed why Isaac and his wife did this 1,000 years ago. They wanted to preserve Pestoya's soul. But, why? Syria's emotions became very complex, a mix of tenderness, love, guilt, sighs, and hope, all reflected in her sparkling eyes. She revealed the secret buried in the dust of history, that fallen angel of divine rank was defeated back then, but Isaac paid a great price. A large number of abyssal creatures invaded, and our Dawn city suffered heavy losses. The fallen angel even tried to completely destroy the spatial seal, allowing a massive invasion from the abyss. At first, we didn't think we could kill it. To prevent it from wreaking havoc after recovery, we chose to disassemble its divine body limbs, torso, head, heart, wings, and sealed them separately in various locations around Dawn City. That way, its divine power couldn't converge in one place, greatly reducing the threat. Listening to this, Suen finally understood where the heart of the fallen angel he obtained came from. So, what was sealed in the White Monastery was also a piece of the divine body. At this point, Syria continued, "On the surface, gods are gods because they understand the laws of higher planes. But for us alchemists, we need to see through the appearance to grasp the essence of things. Laws are intangible and elusive, but the body of a god is very real. And having guarded this spatial passage for many years, we've also discovered that abyssal creatures have very strong physiques, and we've deduced some patterns, so." By now, Suen finally knew what Sir Isaac intended to do when he captured a divine rank creature. They sliced and studied this divine rank creature. Alchemists are the scientists of this world, including in the fields of biology, mechanics, as well as mathematics, physics, chemistry, engineering, and so on. 1,000 years ago, the group of great alchemists led by Isaac were the top scientists in these fields. Their research in biological science had reached a level that even Suen, a transmigrator, found inconceivable. Perhaps because Suen was her disciple, Syria was very detailed. Although we obtained some knowledge describing the divine body from ancient texts, this was our first time truly encountering a living one. We studied the blood and other bodily tissues of this fallen angel and discovered on a microscopic level the divine gene chain, which is much higher than humans. It has 40 strands. And Isaac, as the strongest alchemist of the time, only had 35. Ordinary non-professionals have only 23. Hearing this, Suen didn't know how to describe his feelings. It turned out that ancient alchemists 1,000 years ago had already researched genetics to such a thorough extent. He didn't know if it was because old London was a mining pit that led to some aberrant development, or if the outside world hadn't reached the level of 1,000 years ago. But among the knowledge he had come across, there was not a single mention of gene chains. However, Syria didn't continue on the research topic but returned to the previous discussion, but during this research process, some accidents occurred. Although we sealed the body of the fallen angel, we didn't expect that its soul would escape during a research accident. Then, it possessed Pistoia's body. Hearing this, it was as if the final piece of the puzzle had been placed. All the clues in Suen's mind automatically connected, and he immediately understood the truth behind Pistoia's burning. At this point, Syria paused, seemingly recalling a memory she was reluctant to revisit. After pondering for a moment, she continued, that fallen angel was cunning, knowing that no matter where its soul fled, it would be annihilated. So, it chose Pistoia. By the time we discovered it, it had already entangled completely with Pistoia's soul. If we killed it, we would definitely kill Pistoia. But if we didn't deal with it in time, it would bring catastrophic disaster to our plane. She didn't continue, but Suen understood. So, they chose to burn Pistoia. Hearing the story up to this point, Suen also vaguely understood what the secret previously marked as on the butterfly brooch was. It was most likely the soul of that fallen angel. Suen knew that things were probably not that simple. If it was about destruction, they would never leave the soul behind. Syria said, I've lost some memories and don't know what happened afterward. But your appearance means that Isaac's plan succeeded. Suen listened quietly, knowing that someone like Isaac, who had mastered fate, wouldn't have such simple methods. He asked, Teacher, did you preserve Pistoia's soul to resurrect her? Syria replied, Yes. There's no parent in the world who would want to watch their child be burned alive, but to ensure she had enough resentment, we didn't tell her the truth. We set up some measures in Storm Manor to preserve her soul. But compared to a deity, a human soul is too weak. The fallen angel could easily erase Pistoia's soul. So, this plan would last at least 1,000 years. Only when Pistoia's soul was strong enough and the two could no longer be separated, could we act. As she spoke, her face showed the fierceness of a mother harming her child's enemy. So-called gods, to survive, only resort to such despicable tricks. Suen now fully understood the whole course of events. It was far from being as simple as it seemed. It was a grand scheme. A scheme that had been planned for 1,000 years. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. No wonder the title page of Isaac's alchemy manuscript had that slightly emotional phrase, gods are but higher grade materials. There was this level of hatred involved. And contempt. A master of fate's contempt for divine rank powerhouses. Relieved by this explanation, Suen could at least give Pistoia an answer next time they met. Otherwise, always deceiving the girl without fulfilling promises would weigh on his conscience. Suen then asked, Teacher, is everything Mr. Mirror is doing for that god's soul? Thinking this way, the purpose of Mr. Mirror, who had lived for 1,000 years, became clear. Syria said, Yes, but not just that. Her survival is for the deity within Pistoia's soul and also for the legacy of Dawn City. After all, your appearance means that disaster has already occurred, and Dawn City must have been destroyed. Suen had always been curious about what caused the destruction of Dawn City and Old London. He directly asked, Teacher, what exactly was that disaster? My memory is incomplete. Syria shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. I don't have Isaac's talent for fate and can't deduce what will happen in the future. But it's likely that there was a problem with the abyssal seal. According to what you've said, the plane hasn't fallen, so Isaac must have prevented the disaster from worsening. After all, the purpose of building the Black Tower was as a last resort when things got out of control. The Black Tower had that effect? Suen pondered as he listened. Suddenly, he thought of the powerful being capable of hunting deities and asked, What about my Grand Master? Him. When talking about her husband, Syria's face showed a tender smile, and she said, Isaac once said that the laws of this plane are flawed, and to break through to divine rank, one must go to a plane with more perfect laws. I think he probably went to the abyss. She paused, her eyes filled with love, and continued, He's always had a dream, to travel through various planes like the great alchemists of the Dawn era, to probe into the ultimate mysteries of alchemy. Now that Suen understood the truth of the past, most of his doubts were resolved. The atmosphere of their conversation became very relaxed. At this moment, Suen looked at the books on the shelves in the room and asked, "Teacher, may I take these books with me?" He had long coveted these things. This alchemical knowledge was the true priceless treasure. But he had not dared to touch anything. The plot in the cursed space seemed to be an infinite loop. But in reality, if something was taken away, some energy would be lost. A few books might not have a big impact, but they could also cause a butterfly effect, changing the entire plot of the cursed space. Suen had previously encircled and ambushed two major families and the coroner Severus Gerald, and to prevent the plot from deviating, he didn't take away anything more than necessary. Now he had no such concerns. Syria readily agreed, "Of course, I don't have time to teach you. These books, you'll have to study on your own." Saying this, she pointed to the bookshelf. The first two rows are the basics of alchemy, the third row is knowledge of runes, and at the very top, oh, right. Almost forgot, taking you as a disciple, I should also pass on the heritage of my puppeteer lineage. She remembered something, and the eight-armed spider spear took down several notebooks from the top. Flipping through, it turned out to be manuscripts on puppet alchemy. The books in the cursed space must be read and remembered by the main character of resentment to appear. Suen had been somewhat worried that the content would be missing, but upon picking up a book, it was filled with dense text. Although it was a manuscript, the handwriting was very beautiful, like print, and even the draft design sketches had the feel of perfect works of art. Syria's face showed the affection of a teacher looking at her disciple, and her tone was somewhat melancholic. "As a teacher, I haven't had much time to instruct you. Once that heart is refined successfully, the energy of this cursed space will be exhausted, and I will disappear." Suen listened intently, his expression slightly changed. Syria flipped to the last few pages of the notes and introduced, "This Alchemy Golem notebook is the summary of my life's research into puppetry. It's also the design concept of the most perfect puppet in my heart. I wanted to create an alchemical creature with invincible defense that could also possess some intelligence." Suen looked at the design named Gargoyle, his eyes slightly complex. The founder of the puppeteers actually wanted to create an alchemical creature that didn't need strings for control and had its own consciousness. However, the technical level of this thing was too advanced, Suen couldn't understand it yet. What excited him more was his learning efficiency. Before, he always needed to suppress other emotions in his heart. It was like watching a soccer match while worrying about tomorrow's exam questions. Having become accustomed to it, he didn't notice anything different. Only after letting go did he realize how great that pressure was. Now, with those negative emotions completely released and his mental faculties constrained by secret techniques, he no longer needed to be distracted, as if the whole world had become clearer. A burden lifted. At this moment, Suen also experienced the benefits of a 5% increase in brain domain development. Truly reading 10 lines at a glance. It wasn't about reading fast, but that the content that entered his eyes could be processed quickly by the brain, simultaneously. It was like upgrading the processor of a computer, with both the reaction speed and the amount of information processed increased exponentially. And no longer needing to read line by line as before. However, even though his brain could process more information, looking at these high-end alchemy knowledge, Suen still felt his scalp tingle. He could foresee that these few notebooks would be the content of his research and study for many years to come. Seeing Suen's slightly furrowed brow, Syria smiled and said, "The purpose of giving you these books is not for you to walk my path exactly as it was. A true puppeteer is not about how many puppets they can make, but about truly understanding why they do it. This is also the essence of alchemy." She continued, "Study Isaac's manuscript carefully. The content that progresses from simple to complex is not just to teach you how to refine Isaac's alchemical heart and other alchemical prosthetics. It's about a way of thinking that sees through appearances to grasp the essence. Only by fully understanding the structure of all things can you truly understand the supreme law of alchemy, equivalent exchange, and go further on your future path. Only then will you have the chance to touch the truly top. I've told you a lot, some of which Isaac told me, the concepts that truly lead to divine rank. Although I'm still understanding them, I also pass them on to you, my disciple." Perhaps because she felt there wasn't much time left, Syria spoke a lot. But there was little about technology. Instead, she imparted to Suen many top-level concepts only visible from the perspective of top alchemists. Suen also discovered his own misconceptions, or rather, had entered some wrong paths. He used to care about how many spells, how many kinds of puppets, how many skills he mastered, and how much his combat power would increase. But that was just the surface, diverse but not refined. In the realm of low-rank professionals, it might be very strong, but in the realm of high-rank sorcerers, understanding is the real difference between the true masters and the ordinary. Just as Syria had previously seen him use spatial abilities and said it was easily broken by high-rank sorcerers. That's what she meant. In the eyes of sorcerers at her level, the essence of equivalent exchange is the understanding of the world's myriad things. Everything else is just stepping stones to understanding this principle. Indeed, as Syria had said before, an alchemist must be learned. Suen suddenly understood the realm of Mr. Black. It's nearly impossible for ordinary people to master multiple elemental spells simultaneously. But if one truly understands, that's the real diverse and refined. Syria's words were enlightening for Suen, leaving him deeply moved for a long time. Like a ship sailing in the dark sea at night, someone had lit a lighthouse for him, and the path ahead was no longer a darkness that needed to be groped for. This would save him from taking too many detours and entering many wrong paths. Heading towards understanding of all things and equivalent exchange, he could reach a very high level. A godly level. Chapter 206, Isaac's Alchemy Heart. Suen packed every book from the shelf into his storage space, just like ants moving house. Syria's erudition made the text in these tomes exceptionally clear. Both cherished this rare master-disciple time. Syria taught with dedication. And Suen asked questions as they came to mind. He noticed the spider spear on Syria's body and asked, "Teacher, what tier is your spider spear symbiotic armor?" His own spider spear was worlds apart from Syria's, despite both being the same type. Syria smiled, "First tier." She understood what Suen was pondering and added, "When I fused my spider spear symbiotic armor, the blueprint was much cruder than your current golden blueprint." "Teacher, then your..." Suen's eyes grew more puzzled. Why was there such a big difference between first-tier symbiotic armors? "Are you asking why my spider spear looks so formidable?" Syria saw Suen nod and explained with a smile, "The original purpose of Master Nicholas Flamel's creation of alchemical symbiotic armor in the ancient era was to give alchemists some combat ability and to compensate for certain deficiencies in human physiology by grafting limbs from other species. But the significance of alchemical symbiotic armor isn't limited to this, it also represents an alchemist's understanding of the life alchemy of other species. Symbiotic armor is essentially the creature an alchemist understands best. Many people only know how to use it, but don't understand it, which is a misconception. Do you know why the ultimate question of alchemy, creating life, is so difficult? Because an organism is the most complex existence known to the world so far, it's about understanding the hierarchy of life. Symbiotic armor is also a shortcut for us to understand organisms. Syria's explanation was detailed, and Suen understood. He had thought symbiotic armor was just equipment with level restrictions, like his spider spear, which was useful at the first and second tiers but would become outdated at the third and fourth. But that wasn't the case. Everyone's symbiotic armor is growth-oriented equipment, becoming stronger and more perfect as the alchemist's understanding of the creature's limbs and the curse characteristics merge. The prerequisite is to learn and understand everything about these biological limbs. Theoretically, as long as one fully understands, one can have everything through the principle of equivalent exchange. That's the wonder of alchemy. Like his spatial ability, he currently only knew some basics and was far from truly understanding the spatial laws. Once he truly understood, this ability would gradually become stronger. This was the difference between true masters, according to Syria. Creating the Isaac Alchemy Heart would take about a whole day. Master and disciple spent the entire day chatting in the alchemy lab. Suen also noticed that as time passed, the scenery in the room began to distort, like the tape in a cassette, with light and shadow warping. He knew this was a sign that the space was about to collapse. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat melancholic. Suen felt a heartfelt respect for this teacher he had known for only a day. It was a respect from the level of knowledge, cognition, and spirit. This was a master-disciple fate that had missed 1,000 years. Syria, however, appeared calm, accepting the fact that she had died and this parting. Her face carried a warm smile as she looked at Suen and said, "You know, you're my only official disciple." Hearing this, Suen respectfully bowed. It was time to say goodbye. Syria seemed to remember something, took off a ring from her hand, and quickly wrote a string of text on it with her finger before handing it to Suen, saying, "Let me give you one more little gift." Syria's blessing. Focus +21. Insight +2. Luck +1. Description: a ring filled with blessings, engraved with "To my disciple Suen." Details: a 7th tier alchemical product, with the concentration effect, it allows the wearer to study, cast spells, and work more focused and efficiently. Although not a cursed item, its high tier makes up for it. Like a 1st tier golden equipment compared to an 8th tier common equipment, the attributes are worlds apart. All very practical attributes, greatly aiding his future studies. Suen looked at the golden ring with a complex gaze and put it on his right index finger. "Thank you, teacher. No need to be so formal. After all, you are my disciple." "Oh, right." Syria looked at Suen, probably thinking of her daughter, and took off another ring, similarly crafted for a while. Handing it to Suen, she said, "If you see Pestoy later, give this to her. As a mother, I really owe her." Suen nodded solemnly, "Mhm." Just then, the ground trembled slightly, and the space began to collapse. The 9-pointed star alchemical formation suddenly appeared under Syria's feet again. She looked at it, formed the alchemist's seal with both hands, and shouted softly, "Release." At that moment, a red light flashed, and 2 items floated above the alchemical formation. One was a hexagonal ancient lamp, naturally the Volgan's furnace lamp. The other was a heart wrapped in heavy runes. Different from the previously throbbing living heart, after refinement, the heart had lost its vitality and turned into a metallic luster, like a mechanical heart. However, the alchemical heart now had many intricate and mysterious alchemical components, making it obviously extraordinary. Isaac's Alchemy Heart. Quality: epic. Details: an alchemical symbiotic armor crafted from the heart of a divine creature, a great creation that will go down in history, provides an endless supply of dark spirit energy, minimum 5th tier containment value S and rating, dark spirit energy greater than 3 million, fusion mutation probability less than 10%, non-fallen angel bloodline professionals, 100% mutation after fusion, dark spirit energy recovery efficiency massively increased, overall body resilience massively improved, fallen angel bloodline purity significantly enhanced. Author: don't get hung up on why epic is higher than legendary, that's just how it's set in this book. When Suen saw the details of this item, he knew it was no ordinary thing. The 2 sealed items in his hand were still legendary, but this heart was epic. Moreover, the tier was secondary. The most crucial thing was that after fusion, Suen would have the legendary infinite mana bar. The heart of a god has special law abilities, forming its own domain. It can naturally breathe in a world, converting all energy into dark energy. Moreover, it can also enhance the purity of the X-Serum bloodline, and the body's attributes will surge significantly. Syria held the heart in her hand and said, "This heart symbiotic armor requires a high tolerance for curses, at least you need to be 5th tier before you can possibly fuse it. Puppeteers in the later stages, the more puppets they control, will definitely need more dark spirit energy. This symbiotic armor has a very high compatibility with you. The rest, you have the all-seeing eye, you don't need me to say more." Suen listened with a slight frown. The item was good, but the fusion conditions were too exaggerated. His current dark spirit energy value was less than 30,000, and fusion required almost 100-fold increase. This was after his bloodline transformation, a normal person. 100% mutation. Time was pressing, and Syria didn't ramble on. With one hand forming the alchemist's seal and the other holding the heart, she suddenly slapped it towards Suen's chest, shouting softly, "God's lair seal forbid." Suen didn't have time to react and suddenly felt as if his chest skin was scorched for a moment. Looking down, his shirt was burned with a hole, and a 9-pointed star mark appeared on his chest skin. After doing all this, Syria explained, "But the energy leaking from this thing is too violent for your current tier, even if it's in the storage space, it will cause mutations. I've sealed it in your body, and from now on, you'll have a source of dark spirit energy to draw from for your cultivation. Listen carefully to the method of unsealing." Suen listened, amazed. Syria's methods as a top alchemist were indeed incredible. He also tried it out and quickly got the hang of it. That Isaac Alchemy Heart, the seal was like a faucet. Turn it on, and dark spirit energy flows out. Draw as much as you want, as much as you need. This solved a big problem in Suen's cultivation. He had been thinking that only in this Dawn relic, where dark spirit energy was abundant and absorption efficiency was at least dozens of times that of old Ling Dun, could he consider cultivating until he could no longer ascend. But then, he faced a big problem. This underground world was just a mine, and to break through to higher tiers, he always had to go to the surface. He also wanted to experience that broader world. And in the future, when he went to the surface, dark spirit energy would be very scarce, and cultivation would be a big problem. Using cursed crystals or energy conversion arrays was possible, but that method of cultivation was completely burning money. Suen didn't think he had the financial resources to support it. Now, this Isaac alchemy heart perfectly solved this problem. It must be said, Syria as a teacher, thought very thoroughly. Suen also suddenly understood why Mr. Mirror and the others were fighting for other divine limbs. Apart from limiting that fallen angel from obtaining its full power, it was probably for this purpose. The space was collapsing, and Syria's body began to disintegrate. She gave her last few words of advice. There's not enough time. I won't say much else. In the other notebooks, there are several alchemical symbiotic armors researched by Isaac. If you can find them in the future, they might give you a lot of help on your path. I don't know where the end of death is, maybe it's the underworld of myths and legends, or maybe it's complete dissipation. But I vaguely feel that if one day you comprehend the law of death, we might have a chance to meet again. Grow strong, my disciple. But with the heart on you, once you go out, that fallen angel will sense it. It will definitely come for you. Be careful, no one knows what will happen. Suen listened carefully, nodding from time to time. Syria's figure had already started to disintegrate from the feet up. All right, time's up. Suen bowed. Farewell, teacher. Syria showed a loving smile, and before she completely disappeared, she said one last thing, if you can, please take care of Pestoya for me. She's been alone in the cursed space for 1,000 years, her temper might be a bit quirky, be patient with her. Yes, teacher. Suen responded, and when he looked up again, Syria's final smiling face had disintegrated before his eyes. The surroundings changed, the bright alchemy workshop turned into the dark, dilapidated ruins. The 5-pointed star central prison ruins were right in front of him. Suen's gaze was misty. He touched his chest, where the seal was still hot. Everything seemed so real, yet disappeared before his eyes. The 1,000-year master-disciple fate had just begun, and now it was over. Syria's words still echoed in his ears, and Suen's thoughts drifted. At that moment, Kay not far away saw him and called out, Suen, are you all right? Besides Kay, only Rena and the old butler Anthony were alive. I'm fine. Suen naturally knew they could survive, so he wasn't surprised. In that cursed space, it would have been easy for Syria to kill anyone. As for the Oliver and Clark families, nearly 1,000 people were buried in the space. Syria's threads that spread throughout the prison made it convenient to take anything, and naturally, the spoils of war all fell into Suen's pocket. The elite troops of the two great families, equipment, symbiotic armors, supplies, employment materials. Incalculable value. It wasn't in vain that he had entered and exited the prison 8 times to plan this ambush. Of course, Suen felt that the greatest gain was meeting his teacher Syria. Kay was used to it. Suen always managed to do things that surprised people. Even in situations that seemed certain death. But surviving this time was completely unexpected for Rena and Anthony. Before, whether it was the siege of several great families or that T-level cursed space, it was an unsolvable death trap for them. Unexpectedly, the situation turned around. The ones who survived were them. And all because of the man in front of them who seemed elegant and amiable. Rena looked at Suen, who had changed greatly, with some disbelief, and obediently called out, Mr. Suen. Suen smiled at her and formally greeted her as Suen, MHM. Long time no see, Miss Rena. Thank you for saving me again. Rena understood that her survival was entirely due to the man in front of her. Suen just smiled noncommittally. After the ordeal, the pressure that had been suffocating her was gone, and the persistent worry on Rena's pretty face also disappeared. She blinked and couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Suen, how could you be so low? Now's not the time to talk. Suen shook his head gently, not explaining further. His gaze was fixed on the depths of the ruins, and he said seriously, you must leave the ruins immediately. In a little while, there might be a big change in the ruins. It's best to stay far away. MHM. Rena's expression turned solemn at his tone. She always had an inexplicable trust in Suen's words, and although she had many questions, she didn't ask further and nodded. Kay, hearing this, asked, Suen, what about you? Suen, I still have things to do, it would be very dangerous for you to be with me. Kay, now aware of Suen's true strength, naturally knew that this kind of monster didn't need his concern and just said, then take care of yourself. Rina also added, Mr. Suen, please take good care of yourself. Although the old butler Anthony had been silent, when he left, he looked back for a moment, his eyes full of complexity, and thought to himself, what an extraordinary being. He had heard of the notorious SS fugitive Suen but had never seen him. He never imagined that he had been in the team before. The blue-skinned young man who had pretended to be Zolo, called K, had already impressed him. But Suen was even more astonishing to an unimaginable extent. Looking at the young man with a gentle smile, no one would believe his combat power was so shocking. Even Anthony, a genuine third tier, felt a chill down his spine. If he were an enemy, he would probably have been killed too. Images flashed through Anthony's mind. He had witnessed Suen's puppet army withstand the elite troops of the two great families, kill the Wind Thunder Sword King Nero, and survive a battle with a man who was clearly a top expert. No, maybe he had already killed him. And yet, he always felt that Suen gave off an unfathomable feeling. But none of that mattered anymore. The enemies were wiped out. They had survived. Anthony finally breathed a sigh of relief. The conspiracy of the great families to kill the Rice main house had completely failed, and even the Oliver and Clark families would be severely weakened. And he and the young lady Rena surviving was already the best outcome. The trio quickly retreated, their figures disappearing into the thick fog of the ruins. Chapter 207, Do You Want a Cloak? After Kay and his companions left, Suen didn't linger at the ruins of the central prison. According to Syria, the Isaac alchemy heart was now on him, and the fallen angel could sense it and would come looking for him at any moment. Only with Mr. Mirror by his side could the danger be minimized. He signaled Mr. Mirror and then headed in the opposite direction of the trio, towards a relatively safe spot deep within the ruins. It was a sturdy tower building. Suen leaped inside. The view here was wide open, with breezy, broken windows on all sides, allowing him to spot any approaching danger promptly. But shortly after he settled down, a mysterious figure whose face couldn't be seen appeared out of thin air before him. It was like a beam from a projector. As soon as the light shone in, the person arrived. Seeing the golden embroidered cloak, Suen knew it was someone from the Mirror organization. Considering this method even weirder than teleportation, it was likely Mr. Mirror himself. By now, Suen had somewhat figured out some of Mr. Mirror's abilities. She seemed capable of imitating anyone's appearance and powers. This was obviously a very rare talent. Most of the knowledge system in Old London was excavated from ruins, with gaps and fragments. The introductions to talents were also incomplete, with some missing pieces. Especially for S-class talents, there were almost no records or descriptions. Suen didn't know what Mr. Mirror's talent was before, only that it seemed rarer than A-class. But just now, in the cursed space, he had acquired a volume called The Complete Compendium of Human Talent Awakening and, out of curiosity, flipped through the first few pages. He saw a talent's 011 Mirror Guardian. It was a talent that could mimic almost any ability, as long as one could understand it. Obviously, Mr. Mirror possessed this kind of talent. The cloaked figure saw Suen and asked, "Have you seen her?" Hearing the tone of the voice, although indistinguishable between male and female, Suen knew it was Mr. Mirror and responded, "Yes." The cloaked figure listened and let out an almost imperceptible sigh of melancholy. Suen had a rough idea of what she was melancholic about. One of the causes of the cursed space was the fall of ancient powerhouses, where their powerful regrets and residual energies formed special spaces. The existence of the Dawn Central Prison cursed space, in a sense, was actually Syria's grave. She must have died when Dawn City was destroyed. With the dissipation of the cursed space, it also meant that no trace of Syria could be found in the world anymore. Suen watched with an unchanged expression, but something strange stirred in his heart. He had already confirmed that this Mr. Mirror truly knew Syria from 1,000 years ago. That meant, the person before him was a real old monster who had lived for 1,000 years. Under normal circumstances, ordinary humans could extend their lifespan through career advancements or some special methods, but 200 to 300 years was usually the limit. He had never heard of anyone living for 1,000 years. Thinking back to Mr. Mirror's exaggerated healing ability when she was injured, Suen wondered, could it be that she's not human? Now Suen knew that this world's intelligent life was not limited to humans, Just on the surface, there were dwarves, goblins, orcs, elves, half-orcs, trolls, sea tribes, dragons, and various strange mythological races, special species from other planes. Oh, and fallen angels whose nature was unknown. But Mr. Mirror was definitely not an ordinary human. The cloaked Mr. Mirror, more mysterious than her previous form of 1,000 strands, had a chilly aura. It was unclear if it was due to her innate aura or her personality. She glanced at Suen, seemingly guessing his confusion but didn't explain, only asking, "You know what's going on?" Suen nodded, yes. Knowing that Teresa would definitely come looking for him, and wanting to understand the enemy's strength to be prepared, he asked, "What exactly is her strength now?" Mr. Mirror, "Hard to say." Suen, "Hard to say." Mr. Mirror explained, "We've already found the other body parts in advance, but she's got a small part. She's probably recovered to the level of a 4th order. However, her understanding of the laws at that level is definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary human 4th order." Suen understood. It was like how he was only at the standard of a 2nd order professional, but his understanding of the laws had already reached beyond the 3rd order, with combat power far exceeding his peers. Mr. Mirror pointed at the sky, indicating she didn't want to elaborate further. "Let's not talk about this, the problem shouldn't be too big." With that, she didn't seem to have any intention of leaving and sat down cross-legged not far from Suen. Neither of them explicitly referred to the fallen angel. Gods have sensitive perceptions and can listen to some whispers about them. Suen understood the gesture. With this big shot by his side, he wasn't too worried. Sir Isaac, who had been scheming for 1,000 years, naturally had other means. At this moment, Suen suddenly remembered the information he had stripped from the soul of forensic Severus Gerald. He felt it necessary to speak up, "Mr. Mirror, I've learned some other information. Duke Raphael has begun to suspect Teresa of demonic invasion. Apart from the people in the Duke's mansion, there seems to be an exorcism team that has come from outside." An exorcism team? Mr. Mirror pondered for a moment, seemingly considering something. That team had avoided the Umbrella organization, obviously coming in secret, and the Mirror organization hadn't received any news. Indeed, we need to be cautious. She thought for a while, took out an alchemical ring that looked like a communicator, and gave a few instructions. Suen was curious about the ring-shaped communicator. Probably because they were familiar with each other and he knew she wouldn't mind, he appraised it. Dagger's Goblin Communicator. Description: an alchemical product from the mythological goblin era, a true antique, can communicate over great distances ignoring certain spatial barriers. Daggers splitting worms are a peculiar species that existed during the mythological era. The mother worm can sense the location of its offspring and accurately transmit signals to each other. These worms were widely used for secret intelligence transmission in the goblin civilization of the mythological era. Nice piece. Suen admired it silently. This was far more advanced than any communicator he had encountered. The communication that ignored spatial barriers felt a bit like an encrypted satellite phone. And it didn't require a signal tower. It seemed to be a proprietary communicator of the Mirror organization. Mr. Mirror naturally saw Suen's examining gaze. After transmitting the message, she magically produced another identical ring and tossed it to him. Suen looked at the communication ring in his hand, slightly surprised, and asked, "Mr. Mirror, for me?" "Yes, for easier contact." Mr. Mirror nodded and added, "There aren't many of these. If you lose one, there's one less, so be careful not to lose it." "Oh." Suen put the ring on his finger, suddenly feeling a strange sensation. With a proprietary communicator, was he now a member of the Mirror organization? But why didn't they give me one of those cool cloaks? And wasn't the entry threshold a second awakening of talent? Before he could ponder further, Mr. Mirror directly asked, "Want a cloak?" Her tone was casual. But the question, clearly, was asking Suen if he wanted to join. Before he could answer, Mr. Mirror continued, "Mirror is a very loose organization, with no particular responsibilities or obligations. Everyone is currently working towards the common goal of leaving the tower, which is why we complete certain tasks. In the future, it will be like the Rosicrucian of the last era, a purely high-end alchemical academic exchange circle." She clarified the purpose of the organization in a few sentences. Suen didn't hesitate and immediately said, "I want it." That golden embroidered cloak was a good item. Of course, the most important thing was that he was now very close to several big shots in the Mirror organization, Thousand Strands, number 19, Mr. Mirror, Mr. Black. Even if he wasn't, in the eyes of others, he was. Hearing the response, Mr. Mirror casually tossed him a golden cloak. Although it was also golden embroidered, with symbols of snakes, eagles, lizards, fire dragons, thorny flowers, common in alchemy, it had distinct details from the cloaks Suen had seen before, with some exclusive marks, like a scythe representing the Reaper. Was this prepared in advance? Suen took the cloak. With just a simple exchange, he joined the current number 1 reactionary organization in Old London. Both of them were calm. At that moment, Suen remembered something else and took out the furnace lamp of Volgan, returning it to its owner. Mr. Mirror, this is the copper lamp I took in earlier. But the heart had already been refined into the Isaac alchemy heart and was sealed, so he couldn't take it out even if he wanted to. He intended to explain, that heart. But unexpectedly, Mr. Mirror didn't seem to care at all and shook her head to interrupt him. She saw the ring on Suen's hand, a fleeting light in her eyes, and simply said, I know. Hearing this, Suen didn't say more. Indeed, as Syria said, she gave the Isaac alchemy heart to Suen, and Mr. Mirror wouldn't mind. After the exchange, they stopped talking. They meditated cross-legged, waiting for Teresa to come knocking. Previously in the cursed space, Suen was constantly listening to Syria's teachings and didn't have time to think about his gains. Now he had the mindset to properly check his loot. This meditation immediately felt different from before. Multiple thoughts could run simultaneously in his mind, yet the pathways were clear. What kind of experience was this? Suen used to maintain a certain level of consciousness even when sleeping to suppress other emotions in his brain. Now that the negative emotions were completely released, stimulating brain development, the current Suen could clearly feel his brain working at a faster pace, and the whole world seemed clearer. Naturally, it was the effect of the mental power secret technique. Even in ancient times, mental power secret techniques were high-end secrets. Like breathing techniques, they varied in quality and effectiveness. Mental power secret techniques also differed. Suen had experienced Sabina's mental power. A succubus's mental power lies in seduction, soft and enticing, able to stir up primal desires. Mr. Black's mental power was sharp, like needle pricks, able to probe into the secrets of one's heart. There were also aggressive mental secret techniques, very domineering. Different mental secret techniques resulted in different types of mental powers. Suen learned the exclusive secret technique of Syria's puppeteer lineage, an epic secret technique passed down from the last Eerie sky contemplation technique. The mental power generated by this secret technique was scattered but focused on quantity. Like the stars in the sky, twinkling and numerous. Perfect for controlling puppets. Previously, Suen's mental power was like loose sand. His reason was like a small sand castle built on a beach, with very little usable power, and the excess mental power was a burden. But now, with this secret technique, Suen could clearly feel the difference. During meditation, he could clearly feel the mental power in his brain coalescing into shape, forming a willow tree. All the mental power was utilized, forming the trunk. And the mental power tendrils could spread out like willow branches. For a puppeteer profession, this was more than suitable. As long as his mental power was strong enough in the future, these willow mental power tendrils would increase infinitely and extend without limit. Moreover, Suen could not only increase his mental power through contemplation. He could also grow it by harvesting residual souls from corpses with Reaper of Death. This secret technique had a very high compatibility with his talent. Having learned the mental power secret technique, Suen had completely resolved the burden in his mind and the hidden danger of dying from mental power backlash. Now he could still control negative emotions, but not by blocking them, but by guiding them. The extra mental power fluctuations created by negative emotions directly became nourishment for the mental secret technique. In the future, he could truly sleep well. And with the disappearance of negative emotions, it might seem that Suen lost a desperate measure. But not really. Negative emotions could control the excessive secretion of hormones in the body. Like before in the cursed space, when Suen completely released his emotions, breaking through the safe threshold of his body, he even had the combat power of a third order, or even fourth order. Now that the violent negative emotions were gone. Because Suen had mastered another method, Forensic Gerald's unique alchemy hormonal rampage. After digesting his memories, Suen found that this guy was not only the leader of the Umbrella organization but also a true biological genius. His research in human anatomy and physiology had reached a very high level, especially in the study of corpses, unparalleled in Old London. Suen's previous method of using hormones was barbaric, opening the valve, roughly estimating the intensity, and then leaving it to fate. But Gerald had precise control. He could control his own poor breathing, control the precise secretion of his hormones, and achieve a better combat power boost than Suen's method. The white-red-black jokers were the 3 stages of hormonal rampage he researched. The first stage was body excitement, the second stage was doubled combat power, and the third stage was dangerous. This method was much more scientific than Suen's barbaric approach. Thinking of this, Suen suddenly had a strong curiosity and interest. He wanted to know how Gerald managed to clarify such a complex system as human hormone secretion and mastered it. After all, having listened to Siria's teachings, he now understood that an alchemist should not only know how to use but also understand why. With that thought, he started rummaging through a pile of notes from his storage space. Researchers usually have the habit of recording their research diaries. Gerald was no exception. Suen found his years of research results in his storage ring. Dozens of densely packed research diaries, all numbered. Suen opened the first one, number 001. Neat lines of research notes caught his eye. I like studying corpses, they are communicative to me. I've discovered that people secrete different hormones under different emotions. Fear, joy, excitement, sorrow. Some hormones clearly enhance combat power. I need to clarify the connection. People secrete hormones chaotically at the brink of death. I tried choosing live targets, torturing them, recording data, until death. Experiment number 771, the hormone secreted by fear. Experiment number 1222, I've finally mastered a method to absorb hormones from other corpses. I've named this technique blood qi extraction. External qi and blood can supplement the body's own insufficient hormone production. Since hormones are controlled by sensory emotions, then controlling emotions, could that continue to control secretion? The human body is too fragile. Not just reading 10 lines at a glance, but with a continuous rustle of flipping pages, clear and pleasant. So fast that each page only lingered for a second or two. But it wasn't chaotic, there was even a slight rhythmic sense. Whole pages of notes were almost just glanced at and flipped past. Even for content that needed understanding, his mind could process it quickly. Even if there were calculations that required time, it didn't affect his reading speed. His brain would allocate a portion of focus to concentrate, while other thoughts continued to absorb new content. This was the marvelous benefit of a 5% increase in brain development and the release of mental pressure. With the double learning aura from Isaac's alchemy manuscript and Siria's instructions, Suen's learning efficiency had reached an unimaginable level for ordinary people. Suen was completely immersed in this wonderful and novel sensation. Reading, learning, mastering, contemplating. He absorbed knowledge like a whale swallowing prey. Hearing the sound of the pages, even Mr. Mirror, who was meditating, couldn't help but glance over. She looked at Suen for a moment, then slowly closed her eyes again. Chapter 208, Shadow Demon. Duke Raphael's domain lies on the western edge of the Luyan Empire, and it takes about half a month to reach by steam ferry. It is one of the most prosperous territories of the empire. Further west, after several days of sailing across the vast ocean, there lies an unmarked spot on the map known as Black Castle Reef. Atop the reef stands a castle with a towering lighthouse. But within the castle walls, there are no ordinary residents, only a secret personal guard of Duke Raphael. This is a purely military fortress. Little known to the outside world. Recently, the conflict between the Luyan Empire and the Ma-Fa Mechanical Empire on the eastern coast has intensified, prompting many lords to call upon their military forces to join the battle. The withdrawal of troops by the nobility has also presented an opportunity for pirates. The fleet of Oleg J. Popov, a notorious pirate lord known as the King of the Northern Seas, has been active near the territory of Duke Raphael, preying upon passing merchant ships. Black Castle Reef was also discovered by a small pirate scouting party. Such military strongholds are usually the least desirable targets for pirates. High casualties and little treasure to plunder. However, the unusual activity at the reef caught the attention of a prominent pirate. That was Tim Ashley, a captain under the King of the Northern Seas, a formidable pirate with a bounty of 160 million lis, and a fifth-tier professional known as the Shadow Demon. After several days of patient observation, this pirate noticed that the military force on the reef was over-equipped, far exceeding the needs of a typical military stronghold. Finally, he decided to take the risk and explore the island. One day, a steam warship entered the military dock of Black Castle Reef. After several layers of strict inspections, a few people from the ship were allowed to enter the castle. They headed straight for the lighthouse within the castle, descended underground, and entered a black tower, making their way deep into the earth. Unbeknownst to them, hidden within a shadow was a great pirate. The super-mechanical warriors that the Duke has been secretly researching shone brilliantly on the battlefield, even those from the mechanical sect of the Mafa Empire suffered a great loss. Yes, those cumbersome mechanical armors are no match for the mechanical warriors. When it comes to mechanical limb modification technology, our territory is truly top-notch. After the great victory at the Battle of Normandy, the Empire will surely see the Duke in a new light. Even Her Majesty the Empress is likely to reward him significantly. Of course, our Duke might even be conferred the title of first-class Duke this time. Hey, I've heard that the women of Old London are quite something. They spend years underground, their skin pale and smooth, a different flavor compared to those sunburnt women above ground. Shall we take a stroll in the city later? Heh, the commander said that the so-called noble ladies and misses of the city, their demeanor is no less than the high nobility outside. If we fancy anyone, we can pick and choose at will, play however we like. Don't joke, I'm actually quite tempted. Let's get the important stuff done first. The Duke sent us with all these materials, hoping to deploy the latest batch of mechanical warriors to the battlefield. Let's head to the Research Institute first. Before long, the group arrived in the city of Old London. Leaving the Duke's mansion, they went straight to the Mechanical Research Institute. Because this place is underground, it requires lighting, and shadows lurk everywhere. The group was completely unaware that after leaving the tower, one of their shadows connected with the shadow in the corner, then eerily detached from the person and merged into the darkness of the corner, quickly moving away from the Duke's mansion. After distancing themselves from the guards of the Black Tower, in an alleyway of Old London, the wandering shadow suddenly twisted and became three-dimensional, materializing into a man dressed as an assassin with triangular eyes. This man was none other than the great pirate, Tim Ashley. His talent was B021 Shadow Mimic, which allowed him to hide his body within any shadow. This underground world, filled with shadows, provided too much convenience for his abilities. Phew, that was a close call. Lucky for me, the boss gave me that treasure, otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to infiltrate with all those checkpoints. Tim muttered to himself, breathing a sigh of relief. After all, if a pirate were caught, they would be sent straight to the gallows. But in an instant, his gaze brightened as he looked at the bustling inner city of Old London before him. One could tell whether there was oil and water just by looking at the buildings on the street and the attire of the pedestrians. Peter Pan's tip, oil and water refers to benefits/profits. My goodness, what kind of mine is this? It's a bustling metropolis. The people here are dressed so lavishly, not only 100 times better than us poor pirates, but also not inferior to those wealthy territories. And, listening to those guys, this is also Duke Raphael's secret research base. Super mechanical warriors. The full mechanical limb modification technology that even the fanatical mechanics of the Mafa Empire couldn't breach has been successfully developed here? And the ancient ruins of 1,000 years, the legendary Dawn City? My god, does that demigod great alchemist truly exist? And with so many people, wouldn't selling them off be pure gold and silver? Isn't this the ideal place for plundering? Phew, so this is the secret to Duke Raphael's wealth. There have always been rumors that the Raphael family had a mine full of endless treasures, and this is what it was all about. Tim was thrilled, not expecting that his risky venture would turn out to be such a huge surprise. The key is, wealth coupled with weakness, is the original sin. The highest rank among the mine slaves in this city is only 3rd tier, I'm going to strike it rich. I need to gather the intelligence quickly and send it out so the boss can send a fleet over. The great pirate thought of something, his face lit up with joy, and his figure once again merged into the darkness. Meanwhile, underground. In a tower near the core area of the city, close to the Dawn ruins. Suen and Mr. Mirror were still patiently meditating and waiting. Because he had stripped away some of the memory fragments of the forensic Gerald, Suen didn't find it too difficult to understand the contents of the research diary. He quickly flipped through the notes in the notebook. But these were just research notes, and the human body is one of the most complex organisms, so there was still a long way to go to thoroughly understand it. Suen read through it once, but he would need a lot of time in the future to digest it. Even Gerald himself often lamented in his notes that he had only touched the surface of biological alchemy, leaving behind one research topic after another. Suen closed the last notebook, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and thought to himself, the field of biological alchemy is indeed complex. He also finally understood that saying, the more knowledge one has, the more questions arise. After reading the notes, Suen finally understood why Gerald had to wear that three-colored mask of the life usurper. The guy had once found a humanoid ancient creature that had been dead for at least tens of thousands of years, and then discovered living flesh within the corpse. After experimenting and researching, Gerald found that the flesh could merge with human flesh, giving the test subject super vitality and the ability to withstand a third-tier state of hormonal rampage. Then, using ancient alchemy, he solved the not-so-strong reaction of alien species rejection and sewed that piece of flesh onto his own body. But he didn't realize that this thing would not only affect the flesh, but over time, it would also affect the mind. And then, his mind became distorted. As the leader of the Umbrella organization, he naturally had no shortage of suitable cursed objects. He found this mask that could suppress the distortion of mental power. Three-colored mask of the life usurper. Description: once the mask is worn, nobody will love you. Cursed trait: wearing the mask maintains absolute sanity, suppresses other abnormal mental fluctuations, and resists mental attacks of up to 5th tier. If mental power does not exceed 500, you will be affected by the cursed trait, and once the mask is worn, it cannot be removed. It will also cause you to become mentally fragmented, eventually turning into a mad monster. It can absorb negative emotions from others, enhancing the cursed trait. Detailed explanation: an ancient life usurper created this mask to suppress himself after suffering backlash during divination, frequently hearing whispers from demons. To avoid going insane, he crafted this mask, but the mask absorbed too much negative emotion and became an item with a strong cursed trait. It can be used as a material for professional advancement, with mental power reaching 300, dark spirit power not less than 12W, and a fusion aberration probability not exceeding 5%. Fusion leads to the understanding of divided mind technique. This is not mental fragmentation, you can think of it as multitasking with multiple hearts. Suen also discovered that as his knowledge increased, the detailed explanations he identified for items became more detailed. The essence of using cursed materials for advancement is to allow the alchemist to use these external means to comprehend abilities that they currently cannot understand through normal channels. This multitasking with multiple hearts ability is indeed highly compatible with the puppeteer. In the realm of the mind, this ability is probably as rare as spatial abilities. With one heart and multiple uses, Suen could precisely control more than 10 puppets. But with multiple hearts and multiple uses, the number of puppets he could control would multiply. This ability would also increase with the growth of mental power. Truly an ideal material for advancement. However, the conditions for advancement are also very strict. It's no wonder that others need to be at least 4th tier to meet the fusion requirements. That 12W dark spirit power requirement, Suen estimated that he could barely reach it when he was at the peak of the 3rd tier. But this is also based on the premise that his body has been modified with X serum, making his tolerance much higher than others at each tier. Normally, a 4th tier professional could possibly have a dark spirit power of tens of thousands. Then there's mental power. Now that he has absorbed so many mental fragments, his mental power value on the panel is only 192, far from the 300 needed for fusion. Fortunately, now he has stargazing visualization technique, which also provides mental power growth through meditation. But even with this top-tier mental power secret technique, it would probably take 1.5 years to reach that level. There's also the Reaper of Death talent. If there are enough enemies, it should also cut down a lot of time. Suen was still sorting through the spoils of war from the 2 major families' elite groups, identifying and categorizing them, keeping some useful materials and equipment for himself, and then packing up the rest to sell later. Just then, Mr. Mirror suddenly opened her eyes and said, "He's here." Suen also tensed up. "Should I go now?" Mr. Mirror nodded, "Yes." With that, she pinched a sorcerer's seal with both hands, and a glow emerged from Suen's body. In the next moment, Suen found himself instantly teleported outside the tower. What a magical technique! Suen looked at the fading glow on his body, glanced back at the tower, and shrugged. It would have been a death sentence for him, a 2nd tier nobody, to meet that fallen angel. Not to mention the fighting power of the angel, the guards of the Duke's mansion around him were definitely not something Suen could handle. But with Mr. Mirror's technique, Suen was not worried at all. To avoid being mistaken for an unknown assassin and killed by the stealth guards around Princess Teresa, he didn't wear a mask and walked directly into the depths of the mist. Now, Suen had roughly figured out the ins and outs of the situation. The brooch he found at Storm Manor was made of special material capable of carrying souls. Suen was now certain that the hidden information he couldn't identify was a fragment of the fallen angel's soul hidden in the brooch. Looking back, it was the right choice to bury it cautiously in the ground. Otherwise, he might have become an unwitting tool manipulated by that god without realizing it. But for some reason, that butterfly brooch, through some channel, ended up in the hands of Princess Teresa of the Duke's mansion. Then, probably bewitched by the soul of the fallen angel, this Teresa became very enthusiastic about the development of the Dawn City ruins. She even came in person. It's called hunting for relics, but in reality, it's mobilizing the entire power of Old London to find the sealed body parts of that god. Unfortunately, Mr. Mirror and the others have almost intercepted it. Walking along, Suen's thoughts were racing. Before long, he expectedly found a little girl floating in the mist. Recognizing the well-behaved appearance, it was none other than Pistoia, the little ghost he had met not long ago. Seeing Suen, she greeted him warmly, "Hi, Mr. Suen, we meet again." Suen also smiled, already knowing why she was here, but still asked deliberately, "Pistoia, what are you doing here?" Pistoia tilted her head, thinking as if waking from sleepwalking, "Ah, I don't know, I sensed you nearby, so I came to find you." The fallen angel knew all the truths, but Pistoia had no idea that her soul harbored another god's soul. Suen didn't continue to ask about it. He reached out his hand to her, signaling Pistoia to take it. Pistoia didn't mind and happily reached out to grab his hand. At that moment, as if she noticed something, she floated in front of Suen, sniffing close to him. "Oh, you have a very nice smell on you." "What smell?" Suen knew it was the scent of Isaac's alchemical heart, which the fallen angel was after, but he pretended to be ignorant. After all, according to the normal script, he was supposed to be unaware of everything. Unaware of the existence of the fallen angel, unaware of any divine body, and unaware of any millennia-old schemes, he should only treat Pistoia as a ghostly good friend. The fallen angel was cunning, having been defeated by Sir Isaac and his body dismembered and sealed. Although it was just a lowly human, he would not underestimate such an enemy. He also suspected that there was another conspiracy behind that burning at the stake. Although 1,000 years had passed and the once prosperous Dawn City had become ruins, the enemy was nowhere to be found. But before clarifying, he would definitely not give up Pistoia, this amulet. Suen got straight to the point, holding Pistoia's hand, and said, "Last time you entrusted me with something, right? I've seen Lady Syria." "Ah." Hearing this, Pistoia's eyes filled with complex emotions, nervousness, resentment, and anticipation. Suen took out the ring that Syria had given him and gestured, "Give me your hand." Without giving the ghost miss any time to think, Suen took her soft little hand and put the ring on her index finger. The ring seemed unremarkable. The fallen angel still thought Suen was unaware of his existence and continued to pretend. And our ghost miss truly had no defenses. As Suen put on the ring, he calmly said, "I asked your question, and Lady Syria asked me to give you a message," she said. At this point, Pistoia looked forward with anticipation, completely forgetting to pull her hand back. After a pause, Suen looked at her and slowly uttered 3 words, "She loves you." Pistoia was stunned, her big, sparkling eyes full of confusion. She never expected to hear such words. 1,000 years of resentment, with no outlet, suddenly turned into endless grievances. But before Pistoia could think further, at that moment, the ring in her hand suddenly emitted a scorching glow. Pistoia didn't feel anything unusual, but the presence hidden deep within her soul let out a screech like a startled cat. At the same time, about 1 or 2 kilometers away, Teresa's team suddenly erupted with commotion. An indescribable and terrifying wool descended upon the entire ruins. Chapter 209, Gods Must Not Be Gazed Upon. Suen knew that another team was secretly coming to exorcise Princess Teresa, so naturally, Mr. Mirror wouldn't ignore this intelligence. After all, the means of a god are not something ordinary humans can fathom. Even with the divine fire sealed, who knows what incomprehensible abilities he might possess. So, instead of stepping on a landmine himself, it was better to let the enemy test the waters and weaken their strength in the process. Those folks at the Duke's mansion still thought Princess Teresa was merely a case of demonic possession. While Suen was conversing with Pistoia, as soon as he put on the ring's serious scent, he heard a piercing scream in the distance. It seemed that some entity was trying to force Pistoia to remove the ring, but Pistoia's face was contorted with struggle, as if she was resisting with all her will. This was something her mother had given her. Moreover, the ring seemed to be irremovable. Before she could struggle further, Pistoia's figure vanished. It appeared she had returned to the host body of Princess Teresa. Suen listened to the commotion from afar and looked in that direction. After a moment's thought, he quickly followed. With Mr. Mirror's mirage technique, he didn't have to worry about his safety for the time being. He wanted to see the battle situation, and also to try his luck. After all, there were many 4th tier and even a 5th tier guard around Princess Teresa. What if he could scavenge a few bodies and strip some soul fragments? Suen's mental strength was now formidable, and he was highly sensitive to fluctuations in mental power. Feeling that spine-chilling pressure descend, he knew that the deity had shown his face. The exorcism team from the Duke's mansion seemed quite capable, having forced the fallen angel's soul to reveal itself. Suen didn't know what Mr. Mirror had done before, but it seemed that he had successfully instigated a fight on the other side. He cautiously approached, staying about a kilometer away, and found a sturdy cover to hide behind. Suen didn't forget Mr. Mirror's admonition. He closed his right eye and watched the battle with only his left eye, which possessed the eye of omniscience. He now also knew that this gift had a filtering protective function, preventing him from seeing things he shouldn't. Mortals should not gaze directly upon a god. This was the warning left to posterity by Isaac after his great battle with the fallen angel. It was clear that the exorcism group from the Duke's mansion had come prepared. When Suen arrived, he saw hundreds of people surrounding Teresa, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But the only ones who could get within 100 meters of Princess Teresa were about 20 people, all 3rd-tier experts or above. The leader, an old man with a white robe and a red beard, was holding a cross that radiated blinding silver light, clearly an exorcist. Suen glanced at the heptagram under the man's feet and realized that this fellow was also a 5th-tier professional. Upon closer inspection, the old man's exorcist cross of the paladin turned out to be a sealed artifact-level treasure. The silver light of the cross shone on Princess Teresa, emitting wisps of black vapor. Like light dispelling darkness, ordinary people didn't feel anything from the silver light, but the princess's face contorted in pain, as if enduring great suffering, and she let out a piercing scream. Even more terrifying was the black vapor steaming off her body under the holy light, as if she were being scorched. Teresa seemed to be enduring the burning of the holy light, trembling all over, and screamed in agony, "Foolish humans! You are desecrating a great deity." When the cross was shoved in her face, the fallen angel knew she couldn't hide anymore and didn't conceal herself. But hearing this, the people from the Duke's mansion remained unmoved. The red-bearded exorcist even spat a mouthful of old blood onto the cross, and the intensity of the holy light surged dramatically. No one took Teresa's words seriously. Evil spirits were not uncommon in this world. Those spiritual entities formed for various special reasons often boast themselves as gods to bewitch people's hearts, and exorcists had long grown accustomed to such claims. In reality, they were just more advanced spiritual entities. They thought the situation with their princess was probably just that. But Suen knew that these guys were in for big trouble. After all, this was once a genuine deity of divine rank. The people from the Duke's mansion had delayed for so long just to wait for the sealed cross, to ensure a foolproof operation. Indeed, the artifact was very effective, capable of driving away abnormal spirits within the human body. After all, the fallen angel, having lost the divine fire and body, was no longer of divine rank. The holy attribute of the cross was particularly harmful to dark creatures. It didn't take long for the black vapor on Teresa to slowly condense into a shadow of an evil spirit. But what no one expected was that the evil spirit shadow was not just humanoid, it had a pair of pitch-black wings spanning several meters on its back. As soon as these wings appeared, an evil yet majestic aura descended abruptly. Looking at the figure, it was exactly like the fallen angels from the myths. The bystanders, not understanding, were all shocked. From a distance, Suen muttered to himself, "So this is the fallen angel." The red-bearded exorcist had plenty of experience in exorcism and shouted, "This is the evil spirit's illusion, guard your minds, don't be deceived by it." His 6 disciples also coordinated tacitly, forming a hexagram position, and the ropes binding Teresa were taut, giving her no chance to break free. At that moment, The old man holding the cross stomped his foot, and the heptagram array beneath him shone brightly, and a divine gate of light suddenly appeared behind him, clearly preparing a powerful move. At the same time, he took out a crystal vial and splashed the water towards Teresa. The holy water splashed onto the shadow of the fallen angel, hissing like sulfuric acid, and smoke billowed. The situation looked like they were planning to directly transcend this evil spirit. "Ah, despicable humans, you have successfully angered me." Teresa's voice became terrifyingly horrific, filled with not only rage but also an overwhelming intent to kill. If it were an ordinary evil spirit, it should have been burned or driven away by now. Unfortunately, this was a true god. Her understanding of the laws was not something these people could comprehend. Caught off guard by a sneak attack and trapped by the holy artifact, she couldn't escape, but now, she had recovered. Just as the soul was about to be driven out of Teresa's body, she made a move that baffled everyone. Suddenly, a ball of black fire rose from her right wrist, and the silver rope binding the wrist turned pitch black. The blackness spread rapidly from the wrist towards the two exorcists pulling the ropes. "Not good, it's elemental theft." Seeing this, the red-bearded exorcist's face changed dramatically. Damn, how could it forcibly reverse the holy power of the binding spirit ropes? From a distance, Suen wasn't too surprised. He had seen this elemental theft once before when Mr. Black and his group surrounded and killed a 5th-tier professional. Mr. Black used this technique to dissolve a 5th-tier spell with 4th-tier strength. To use this technique, one needed an extremely deep understanding of the laws. The stabilizing runes contained in the alchemical item binding spirit ropes were of 6th tier, and to reverse the holy power they produced into dark power required at least a 7th or 8th tier understanding. Others couldn't, but this deity could. The red-bearded exorcist wanted to do something else, but by then, it was too late. Teresa suddenly broke free of her right hand, and without hesitation, plunged it into her own chest, causing blood to spurt out. Suicide? From a distance, Suen was also a bit puzzled by this action, which seemed somewhat incomprehensible. At that moment, everyone was visibly stunned. They were there to save someone, and now the evil spirit had controlled their princess to commit suicide. What was going on? And what was even more horrifying was yet to come. Teresa directly pulled out her own heart and, without hesitation, crushed it. With a bang, it was like bursting a bag of plasma, and blood sprayed everywhere. Now, the originally noble and elegant princess had turned into a terrifying blood figure. Exorcism? Keep exorcising. Her soul was still present, and Teresa couldn't die yet. Once driven away, without a heart, Teresa would undoubtedly die. At this point, everyone understood why the evil spirit had done this. From a distance, Suen marveled at the tactic. Can gods really live without a heart? His mind immediately recalled some research reports he had seen in Forensic Gerald's notes. The guy had also researched this topic: if vital organs like the heart were shattered, how to survive. The solution in the notes was to create blood circulation with external forces without the need for the heart's pumping ability. But that was still at the experimental theory stage. He hadn't expected to see a living example right before his eyes. Suen carefully observed the changes in the body of Teresa, who had a bloody hole in her chest. Having harvested Gerald's memories, Suen now had a deep understanding of human anatomy. Seeing the faint pulsations in the body, he immediately guessed, it seems to be using muscle contractions and dark spiritual power to create an alternative circulatory system. His Gerald's hypothesis seems to be feasible after all. Suen, as a bystander, watched with ease, but the people from the Duke's mansion were instantly dumbfounded, their faces pale with fear. They had never imagined things would turn out this way. An almost foolproof exorcism operation had caused severe damage to the princess. If she died, the Duke would never let these guards off the hook. But at this point, they had no choice but to fight to the death. They might not be able to save the princess, but at the very least, they had to kill that evil spirit. The man in military uniform with a pale face decisively ordered, "Take action, capture her first." Unfortunately, Teresa breaking her own heart was not just to make the exorcist wary. A large amount of blood gushed out and quickly condensed into a red blade in her hands. The blade was entirely formed of red light, with crimson lightning flickering, as if she was holding a bolt of lightning. The fallen angel wasn't using alchemy, nor did any alchemical array appear. But Suen keenly noticed some white strands appearing in her hair and guessed, it seems to be using some kind of life-sacrificing secret technique. Princess Teresa's body was said to be only 2nd tier, still too weak. In the blink of an eye, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Suen had also learned about the conditions of the abyssal plane from his conversations with his teacher Syria. It was a plane with an extremely harsh living environment. The harsh conditions in this cavern were just a microcosm of that place. Those who survived in the abyss were the best among their kind. This fallen angel from the abyss was naturally no exception. Just by watching, Suen, a martial arts master, couldn't find any fault with Teresa's combat level. Not only was her combat experience impeccable, but the red lightning dagger in her hand was also bizarre. Upon contact, the lightning exploded, and ordinary weapons and mechanical equipment were easily sliced through like cutting through mud. Even if blocked, the crimson lightning would transform into lightning elements, catching the opponent off guard. First and second tier professionals were killed with a single slash, third tiers could last a few moves, and only fourth tier professionals with elemental barriers could barely survive under the lightning blade when working together. The people from the Duke's mansion had initially thought about capturing the evil spirit, but this battle made them realize they were too naive. Vaguely, everyone began to sense that the evil spirit's claim of being a deity might not be so far-fetched. But the battle had already begun, and they had no way out. As private soldiers of the Raphael Duke's mansion, the lives of all of them combined were not worth as much as Miss Teresa. They had no choice but to fight to the death. How terrifying was the battle of high-tier professionals! For a time, various high-tier spells bombarded the ruins like a dense bombing run, with shockwaves from the battle rising wave after wave. The ancient buildings that had stood for 1,000 years were reduced to dust, limbs and body parts flew everywhere, and blood literally flowed like rivers. This combat power is truly outrageous. From a distance, Suen watched with a heavy gaze. Even using a life-shortening secret technique, Teresa was only just managing a fourth-tier professional's level, as Mr. Mirror had predicted. But watching her withstand 2 fifth tiers, along with more than a dozen fourth tiers and dozens of second and third tiers in battle. Who would believe this was just fourth tier? The equipment of the people from the Duke's mansion was not poor, they were the elite of the elite, several levels stronger than the likes of the Oliver and Clark families. Various ancient relics, alchemical items, cursed objects, scrolls, were thrown out as if money was no object. It was as if Suen could hear the sound of money being thrown. He was amazed by what he saw. Indeed, in this world dominated by nobility, as the wealthiest few, the foundation of the Raphael Duke's mansion was terrifying. But even with money paving the way, the casualties of the Duke's mansion's party continued to increase. Bodies littered the ground, and clusters of grey mist seemed to beckon to Suen, making him extremely envious. These were the personal guards of the Duke's mansion, and those selected were 1 in 10,000. The quality of their souls could be imagined, right? If he could harvest this knowledge, he estimated he could save at least another 10 or 8 years of knowledge accumulation. But as much as he coveted, he dared not make the slightest move. The core of the battlefield had become a meat grinder, and third-tier professionals had no assurance of survival, let alone second-tiers who would be in mortal danger in an instant. Although Suen was a bit stronger than the average second-tier, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could make a splash. There are still 2 fifth tiers, so many fourth tiers. He muttered to himself, comforting himself that the soul fragments of those third-tier professionals and above were the real treasures. He also prayed that when Mr. Mirror and the others arrived, those grey mist fragments would not have completely dissipated. Although the battle was one-sided, with several fourth tiers being slain. Gradually, Suen also noticed something unusual. The lifespan of a human body is limited, which means that Teresa's secret technique must have a time limit and could not be used multiple times. And this point was directly reflected in the battle. As the fight went on, Teresa's hair turned completely silver. The people from the Duke's mansion obviously also noticed this. The more they pressed, the faster Teresa would die. If Princess Teresa exhausted her lifespan and died, the battle would be meaningless. But they couldn't capture her alive. To fight or not to fight? It was this indecision that gave Teresa the opportunity to kill several more people. Even 2 fifth tiers were injured to varying degrees under that unpredictable lightning dagger. It seemed to be a situation where both sides would suffer. It was just a matter of whether Teresa would run out of life first or if the Duke's mansion's side would be wiped out first. But no one noticed that when Teresa killed people, it was almost always at certain special nodes, and the positions of the bodies seemed to fit some kind of formation. As time passed, the blood of those who died in battle was quietly absorbed by the ground. From a distance, Suen, with his eye of omniscience, took in everything before him. Soon, he also noticed the unusual flow of blood in the air and identified it as a forbidden spell in the process of condensing, thinking, is she initiating some kind of forbidden technique? It wasn't described as transcending tears, but as forbidden, which meant, divine magic? Discovering this, Suen wasn't surprised at all. As a deity of divine rank, it was natural to have some tricks up her sleeve. Moreover, he also felt that Teresa must have guessed something. If she was entangled by these people and forced to respond, what followed would be even worse. The fallen angel wasn't wary of these people. No. From the beginning to the end, she was wary of Sir Isaac, who had defeated her 1,000 years ago. Although Mr. Mirror and the others hadn't shown themselves yet, some clues had already indicated that a conspiracy against her was closing in. If it were Suen himself, he would have been alert long ago. Suen guessed that Teresa needed a sacrifice to activate that divine magic. Sure enough, at that moment, the sky hundreds of meters high suddenly became turbulent. The thick fog in the ruins gathered into a vortex of dark clouds in the sky. The vortex grew larger and larger, and the center condensed into a black hole several tens of meters in diameter. It was this abnormal movement that made the Duke's mansion's guards, who were engaged in a fierce battle on the ground, stop and glance at the sky. The commotion was too exaggerated, not something that any 5th or 6th tier alchemy spell could cause. They were still completely unaware of what kind of existence they were facing. The black hole slowly cracked open a gap, allowing a glimpse of a pupil emitting a strange, ghostly light, which was a gigantic eye. The moment this giant eye opened, a sense of awe that made people want to worship surged from the bottom of everyone's heart. As if a deity was gazing upon the mortal realm. Everything became insignificant. Those who saw the giant eye all knelt down. Even the 2 5th-tier professionals knelt down instantly, powerless to resist. Their faces showed only devotion and fervor. Upon looking again, these people simultaneously drew their blades and committed suicide on the spot. Their blood and energy completely merged with the ground. The Duke's mansion's party, just by one glance, were all killed. At this time, after absorbing the power of the formation, a pair of solid pitch-black wings slowly condensed behind Teresa, with an aura so high that it was unbearable to look at directly. The power of lower beings is really weak. The whisper from the abyss echoed in the ears, as if it had some kind of magic. Suen felt that strange sensation, and his left eye immediately identified they, and automatically blocked the forbidden power that would make him lose his mind. He instantly understood, gods must not be gazed upon. So this is why. Suen knew he had been discovered. At that moment, Teresa suddenly looked his way. Just one glance, and Suen instantly died on the spot. However, there was no burst of blood. Like a shattered mirror, his body dissolved into specks of light. Yet, seeing this, Teresa, who had just been self-satisfied, suddenly changed expression. Clearly, she recognized the origin of this mirage ability. And just as the giant eye formed in the sky, in a distant tower. Although Mr. Mirror was not present on the battlefield, he too sensed that awe-inspiring power and knew exactly what it was. After all, he was the only person in this realm who had seen a true god. He murmured to himself, the power of faith, finally resorting to this move, hey. Having used up the last bit of faith power without the divine fire, it seems she's preparing to flee back to the abyss. With that thought, his figure vanished from the tower. Chapter 210, Mr. Jing's Rank. What terrifying power, is this the power of a god? Just one glance, and Suen felt an indescribable shock coursing through his body, causing his mirrored self to shatter into pieces. But before he could even reflect on it, while his body had not yet completely disintegrated, he saw Teresa react even faster. Without paying any attention to Suen, her black wings, once a symbol of the angelic status of gods, flapped violently as she sped towards the center of the ruins. She actually fled. This was a stark contrast to the domineering presence she had just a moment ago. Now, she was escaping with absolute decisiveness. A moment after the mirror shattered, Suen, who was meditating in a distant tower, suddenly opened his eyes. Looking around, Mr. Mirror had already vanished without a trace. It seems this fallen angel also knows Mr. Mirror. Suen muttered to himself. The situation just now made it clear that Teresa recognized the mirror ability and was scared off by it. After all, an S-class talent is extremely rare, and one might not encounter a second one in their lifetime. What's more unfortunate is that it happened right here in the Dawn Relics, a place that once nearly caused her, a dignified deity, to fall. Without even thinking, one would definitely assume it was an old acquaintance. Suen grew even more curious about what rank Mr. Mirror truly held, to scare off a god? Although it was only a remnant soul, judging by the combat power she had just displayed, even a 6th order professional might not have been able to scare her into such a desperate flight. Or perhaps, it was the terrifying experience of being outwitted to death by Sir Isaac 1,000 years ago? Suen didn't dwell on it, as he was more concerned about something else. He looked up at the sky nearby, where the giant eye that the fallen angel had conjured was also beginning to dissipate due to her escape. The feeling that had been making his eyelids twitch also suddenly vanished. Suen hadn't forgotten about the corpses strewn all over the ground. Mr. Mirror must have gone after Teresa. He couldn't get involved in a battle of that level. Nor was there any need to. Within the Mirror organization, Mr. Mirror wasn't the only one. Her lack of instructions meant she was confident in handling it. But looting corpses was something Suen was more than happy to do. The Duke's men had been annihilated, and the battle just now likely took care of the nearby monsters, or at least scared them off. The danger should be minimal now. Without hesitation, Suen unfolded his octo-spider lance and quickly ran towards the site of the previous battle. After all, soul fragments on corpses would dissipate over time. Suen was fast and arrived while the grey mist still looked clear. Out of caution, he used his all-seeing eye to scan the area for any other dangers before approaching the corpses. The first to harvest, naturally, were the memory fragments of the 2 5th-order individuals. The closest was the corpse of the red-bearded exorcist. Obtain 6 memory fragments of Maddox Doyle. You have acquired a wealth of exorcism knowledge, comprehending the skill 13 methods of banishing evil spirits. You have obtained an alchemy recipe, the preparation method of the sun exorcism holy water. You have gained some knowledge of mysticism. You have acquired a wealth of 1st to 5th order alchemy knowledge. You have comprehended an incomplete 5th order holy system principle. Spellcasting experience plus 175. Mental strength plus 8.4. Typically, the knowledge reserves of magic-based professionals are many times greater than those of melee-based ones. And the exorcist profession belongs to the mystic branch within the magic-based category. These individuals delve deeply into obscure and esoteric knowledge. Suen eagerly harvested the grey mist. Although it seemed slightly less than expected, the knowledge filled gaps in his understanding of mysticism and broadened his horizons. Just right. He vividly remembered the last time he absorbed a 5th-order professional. The state of confusion lasted for quite a while. But now, as a flood of knowledge entered his mind, it was quickly assimilated, and everything was crystal clear. It was like the difference between swallowing food whole and chewing it thoroughly. The nutrients absorbed by the body are completely different. Suen immediately noticed this difference. With the same amount of memory fragments, the efficiency of assimilation was now at least 10 to 20% higher. Even the most fragmented pieces remained in his memory and were not forgotten. The secret mental strength techniques and brain domain development can also improve the efficiency of harvesting, which is good news. A thought flashed through Suen's mind, and he was delighted. It was like getting a 10 to 20% experience bonus when killing monsters in a game. The benefits might not be obvious in the short term, but it was a substantial improvement that could affect the late game. Moreover, since all negative emotions were completely cleared, Suen now had enough energy to suppress those foreign memories in the short term without worrying about impacting his core consciousness. After the development of his brain domain, his memory and comprehension abilities also improved significantly, which visibly enhanced the ability of his talent Death Harvester. Suen didn't dwell on the content of the harvested memories. The octo-spider lance was also in operation, stripping the corpses of their storage rings and equipment almost simultaneously as he harvested the soul fragments, stuffing everything into his storage space. He also casually collected the sealed item level exorcist cross of the paladin from the corpse's hand. A quick glance revealed that it was powerful but a specialized piece of equipment for spirits, not of much use on a daily basis. Then, he quickly moved to another 5th-order professional's corpse, the pale-faced man in military uniform who had been following Teresa around, a court guard wielding a rapier. But this harvest surprised Suen. Obtained 2 memory fragments of Razadi Kale. You have acquired a small number of alchemy knowledge fragments. You have gained a small amount of combat experience. Mental strength plus 0.3. Is this really a 5th order? Suen looked at the few fragments he had harvested, his gaze freezing as he wondered if he had mistaken the corpse. The amount of fragments was even less than that of a 2nd order. And the rate of incompleteness was outrageous. But strangely enough, there were indeed some fragmented 4th and 5th order knowledge. This confirmed that it was indeed the corpse of a fifth-order professional. Unable to understand what had happened, Suen harvested a few more corpses nearby that he remembered were fourth-order professionals. The result was the same. But soon, he noticed a pattern. The souls of melee-based professionals had almost completely dissipated, or only a tiny, extremely fragmented piece remained. While the souls of magic-based professionals, who naturally had stronger mental strength, left a bit more, but not much. Did that fallen angel's divine art extract even their soul power? Suen frowned, roughly understanding the reason. It was also fortunate that he arrived quickly, or he wouldn't have even gotten a sip of the soup. As for the relatively intact preservation of the red-bearded exorcist's soul, it was probably because mystic sorcerers all practiced some form of mental defense. Even in death, their souls were better preserved than others. However, Suen's attitude was good, he was satisfied with what he earned. The total amount of soul fragments harvested was almost 70 to 80% of the last fifth order, and it was precious mystic knowledge, invaluable. Of course, the spoils of war were not limited to soul fragments. The equipment and storage rings on the corpses were also a big haul. These were the personal guards of Duke Raphael. It was also fortunate that the divine art of the fallen angel helped greatly, otherwise these few hundred elites could have directly breached the defences of Old London. There would have been no chance for Suen to loot the corpses. 100 years of mining, those treasures gathered from the lower levels, like a pyramid, eventually almost all converged in the Duke's mansion. The equipment on these ducal guards' corpses were all carefully selected fine items. Weapons, armor, robes, leather armor, boots, alchemical accessories. The vast majority were silver quality or above, high-quality equipment. Even the team leaders had gold equipment and a few pieces of dark gold equipment. Each one was a top-notch rarity seldom seen in the auction houses of Old London. Suen collected them all, these were not just his spoils of war. If anything, the lion's share belonged to Mr. Mirror. Without her plan, the Duke's forces would not have been annihilated here. Besides these pieces of equipment, Suen also found a number of heat-emitting gems in the storage rings of the two fifth-order and those fourth-order individuals, resembling burning coals. Upon identification. Sun God Stone. Description: a special gemstone containing rich light energy. Suen now knew that this was one of the essential materials for alchemists to advance to the fourth order. These personal guards of the Duke's mansion were mostly light sorcerers from outside, unable to withstand the dense dark spirit power of the underground, so they needed to carry these stones to prevent the dark energy from corrupting and mutating them. On normal days, the people of the Duke's mansion hardly ever left the inner city of Old London. To obtain so many sun god stones at once was a rare harvest. This was an opportunity not to be missed. The quantity was not small, definitely more than the last time they ambushed a fifth order. Suen was only second order, far from advancing to the third order, so he had no immediate use for these stones. But other members of the Mirror organization might need them, like Qiantiao. Moreover, based on the snippets of information from Mr. Mirror's head, it seemed they already had a plan to break out of the Black Tower. With these stones, the success rate was likely to be even higher. If they really got out, these stones, which could only be considered high-level materials outside, would no longer be scarce. Seeing these stones, Suen was also looking forward to it. If Qiantiao and the others all advanced to the fourth order, how strong would they be? But he was also a bit puzzled, where were the other members of the Mirror organization? Could it be that they went to surround Teresa? Just as these thoughts emerged, suddenly, anomalies arose all around. Dense dark spirit power formed a mist within the ruins, and at that moment, as if stirred by an invisible force, it converged in one direction, forming two tornado-like spirals in the sky above the center of the ruins, like dragons sucking water. The mist was sucked away and dissipated, clearing the view instantly. Seeing this phenomenon, Suen immediately realized what it was, his pupils shrinking, an elemental domain possibly controlled by a sixth order or higher professional. From the memories he had harvested, he knew that such natural phenomena were a type of spell. There are two major thresholds in a professional's advancement, one is from third to fourth order, requiring mastery of elemental barrier, the other is from sixth to seventh order, the elemental domain. Legend has it that those who master the elemental domain can absorb the elements within several miles for their own use. This is a method at the level of laws that only top alchemists can master. But such beings, even on the surface, are among the very few at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Why would they appear here? Suen thought he might be mistaken, but as his gaze shifted, he saw at the core of the gathering mist, two figures in the sky facing off against each other. Both figures had wings. Suen looked over. One was Teresa, whom he had seen before, with a pair of pitch-black wings. The other, cloaked in a golden silk cape, had a pair of huge bat-like wings behind her. A vampire. Seeing those flesh wings, Suen immediately thought of a legendary abyssal undead creature. That was the long-lived vampire, capable of surviving countless ages through slumber. A glance at the cape, and who else could it be but Mr. Mirror? In that moment, it was as if everything became clear. No wonder Mr. Mirror could live for 1,000 years, she was of vampire lineage. However, Suen had already guessed that Mr. Mirror was not a normal human, and seeing her bat wings didn't surprise him too much. After all, Suen himself had a special body with a portion of fallen angel bloodline after being modified by the X serum. What shocked him more was Mr. Mirror's strength. That Teresa could use the elemental domain, which didn't surprise Suen too much. After all, she was a genuine god-tier soul, and although her physical body was lacking, it wasn't strange that she could perform the spell with a lower configuration. Just like the 5th order diamond, Suen could also use it at the 2nd order. But Mr. Mirror, how could she? Amidst his shock, Suen's mind was immediately filled with doubts and contradictions. Mr. Mirror shouldn't be 7th order, but why does she have a 7th order elemental domain? Could it be her mirror imitation ability? No, that can't be right, she shouldn't be able to imitate abilities she doesn't understand. Now that Suen had stripped the memories of those from the surface, he wasn't completely ignorant of the outside world. He vaguely knew that the Black Tower was on an island called Black Reef. There, a secret guard of Duke Raphael was stationed, roughly 1 to 2,000 strong, with the strongest being a 6th order Grand Commander. Although the overall military strength was formidable, if Mr. Mirror truly had the strength above 6th order, she shouldn't be stuck here, slowly developing. Mr. Mirror was a mystery to everyone. She had never shown her face. Even within the Umbrella organization, information about Mr. Mirror was limited to just this code name. To be precise, no one had ever seen her take action, knew her true strength, or what kind of methods she had. Because even when she did take action, due to her mirror ability, she used others' abilities. Bystanders didn't even know she was Mr. Mirror. She could have countless disguised identities. What she truly looked like was pointless to pursue. Suen had also been curious about what order Mr. Mirror was as a professional. Although there were no conditions to advance to the 4th order in this underground world, Mr. Mirror was different. Now seeing her in this vampire state, Suen was even more convinced of his guess. Mr. Mirror was truly an ancient relic from 1,000 years ago. Suen had previously speculated that since Mr. Mirror and her group dared to attack a 5th order professional, her own strength must be beyond 5th order, perhaps even higher. But without breaking through the Black Tower, her rank wouldn't be excessively high. Now suddenly becoming 7th order. Suen felt very conflicted. Hey? Suddenly. At this moment, a flash of insight crossed Suen's mind. Since it was almost certain that Mr. Mirror was an ancient, could she be a close associate of Sir Isaac? With this thought, Suen's mind suddenly connected some clues that fit together. He vaguely guessed Mr. Mirror's identity from 1,000 years ago. If it was indeed her, it would be understandable for her to have strength above the 6th order. But reality and strength seemed to conflict. With true 7th order strength, under absolute suppression, wouldn't this Teresa be annihilated? Or perhaps, there were other reasons limiting her strength? Without waiting for Suen to think further, the two in the sky began to battle fiercely. The two winged figures wielded identical crimson lightning, and where they clashed, the wind and clouds surged, thunder roared, and lightning flashed in the sky. Streaks of red lightning tore through the heavens, illuminating half of the ruins like an apocalyptic scene. No matter what technique Teresa used, Mr. Mirror completely replicated it with her mirror imitation ability, giving her no chance to counter with elemental theft. You can throw lightning, so can I. You stab me with lightning, I'll stab you with one too. You can fly, so can I. The two entangled, giving her no chance to escape. Suen watched for a while and confirmed his guess. His realm was far from theirs, but his vision was not lacking, he could tell that neither was holding back. Indeed. Mr. Mirror only shows the strength of around 5th order, but why does she have a 7th order elemental domain? The commotion was exaggerated, but still not to the level of the legendary 7th order's earth-shattering power. Teresa's physical body was only 2nd order, and being able to exert about 4th order combat power was already the limit of what her body could handle. And Mr. Mirror, being able to fight her on equal footing, naturally wouldn't exceed that by much. But oddly enough, both used laws and understandings far beyond their ranks. 5th order, 6th order, 7th order. Even higher. Then, the battle took a direction that Suen couldn't comprehend. Laws clashing, domains colliding. The two, gathering a vast amount of dark spirit power from all directions, had auras as high as primordial beasts, a level of battle that professionals below 5th order couldn't possibly join. And that overwhelming pressure, even with the all-seeing eye, made Suen's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The crimson light in the sky made his scalp tingle. Just as he was enjoying the spectacle, a stray lightning bolt that splashed out during their clash suddenly exploded from the sky, boom, and struck the ground just tens of meters away from Suen, carving out a crack hundreds of meters long. Two women casually wielding lightning with their bare hands. Hiss! Suen inhaled sharply, gathered his spoils, and quickly ran a few kilometers towards the outskirts of the ruins, choosing a safer place to watch the battle. Such a high-level battle was rare to see, understanding even a fraction of it was a gain. Chapter 211, The Enchantress's Innate Abilities. Others may not understand why this sudden war erupted. But Suen knew. 1,000 years ago, Sir Isaac and his wife always had the ability to annihilate the soul of the fallen angel. But they let it live until now, not for anything else, but for the resurrection of Pistoia. The fallen angel clearly guessed this point. Therefore, Pistoia, this life-saving trump card, was something it would never give up. Two winged silhouettes continued to battle fiercely in the sky, fighting from the outskirts to the very center of the city. Suen's all-seeing eyes possessed an ultra-long vision, allowing him to gaze over from a great distance. Previously shrouded in mist, he thought there might be some special structure in the city center. But due to the battle, the fog that obscured the view was also drained away. To his shock, the core urban area turned out to be a gigantic pit with a diameter of 1 or 2 kilometers, bottomless. It was like a spring, with the mist from the ruins and those aberrant and abyssal creatures continuously pouring out from that great pit. Is that the passage to the abyssal plane? Suen speculated as he watched. Looking at the traces on the edge of the pit, the irregular, pock-marked marks were clearly caused by external forces. It was probably the disaster a year ago that destroyed Dawn City, causing the city center to collapse into such a huge hole. Suen looked at Teresa, who clearly did not wish to fight, and guessed the deity's purpose. Does she want to escape into the abyss? Mr. Mirror entangled Teresa, gradually forcing her into the center of the sky above. After all, her true form was only second tier, and the high-intensity battle gave her no chance to breathe. The secret technique that consumed her lifespan also gradually became strenuous. The young lady from the ducal mansion not only turned her hair white but her body also began to rapidly deteriorate, no longer able to control such terrifying law powers. Finally, her arm holding the lightning suddenly collapsed, and the skin on other parts of her body also cracked, disintegrating like fluff. Teresa knew her body had reached its limit. Suddenly her complexion changed, and her body inflated rapidly like an overblown balloon. Visible to the naked eye, streams of red lightning surged within her, and the red glow became clearer through the cracks in her skin. Is she going to self-destruct? From a distance, Suen watched with trepidation and quickly pulled several puppets to shield himself. Although he was already far enough away, he was ready to flee at any moment. Seeing this, even Mr. Mirror had to flap his wings and fly away, quickly distancing himself to safety. Boom! In the next instant, Teresa's body exploded, and red lightning serpents surged through the sky. It was this explosion that seemed to break some critical point, and suddenly the ground shook violently, with a loud noise like a volcanic eruption, and shockwaves echoed throughout the sky above the ruins. At the same time, the ground trembled fiercely, and a surge of ink-like black mist gushed out from the abyssal entrance, shooting straight up to the top of the kilometer-high cavern. Vaguely, amidst the dense fog, it seemed as if a large number of abyssal creatures emerged from the pit. The mist tide has erupted again. Suen narrowed his eyes slightly. He had experienced a mist tide before and was naturally familiar with it. This kind of anomaly occurs from time to time in the ruins. He used to be unclear about the cause, but now he knew it was the seal cracking and leaking a large amount of abyssal dark energy, randomly spewing out some abyssal creatures. This time, the amount of the surge was particularly astonishing. Suen looked at the shadows of the abyssal creatures tens of meters tall in the mist and knew he couldn't just stand by and watch, so he quickly retreated. He also guessed that the fallen angel probably wanted to use these creatures to break free. But was it possible? This was a battle that might have surprises, but the outcome was destined. How could the demigod who had mastered fate and planned for 1,000 years let it escape? Suen retreated towards the outskirts of the ruins, his vision gradually obscured by the thick fog. Sure enough, at the same time as the explosion, a fallen angel soul glowing with black fluorescence flashed by, taking advantage of Mr. Mirror's avoidance to plunge headlong into the deep pit. Unfortunately, it was completely unaware that during the battle, 6 mysterious figures in golden embroidered cloaks had quietly appeared at 6 directions around the pit, each with a rune-edged casket in front of them. They were waiting for its soul to leave its body. As the explosion sounded, the 6 simultaneously formed seals and chanted softly, "Release." Almost at the same time, 6 beams of rune chains appeared, extending rapidly and indefinitely. They moved as fast as lightning, tracking the fallen angel's soul no matter how it fled, flexibly changing direction and ultimately locking it up tightly. The rune chains bound the target, and the 6 together ended their spells, making the rune chains snap taut. Like fishing, they pulled it out of the dark abyss. In the sky, there were no sound waves, but Suen, who was retreating, heard a clear roar in his ears, "Kill me, and she will die too." This high and mighty deity once again felt the oppressive sensation of death approaching, just like 1,000 years ago. She naturally referred to Pestoya. 1,000 years ago, the fallen angel survived until now by using this amulet. It now wanted to use the same method to continue living. Unfortunately, Mr. Mirror didn't give it any chance, pulling out a silver mirror. He tossed it into the air, and the mirror split into 8,000 reflections, filling the sky with mirror images. Mr. Mirror completed the last mage seal in his hand and chanted softly, "Sealing technique 8,000 mirrors." The bright white light, like 8,000 moons in the sky, focused beams of light on the fallen angel bound by the rune chains. For a moment, it did not yield to the divine pressure. At that instant, the fallen angel finally understood something and roared, "You want to pave her way with my divine soul origin? Ha ha ha! Even if I die, you won't succeed." Unfortunately, Sir Isaac had anticipated this 1,000 years ago. Just as the fallen angel was preparing to self-destruct its soul, a phantom suddenly appeared next to its soul, becoming more and more solid. She stretched out her arms, embracing the entire world. In an instant, the ferocious expression of the fallen angel turned into that of an obedient little girl. Those confused eyes gradually became clear. For the first time, Pestoya's soul suppressed the will of the fallen angel and took control. She looked at the familiar figure in front of her, her face streaked with tears, reaching out to touch. Syria smiled faintly but had already dissipated. "Teacher." Suen looked up at the loving white-clad phantom in the depths of the fog and sighed softly in his heart. Back in the cursed space, Syria gave him 2 rings, one of which was Syria's blessing for him. The other was Syria's protection for Pestoya, which had a function to protect Pestoya's soul from disintegrating. Until now, Suen had fully understood this 1,000-year plan. Waited 1,000 years, was it to kill the soul of the fallen angel? No, not just that. Isaac and his wife also left a gift for their daughter. The divine soul origin of an abyssal deity. With this, Pestoya's path to the highest ranks was almost assured, with 9 out of 10 obstacles removed. Even without much hard cultivation, her future transcendent rank would be frighteningly high. At this time, Suen's finger, wearing the communication ring exclusive to the Mirror organization, suddenly transmitted a voice, "The mist tide has erupted, everyone, evacuate the ruins quickly." Hearing this stern warning, Suen's 8-armed spider spear spun even faster, and he ran far away in a puff of smoke. After all, having experienced a mist tide firsthand, he knew there were extremely terrifying abyssal creatures inside. And this time's eruption was much more exaggerated than the last. He glanced casually and saw several gigantic creatures. A deep abyss volcano turtle with a volcano on its back, spewing lava as it walked. A 9-headed heart-stealer demon Odour stitched together like 9 eels. A creature with numerous muscular vines, a Casantan tree person. Named creatures usually meant they were not low in intelligence and were all lord monsters. There were also countless smaller creatures, bloodthirsty giant bats, illusionary poison beasts, copper ghost pythons, blue-tailed 2-headed lizards, swarming in groups. Not only were there creatures below the 3rd tier, but there were also 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers. These abyssal creatures, brought out by the mist tide, were like a tsunami of fish, dense and overwhelming. Individually, one might not be a big problem, but with such a staggering number, no hunting group could withstand them. Even Mr. Mirror and his companions had to avoid their sharp edges. The black mist erupted from the pit, quickly spreading to the outskirts of the ruins like locusts passing through, leaving behind screams and gunfire. Suen, with his 8 legs and spatial displacement ability, ran fast and felt no sense of crisis. But soon, the crisis came. Originally thinking that the ruins had been mostly cleared and nothing would hinder him. Unexpectedly, with the mist tide, the entire cavern boiled over, and those abyssal and aberrant creatures hidden in the deep recesses also ran out. The hunting teams had only cleared the surface creatures before, but the ruins' intricate sewer system still hid various monster groups. As Suen's 8-armed spider spear dashed, the ground suddenly began to roll. Countless giant earthworm-like pink tendrils wrapped in wet, corrosive slime sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, emerging from the ground. It was like entering a pink seaweed area, a sea of tentacles as far as the eye could see, entangling and dragging any living creature that passed by into the depths of the earth. Suen looked at the tentacle monster that covered several blocks and felt a chill down his spine. He also didn't know how enormous the creature buried underground was. Fortunately, he had teleportation, and as soon as those tentacles smelled the scent of living beings and began to surround him, he teleported away. Identifying those tentacles, they turned out to belong to a 5th-tier overlord-level abyssal creature Abass's Flesh Mountain. The source of the contamination that caused Brook to mutate in the Bell Tower freak-cursed space. This thing was so huge, its entire body was soft flesh, almost all weak points, but also no weak points. Even with a black scythe, there was no way to strike. Suen dared not provoke it and, after several consecutive teleports, quickly fled. This mist tide was not the kind that only spread locally within the ruins before. The black air mixed with countless creatures was like a 100-meter-high tsunami, spreading from the center of the ruins outward. Suen left the ruins where monsters were emerging everywhere, and only then did the hair-raising sense of crisis dissipate. The monsters were indeed fast, but almost none ran faster than his 8 legs. Before long, the outline of the hunting camp appeared in his vision. There were still many non-combatants in the camp, such as professional merchants, noble ladies, and maidservants. They had also noticed the anomaly in the ruins. Those with keen eyes had already fled, while others were still watching, now only despair in their eyes. The camp, which originally looked like an iron hedgehog, appeared as flimsy as a thin sheet of paper in front of this black tsunami. Suen didn't enter the city but headed straight for the cave leading back to Old Ling Dun. Before long, the mist engulfed the entire camp. Although he couldn't see, he could hear the sound of gunfire. Suen had sensitive hearing, and he noticed that the gunfire in the camp dissipated very quickly. Looking at the situation, the hunting camp was completely destroyed. And the Dawn ruins would be a forbidden zone for a long time to come. However, the good news was that those monsters that had just emerged from the abyss seemed to have a high demand for the concentration of mist, and they would not actively rush out of the mist-covered area. Just like fish won't leave the water. And after the mist entered the crisscrossing caves, its spread slowed down, and the harassing monsters did not catch up. Suen also let out a long sigh of relief. He happened to encounter a group of hundreds of refugees and put away his 8-armed spider spear, following the large group leisurely. Along the way, they encountered a large number of fleeing personnel. Finally, after a whole day of fleeing, those noble ladies and lords could no longer move, and they met a merchant caravan camp that had set off back to the city half a day earlier, so they did not continue. Thousands of people gathered together, finally feeling a bit safe. Everyone began to light fires and set up camp. Suen also mingled in the camp, setting up a tent for himself. Before long, campfires lit up the entire camp, the firelight shining brightly, and the smell of food wafting through the air. But the camp was filled with wailing. The hunters were used to life and death, but those from high society had never suffered such hardships, and each of them complained endlessly. After a whole day of fleeing, even with guards supporting and carrying them, they were all exhausted. Alas, I hope the Duke won't blame us for the unsuccessful hunt. This is not desertion in the face of battle. How can he blame us? Even the camp was destroyed. I've always heard about the mist tide in the ruins, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying this time. I reckon the mist tide won't dissipate in a short time. The excavation of the Dawn City ruins. I heard that Princess Teresa also went to the ruins. I don't know if she encountered any danger. With so many experts in the ducal mansion, we don't need to worry about them. We should think about how to explain when we return to the city. This time, all the major families have suffered heavy losses. Old Lingdun is probably going to be greatly weakened. The mist tide came suddenly, and no one knew what happened in the center of the ruins. These noble lords and ladies gathered together, discussing the follow-up after returning to the city. From a distance, Suen silently listened. He also saw the woman chatting with a bunch of rich people, her shiny red hair particularly eye-catching in the firelight. After all, as a major general of the umbrella organization, even in fleeing, her face showed composure. Sabina naturally also noticed Suen. The succubus master-servant contract allowed them to sense each other within a certain distance, and even with Suen wearing a mask, she recognized him at a glance, throwing him a meaningful wink and a flirtatious smile. Perhaps because she was too tired from fleeing, the noise soon quieted down, and people gradually returned to their tents to rest. Suen returned to his tent. He meditated in the tent. About half an hour later, he heard a series of soft footsteps approaching from afar. Suen sensed who it was and did not react. At that moment, he saw a cloaked figure sneakily lift the tent and crawl in. Lifting the cloak, it was none other than the alluring red-haired woman, Sabina. This big sister of the gang usually had underlings following her at all times, but this time the steam party's experts who came were all accompanying their patrons on the hunt, and almost all died in the ruins. There was also a first-tier squad leader and more than a dozen ordinary gang members. But Sabina was proficient in mental secret arts. If she wanted to come out, those people wouldn't notice at all, so she boldly took the initiative to come over. Upon entering the tent, she casually set up a soundproof barrier. Because it was a single-person tent, the space was very narrow, and another person made it feel crowded. Sabina didn't stand on ceremony, removed her cloak, and clung to him. Under the cloak, she wore a very thin, sexy low-cut silk dress, seemingly dressed up before coming. This touch was warm and smooth, with large patches of silky skin in the palm. Probably because she had become familiar over time, Sabina had thoroughly understood her master's temperament and became increasingly bold. She did not hesitate to display her stunning figure, hugging Suen, but also clearly understood her place, coquettishly saying in a servant-like tone, "Oh, sir, I was worried about you encountering danger before. It's so good to see you." As she spoke, whether it was accidental or intentional, the straps of her long dress suddenly slipped down. A pair of proud peaks were immediately exposed to the air, standing tall. Sabina didn't mind at all, blinked, and asked softly, "Sir, you've been walking all day. Would you like a massage?" Suen smiled and nodded, lying flat on the sleeping bag. A pair of hands caressed up from her thighs, from tender and smooth to firm, then climbing to the peak, grasping a handful. Sabina's eyes were seductive, and she didn't mind. In fact, to make it easier for Suen to reach, she even lowered her body further. Her slender hands slowly relaxed Suen's muscles. For a time, a faint pink fragrance filled the tent. The tent had a soundproof barrier, so outsiders couldn't hear the sultry sounds. Because people occasionally entered the camp, the faint movements in the tent were also imperceptible. After a while, inside the tent, Sabina was drenched in fragrant sweat, her skin glowing with a special pink halo unique to succubi. And on her face, there was a special radiance of vitality. Suddenly, she sensed something, a flicker of unusual emotion in her eyes, and she said with full charm, "Oh master, I feel like you've suddenly become so strong." Hat. Suen, lying on his back, listened to Sabina's words and chuckled. He thought it was just a flirtatious remark. But unexpectedly, the flirtation was real, and so were her words. "I'm serious." Sabina blinked, knowing he misunderstood, and chided with a laugh, "I feel like your strength has increased a lot compared to before." Suen, hearing the tone was not joking, was slightly puzzled. This trip to the ruins had harvested so many abilities and comprehended a lot of high-tier law knowledge. He had finally mastered mental secret arts, and his strength had indeed surged a great deal. But he hadn't said anything, so how did she know? "Sabina, didn't I tell you last time? We succubi have some innate secret arts, and when you, master, become stronger, I can benefit as well. Just now, I suddenly felt a realm that hadn't budged in a long time has broken through." Suen listened with some curiosity, also recalling that Sabina had mentioned such a secret cultivation method before. Sabina thought carefully, relishing the sensation, and confirmed, "It's so magical. I feel like I suddenly understand some third-tier law powers." "Hey, strange, master, Have you broken through to the third tier? After a pause, she looked at Suen, a hint of suggestiveness flashing in her sparkling eyes, and added, I'm not sure, but I feel that the enlightenment came from you. Hearing this, Suen finally understood. Having harvested the souls of several high-tier professionals, he indeed had insights into third-tier laws, even fragments of fourth and fifth tiers. Third-tier professionals need to grasp some aspects of laws, which are about perception and understanding, hard to describe. Even if spoken out loud, others might not be able to act on it, they have to comprehend it themselves. Therefore, the third tier is a significant threshold. Otherwise, the third tiers in Old Lingdun wouldn't be called the ceiling of professionals, so rare. But now, Sabina has personally experienced it. Through this secret cultivation method? Looking at it this way, the succubus's innate ability and his death harvester have some similarities. Suen was very clear that he hadn't lost any knowledge. And like sharing that understanding, through the succubus's secret cultivation method, Sabina suddenly understood. Had. Thinking this, Suen chuckled. Sabina understood his smile, blinked with surprise, and said, Ah, Master, have you really reached the third tier? Suen shook his head, No, I haven't advanced to the third tier. But your enlightenment indeed came from me. Really? Hearing this, Sabina's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It wasn't doubt, but joy. But she was also smart, not prying into Suen's secrets, only suggestively saying, Master, can I come to see you often from now on? The fate of a succubus, indeed, is to rely on a powerful demon lord. Suen didn't speak, just patted her head as if rewarding a well-behaved maid. Sabina understood and showed a coquettishly grateful smile, Thank you, Master. After another tender moment, Suen remembered something and said, By the way, there's something you might want to know. Severus Gerald is dead. Also, the entire team of Princess Teresa has been wiped out. Hearing this, Sabina's face instantly became a kaleidoscope of colors. You killed Severus Gerald. She clearly remembered that the only condition for signing the master-servant contract was to eliminate the leader of the umbrella organization. She hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He had actually done it. And Princess Teresa was dead too? How could it be? Chapter 212, Return to the City. Sir, you. Sabina listened to Suen's words, her face filled with disbelief. The information she heard was so outlandish that she didn't even know how to begin to respond. Although she didn't know just how strong the forensic Severus Gerald was, the information she had gathered indicated that his abilities were very peculiar, and he was definitely one of the top powerhouses in Old London, with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier powerhouse. But now, he was killed? Who could have killed him? Could it be that someone from the Mirror organization helped? For a moment, her mind was flooded with countless doubts. Although Suen did not explain the details, he had made a pact with Sabina when they signed the master-servant contract, so he said, Gerald indeed died by my hand. Although Sabina would not question her master, hearing this made her heart tremble. He killed him with his own hands? Just how strong must her master be? Thinking back to the insights she had during her secret cultivation, she suddenly understood something else. Her master was far more mysterious and stronger than she had realized. He was not at the level of an ordinary second-tier professional. The shock in her eyes flashed by, and Sabina's expression returned to normal. She clearly knew her place and wouldn't ask questions that she shouldn't. From the moment the master-servant contract was signed, she knew that her future was bound to be tied to this great demon king. The stronger the master, the more promising her future. As thoughts raced through her mind, Sabina suddenly felt a sense of relief and murmured to herself, He's been killed. The heavy grudges of the past, gone like smoke in the wind. Suddenly, she felt as if there was only this master in front of her in the world. The tent glowed with a faint light. Sabina's graceful figure was fully exposed to the air, her skin so pale and smooth that it shone like jade under the dim light, a vision of lustrous beauty. The two were chatting while their actions continued unabated. The flickering light cast dancing shadows of Sabina's figure on the tent. But because the topic of conversation was somewhat serious, the rhythm of Sabina's waist movement also became gentle and soothing, her fiery red wavy hair glistening, some strands covering her chest, others draped over her fragrant shoulders. Suen could clearly feel her body temperature rising. In the small single-person tent, one could clearly hear the faint sound of breathing. This charming mafia lady always displayed the perfect amount of allure, no matter the atmosphere. Suen also enjoyed this comfortable and relaxing time, as this succubus maid always brought him the ultimate pleasure. He continued, with Gerald dead and Teresa's forces wiped out, there might be a big move from the Black Tower. Be careful on your own. Without saying much more, Sabina, the senior intelligence chief, naturally knew how to keep herself safe. With such a big incident this time, and the daughter of a duke dying here, it was no surprise that old London would face a major purge. But it wasn't a big problem. Because he guessed that Mr. Mirror and his people already had a plan to storm the tower. With so many shocking pieces of news, Sabina calmed down completely. She responded with a It sounded like an acknowledgement, but the coquettish tone was more like praise for a pleasurable experience. She knew some of the intelligence from the ducal mansion. But since her authority was mostly in the outer city, she couldn't access the detailed intelligence. She guessed that only a few top officials in the Umbrella organization, led by Gerald, knew the specific details of Princess Teresa's underground hunting expedition. Although she believed that no one in Old London should have been able to kill Princess Teresa and her party. But if the master said they were killed, then they were definitely killed. She didn't ask further. Now that the people were dead, what she wanted to consider was making some arrangements in advance, finding a way to avoid being implicated. At that moment, Suen thought of something and said, "There's one more thing. I want to ask you about your plans for the future." Although his tone was still indifferent, Sabina could hear the seriousness in his words and blinked at him. Suen didn't beat around the bush and said, "Do you know that there's a vast world above the Black Tower?" Suen briefly revealed the biggest secret of Old London. This underground was a place of exile, they were all miners for Duke Raphael. The outside world was vast, and Suen was definitely going to take a look. He felt it necessary to inform Sabina, "So, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts for the future?" Without any hesitation, Sabina responded, "Sir, I am your servant. Naturally, wherever you go, I will follow." Actually, as a major in the Umbrella organization, Sabina also knew some fragmented intelligence and had some guesses. The failed rebellion 50 years ago, and the many subsequent silencing operations, all had confidential files within the Umbrella organization. She had guessed some of the truth. But since it was a taboo topic, no one dared to think too deeply about it. Now that she knew this fact from Suen's mouth, Sabina realized that this underground world was probably going to undergo a huge change. Her own fate would also take a significant turn. However, she was even clearer about one thing: there would never be a shortage of women by a strong man's side. The followers of the capable are also strong. This was an ancient proverb circulating in Old London. To be valued, one must have value. After a pause, Sabina seemed a bit tired and changed her position, lazily pressing her upper body against Suen's chest. The gentle touch, the pressure, the distortion. Her beautiful eyes rippled as she continued, "Sir, I am skilled in intelligence work. I can be your ears and eyes. Just give me a little time, and no matter where, I can build you an intelligence network. The more complex the power structure, the easier it is. If possible, I think the capital of the Luoyuan Empire that you mentioned would be the most suitable place." Listening to her, Suen's expression became thoughtful. He had no doubt about Sabina's abilities. Hearing her simple description, it seemed she had already planned her future direction. As always, Suen didn't need to worry. Although she was a servant, Sabina's abilities were to his liking, and her execution was strong. Suen felt she was very handy to use. But if she were just a maid to warm his bed, she would be dispensable. Suen wouldn't be able to carry a vase around in the future. Now that she spoke like this, it was just right. Although Suen didn't know what he would encounter in the future. As a transmigrator, he was very clear about the importance of valuing intelligence. No matter what he was going to do in the future, intelligence was indispensable. Suen nodded, approving of this idea. Sabina read the satisfaction in Suen's eyes and smiled. "Ah, sir, there seem to be many strong people outside. I also need to work hard in my cultivation." Suen smiled, the talent of a succubus in cultivation, indeed not bad. Sabina was, after all, the big sister of the steam party. She could sneak out, but she couldn't stay too long. After a couple of hours of activity, a cloaked figure quietly slipped out of the single-person tent. Most people in the camp were exhausted, and snoring sounds were everywhere. No one paid attention to the figure that disappeared into the darkness. Sabina's massage skills were impeccable, and Suen felt refreshed. He had planned to continue meditating, but without warning, a glowing little head suddenly popped out of the canvas tent. This scene was truly eerie. Completely silent, even with Suen's current perception being so sensitive that he could detect the sound of an insect's wings within a certain range, or feel someone's gaze. Yet, at such a close distance, he had no perception at all. "Mr. Suen, are you done with your business?" Waiting for that silvery laugh to ring in his ear, Suen suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively startled. At a glance, he recognized the quirky little face and realized who it was, and the wariness in his heart dissipated. "Pestoya, what brings you here?" Suen twitched the corner of his eye, feeling slightly awkward. Being in a ghostly state, indeed, made it convenient to go anywhere. However, if she had come a few minutes earlier, Sabina might not have left yet, and she would have barged in. Pestoya blinked, and seeing no one else in the tent, she moved her body in as well, saying, "I sensed you were here earlier and wanted to come find you. But Ophelia said you were busy with something and told me to come later." Suen. Ophelia? It really was Mr. Mirror. Hearing this name, he immediately knew who this ghostly miss was referring to. But at the same time, he felt even more peculiar. It seemed there was no privacy in front of the big shot who was a suspected 7th-tier professional. It felt as if the recent tussle with Sabina had been broadcast live for someone to watch. Pestoya spoke, seemingly feeling that she had waited for a long time, and her tone was slightly grievous as she complained, "Why did your conversation take so long?" She had come eagerly to talk to him, only to find him busy. Suen didn't dare to dwell on this topic. In terms of seniority, this was either his senior sister or junior sister. He instead asked, "Pestoya, did you come to see me for something?" "Oh." Pestoya seemed to remember something and said, "I came to say thank you for the ring you sent me." Saying that, she showed off the ring on her hand like a treasured possession. The tent was narrow, but fortunately, this ghostly girl wasn't tall. She floated in front of Suen. She seemed interested in everything in the tent, occasionally touching the tent lamp and looking at the books piled to one side. Suen said, "You don't have to thank me. That was something the teacher entrusted me to give you." As he spoke, he also spread his hand and showed the ring on his hand. It seemed that Mr. Mirror's plan was very successful, and Pestoya seemed to have fully recovered. Pestoya touched the ring and said, "Oh, did Mom take you as a disciple?" "Yep." Suen nodded. The heart not resolved, Pestoya seemed very cheerful, always wearing a happy smile on her little face. She said, batting her crystal clear large eyes, "Are you my junior brother now?" Suen wasn't too serious and smiled, more like a senior brother. "After all, the teacher said to take care of you." Pestoya pulled down her lower eyelids with her index fingers, making a tongue sticking out face, and said unwillingly, "No way, you're clearly 1,000 years younger than me. You should call me senior sister." "Hee hee." Suen smiled and shrugged, not minding. Without a doubt, this ghostly Mrs. Future rank would be frighteningly high. It was very likely that he would be under her protection, so calling her senior sister was fine, and he wouldn't be at a loss. The two chatted for a bit more, and then Pestoya suddenly took out a butterfly brooch. "Here, I'm also giving you something. Don't lose it again this time." After all, Suen was the only friend she had made during her 1,000 years of gloomy imprisonment. In her heart, he held an extraordinary special place. "Oh." Suen looked at the brooch, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was supposed to find it himself, but then Teresa's body self-destructed, and the matter was dropped. Unexpectedly, it ended up in this girl's hands again. After appraising it, there was no longer any incomprehensible information, it was just an ordinary brooch. He accepted it. Suen also noticed that Pestoya seemed a bit tired, and after a few words, she seemed to have sleepiness creeping up on her, barely able to keep her eyelids up. "I've been trying so hard to hold on, I wanted to talk to you, but you've been delayed for so long." With a faint complaint, she couldn't hold on any longer and said, "All right, no more talking, I'm going to sleep. This time I might sleep for a very long time. When I wake up, I'll come find you to play." "Okay." Suen guessed it was probably about digesting what the fallen angel had left behind. Pestoya waved, "See you next time, Mr. Suen." "Yep, see you next time," Suen said, and habitually stroked the head of the ghostly miss. Pestoya didn't mind, showing her little tiger teeth and smiling brightly at Suen. Then, her figure became completely transparent and disappeared. Suen looked at the empty tent, his eyebrows raised. Thinking that Mr. Mirror was nearby, he contacted him with the communicator and walked out. After all, he still had the spoils of war from before, as well as many sun god stones. Due to the fog tide outbreak in the Dawn City ruins, the monsters in the entire cavern were very active. The fleeing group, after a brief rest of a few hours, was harassed by monsters again and continued on their way. In the following days, they encountered some small-scale monster attacks, but there were no major problems. Suen followed the group, and life became very regular. He had obtained a large amount of alchemical materials in the puppeteer profession's books in the Dawn Important Prison's cursed space, and he needed a lot of time to study them. Now, after developing his brain, he didn't need to suppress negative emotions and could focus all his attention on learning. Suen finally felt the joy of learning. There was a sense of achievement, and the brain was willing to accept new knowledge, unlike before when he couldn't understand anything after looking at it for a long time, which was discouraging. The complexity of high-tier alchemy knowledge increased exponentially, especially after the third tier, with dense data and theoretical knowledge that could be overwhelming. But Suen found it fascinating. With the double learning aura from Syria's blessing and Isaac's alchemy manuscript, reading was like divine assistance. He could now maintain a clear mind for a long time and often had moments of enlightenment, with extremely high learning efficiency. After harvesting the soul shards of Clark and Oliver, two elite groups, he had a very solid grasp of knowledge below the third tier. With this foundation, he could quickly get started with fourth tier knowledge. He was also learning runic script, planning to make a batch of new puppet dolls. He also planned to try enchanting the witch's hair with runes, giving the threads the sharpness and toughness of a blade. The runes on the zombies could also be upgraded, using higher level runes to make the bodies stronger and more agile. Every moment was precious. Suen was voraciously learning, and his knowledge reserves were visibly soaring. On the other hand, Sabina's cultivation was also diligent. After setting up camp, a mysterious cloaked person would always sneak into Suen's tent. She might be late, but she never missed a session. It also added some fun to Suen's somewhat monotonous study life. Moreover, to everyone's amazement, Sabina, after days of hard work, actually managed to break through the long-standing bottleneck of the third tier. The fleeing group grew larger and larger, expanding from the initial thousands to tens of thousands, stretching for dozens of kilometers. The Dawn ruins had been completely destroyed, and the fog-filled underground had become a paradise for monsters. This grand national hunting expedition had come to an end. No one dared to venture into the depths of the fog-shrouded cavern anymore. The fog might persist for many years. Many secrets were also buried underground. One day, the fleeing group finally reached Old London. On the walls of Old London, a pale-faced youth, surrounded by a group of burly men in suits, scrutinized the people entering the city. Beside the youth, a maid carefully drew a few drops of blood from his finger with a fine needle and handed it to the black-faced old man in an expensive robe. The old man smeared the blood on the crystal ball in front of him and chanted. He was clearly performing a very sophisticated bloodline divination. The Regalith family had not only sent a team to exorcise for Princess Teresa, but also these few people. At this moment, a butler-looking man in a tailcoat hurriedly walked up the city wall and reported to the pale-faced youth, "Master Evan, we just received accurate news. The ruins have been engulfed by the fog tide, and Princess Teresa's team has gone missing. The exorcist master, Master Matic, brought by the family has also lost contact. It seems likely that an accident has occurred. We don't know if it's because of the fog tide or that evil spirit. Forget it, none of that matters anymore." Hearing this, the pale-faced youth's expression was not good, and he said, "Have you confirmed it? Is Feek really that wanted criminal Suen?" The butler continued, "It's confirmed. Both the inner and outer cities have been divined, and he's not in the city. The divination shows he's still alive, so the only possibility is that he went hunting with the hunting group. He should be returning with them this time." The pale-faced youth listened and frowned even more. This coup failed, the Bonaparte regime was restored, the Empress ascended to the throne, and the main family will definitely regain control. We absolutely cannot let that guy live to get out. The butler listened silently, nodding from time to time. At this moment, the divination ended. The pale-faced youth looked over and asked, "Master Card, how did the divination go?" The black-faced robe sorcerer shook his head, "I've tried 3 different divination methods, but the results of this assassination attempt are still very vague. I suspect that Feek may have a high-tier cursed object interfering." The only thing I can confirm is that if he appears within a 3-kilometer range, I can pinpoint his location. The pale-faced youth thought of something and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, MasterCard. After a pause, he spoke with a hint of disdain. It must be that Hypnos's night scythe. I heard that guy used that scythe to kill quite a few second-tier professionals, making quite a name for himself in old London. The rope sorcerer shook his head slightly. Master Evan, my divination has never encountered such a situation. It's probably not just because of that scythe. I think we should not take it lightly. The pale-faced youth remained unconvinced. No matter how strong, he's at most a 3rd tier, right? Commander Milo, to ensure success, once we find that guy, please take him down with one strike. Upon hearing this, a ripple of light and shadow stirred beside the pale-faced youth, and a cold response came through. Yes, young master. The scene was set for a confrontation, with the pieces moving into place. The walls of old London stood silent, bearing witness to the schemes and the anticipation of a hunt that was about to unfold. Chapter 213, Mr. Mirror, Save Me. Suen was completely engrossed in the study of alchemical knowledge. He mingled with the refugees and, before he knew it, found himself back in Old Lingdon. The complete annihilation of Princess Teresa's wilderness hunting party had caused a stir, and with the Duke's residents demanding accountability, many in the power structures of Old Lingdon, especially the intelligence-gathering umbrella organization, would face death. With such a major incident and no intelligence in their hands, they were already condemned. Sabina, the head of the intelligence officers in the outer city, was barely involved in this mission and thus not deeply implicated. However, she needed to make preparations to distance herself from the incident as much as possible, so she took the lead and returned to the city. Suen didn't need to worry about his maid, Sabina. Her methods were far more formidable than her appearance suggested. From a distance, the sight of Old Lingdon's towering city walls brought relief to everyone. The city was a dazzling array of lights, illuminating the pitch-black underworld. The glow dispelled the gloom, and the lights provided a strong sense of security. The ecstatic joy of surviving disaster was evident on everyone's faces. Phew, finally back alive. Yeah, it's like we've snatched our lives back from the jaws of death. I'm never coming back to this cursed dungeon, even if it kills me. Ha ha ha, we've made enough from this wilderness hunt, we don't have to leave the city for the rest of our lives. Jack, deputy leader, let's take our brothers to the pleasure houses on Norton Street in the South City and soak it up for a month. The outer city wilderness hunters were accustomed to their trade, survival meant a big profit. Now that they had made money, they excitedly hurried towards the city. But there was both joy and sorrow. The lords and ladies of the inner city's high society were downcast. They didn't lack money and had no need to risk their lives hunting in the wilderness. They would never have ventured into the dangerous dungeons if not for the Duke's orders. They were now close to the city, with wide roads ahead. Various luxurious steam carriages waited by the roadside, belonging to the welcoming parties of the major families from the inner city. It was somewhat reminiscent of the airport pickup scenes from Suen's previous life. Servants and butlers held up their families' signs, and even the well-dressed lords and ladies were present in person, each eagerly awaiting the return of their own. Those who saw their people rejoiced, while those who did not grew increasingly desperate. Many had gone to hunt in the underground wilderness, but it was estimated that less than 20% had returned. Has anyone seen our Firefox Commerce's people? Sir, have you seen the Turner family's party? Damn it! Captain Bob, why are only a few of you back? Where is the miss? Damn it, what's the use of you living if the miss hasn't returned? Take them to the gallows. Oh, Mr. Sandrew, have you seen my little Orlando? Sorry, Mrs. Leonard. Before the fog tide erupted, I heard that Master Orlando's team was still in the ruins, probably didn't make it in time. Doctor! Doctor! Mrs. Leonard has fainted. Bad news kept coming, and the scene was filled with wails. Dressed as a wilderness hunter, Suen blended into the crowd, undisturbed, and made his way towards Old Lingdon. For some reason, he felt a strange sensation today, as if someone was thinking of him from the shadows. Having read so many alchemical texts and learned much about mysticism, Suen knew this was not a good sign. After practicing secret methods to strengthen his spirit, his mind had become more steadfast, meaning that inexplicable sensations, hallucinations, and misperceptions should diminish. Moreover, he would possess a passive perception ability, usually alerting him to mystical spells. If such feelings arose, it meant something bad was indeed happening. For instance, being the target of divination or a curse. And this feeling became more frequent the closer he got to Old Ling Dun. Suen frowned, muttering to himself, strange. Teresa's team was annihilated by the fallen angel, so divination shouldn't fall on me. The Oliver and Clark families were wiped out, so I have no enemies left. With Sabina handling the umbrella organization, even if there were issues, she would have informed me in advance. Who in Old Ling Dun could possibly be thinking of me? He quickly ran through potential enemies in his mind. After eliminating the unlikely, a sudden thought struck him, could it be trouble related to the original host's identity? Suen hadn't forgotten that since his transmigration, he had been constantly wanted. The enemies of the original host not only exiled him to this black tower but also sought to eradicate him completely. Upon further thought, if it was divination, he would have sensed it, which meant the other party's spiritual power wasn't much higher than his own. Probably around the 4th tier? If it really was a 4th tier professional diviner, it could only be someone from the surface. After all, if the original host's family was indeed the dominant Riga Earth family from the fragmented memories Suen had pieced together, the problem seemed quite serious. Or, could it just be a misperception? Suen couldn't be sure whether the feeling was real or just his imagination, but he couldn't let it stop him from entering the city. After all, this was Old Ling Dun. Even if trouble arose, he was no longer alone, the people from the Mirror organization were all in the city. If a 4th or 5th tier enemy came, it wouldn't be a threat but rather a delivery of materials. Despite this, Suen remained cautious, constantly extending his perception to guard against being targeted. As Suen blended into the crowd and approached the walls of Old Ling Dun, suddenly, the diviner named Cat on the city wall noticed a flash of light in his crystal ball, revealing an image. He hurriedly spoke to the pale-faced youth lounging nearby, Master Yuan, the target has appeared. Hearing this, Yuan jolted, leaping to his feet and asking urgently, where? Cat pointed in a direction, speaking rapidly, 11 o'clock, the man in brown leather armor wearing a bulging gas mask. Yuan also spotted the target, his eyes filled with surprise, having waited for days. He commanded, chase him. Captain Milo, he must not escape again. Yes, young master. A response came. At that moment, ripples spread through the air as if something had vanished from beside them. Just as they noticed, the diviner Cat let out a soft exclamation, ah, such strong perception. It must be an ability related to hostile perception. That 8-armed spider spear, that's the SS wanted criminal Suen. Finally, the person was found, and the task arranged by the family was about to be completed. Yuan relaxed slightly. He watched the fleeing figure and chuckled, hee, it seems my cousin has been doing quite well underground. Having his memory erased, he still managed to cause such a stir. After a pause, he snorted disdainfully through his nose, but what if he's been discovered? Since Captain Milo has him in his sights, at this distance, there's no way he can escape. Cad nodded in agreement. A 5th-tier professional assassin taking action to hunt down a 2nd-tier target was undoubtedly a sure kill. Even if the target had that scythe, the knight's black scythe of Hypnos, death was certain. Although Suen was unaware that he had long been awaited, the few hostile gazes that fell on him from the city wall did not escape his perception. Being able to pinpoint him in the crowd without a second thought, Suen knew there was trouble. It seemed his previous speculation was about to come true, those seeking the original host's trouble had arrived. He decisively unleashed his 8-armed spider spear and fled into the caverns outside the crowd. Despite the enemy being 2 to 3 kilometers away, Suen knew he couldn't take this lightly. As he ran, he sent out a distress signal through his communication ring. Because Suen had already realized the enemy was very strong. Even with strong stealth capabilities and high-speed movement, one would inevitably leave some traces. His all-seeing eye was particularly sensitive to high-speed targets, naturally capturing the ripples spreading in the air. Clearly, a stealthy pursuer was on his tail. This speed, could it be, a 5th-tier assassin? Suen caught a glimpse of the exaggerated speed and knew he couldn't escape. He didn't intend to flee. Without understanding why the original host was being hunted, even if he made it to the surface, troubles would continue to arise. Suen knew that Mr. Mirror should be in the city, but it would take some time for him to arrive. He needed to hold on and not be killed on the spot. A 2nd-tier facing a 5th-tier had no chance of victory. Suen wasn't so arrogant as to think he could face such a high-level expert head-on. He clasped his hands together and chanted, Flesh Alchemy, Hormonal Frenzy. As the spell activated, Hormones surged in his body, muscles stimulated and swelling with explosive power, his speed increasing dramatically. At the same time, another spell completed, and his skin suddenly shone with a dark golden metallic luster, the gold elements thickening. This state was clearly his strongest defensive spell, Vajra. Having done all this, Suen didn't feel any relief. Instead, the sense of impending doom made the hairs on his back stand on end. It was as if the scythe of death was already touching his neck, half his life hanging by a thread. Suen's feet tapped the air, creating continuous pop sounds, but even so, compared to a professional assassin specialized in agility and strength, he was still far behind. Before long, Suen darted into an uninhabited cavern. The cavern had a complex network of passages, twisting and turning. With the 8-armed spider spear and spatial teleportation, he could almost ignore obstacles, and if not for shaking off the enemy, at least he could catch his breath. But Suen found that the enemy was getting closer and closer. Not only was the 8-armed spider spear adept at obstacle displacement, but professional assassins were also skilled at it. Climbing walls, burrowing holes, descending pits, swamp traps, none of these could hinder the pursuit of the 5th-tier assassin behind him. If it were a 3rd-tier enemy, or even a 4th-tier not specialized in speed, Suen might have already escaped. But facing this opponent, there was no chance of escape. Canine talents? Scent tracking. Suen caught a glimpse of those faint green eyes, the speed was so fast, and he was still being pursued. Realizing the assassin must have a special tracking talent, no matter how he circled, the assassin followed the same path, confirming the scent tracking ability. However, discovering this was meaningless. The pressing chase left no room for Suen to devise any countermeasures. The absolute difference in tier couldn't be compensated for by strategy. Seeing that escape was impossible, Suen chose a relatively spacious cavern and suddenly stopped. He clasped his hands together, and a hexagram formation lit up in the sky, a massive cross quickly taking shape. Countless silver threads poured down, and with a pull of a scroll, nearly 100 puppets were already guarding his side. The assassin, seeing Suen stop, also halted 100 meters away. He squinted, carefully surveying the environment. An assassin's vigilance was stronger than most other professionals, and intuition told him to be cautious. The previous divinations by Master Ket had yielded no results, indicating that the assassination would not be so simple. Moreover, during the chase, he had noticed that this Mr. Fick displayed abilities not typical of a 2nd-tier professional. It couldn't be said to be strong. In fact, it could be described as bizarrely strong. Even on the surface, he had killed countless professionals, but he had never seen a 2nd-tier with such absurd methods. Was this the same person from the intelligence reports, merely a puppeteer relying on forbidden items to commit violence? Which damn 2nd-tier puppeteer could outrun a 3rd-tier professional assassin? He actually mastered the close combat displacement secret step on air, can you believe it? And the bizarre situation of 100 puppets arrayed before him, if it wasn't a bluff, would make one mistakenly think they were facing a high-tier grand puppet master. Most importantly, that composure in the face of danger. A 2nd-tier facing a 5th-tier, the pressure of tier alone would make most professionals tremble, yet this man not only showed no fear in his eyes but also an unsettling calm. Milo suspected that this man had not had his memory erased at all. He sized up the web of silver threads and searched for any invisible targets, probing, hee. Mr. Fick, not running anymore. At this distance, there was no rush to act. Killing was just a thought away. Hearing this address, Suen knew the other party was indeed after the original host. He kept his expression unchanged and deliberately asked, "Who are you, and why are you after me?" After all, he didn't know how long it would take for Mr. Mirror to arrive, so he might as well stall for time. But how astonishing was an assassin's intuition! Just this brief exchange made Milo vaguely realize, he was buying time, waiting for reinforcements. Thinking of the previous divination results, he felt something was amiss. His gaze shifted subtly, and he continued, "I didn't expect you to be so strong. Young Master Yuan really underestimated you. If it weren't for me personally coming, others really wouldn't be able to catch you." Assassins were professionals who would do anything to achieve their goals, cunning and never underestimating their opponents. Although he was facing a 2nd-tier professional, he didn't let his guard down. Even as he spoke, his figure had already dissipated before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, he covered dozens of meters, a speed that left no time for reaction. Faster than Severus Gerald in his Black Joker state. Suen's eyes caught the sign of his movement, and the black glowing dagger was already before him, exclaiming in his heart, "Speed burst alchemy implant." Although he had seen 5th tier professionals take action before, it was always from the sidelines. This time, he finally experienced the overwhelming pressure of a 5th tier powerhouse. The pressure of being 3 whole tiers apart made him feel a sense of futility, as if any effort was in vain. At this moment, he felt the clarity of his soul as death approached. Suen's all-seeing eye saw the enemy's advance, but his body couldn't keep up. He wanted to dodge, to use the puppets as a shield, but it was too late. Milo appeared in front of Suen like teleportation, coldly raising his dagger. With a swish, the blade slid past, easily severing the neck of Suen amidst the puppets, a head rolling to the ground. However, there was no blood. Upon closer inspection, it was a wooden head. In fact, Milo had noticed the texture was off as soon as he struck. He narrowed his eyes. "Puppet trickery? You were prepared all along." Milo sneered inwardly. Although he had dodged the blade, the outcome wouldn't change. Almost simultaneously with the puppet being struck, a few meters away, a trick doll suddenly reached into the void and yanked, "Silk Control Secret Art, Cocoon." Suen didn't expect his attack to harm the opponent, his goal was to control him first. With a tug, countless transparent threads suddenly converged and appeared, crisscrossing and weaving into a series of nets, layer upon layer, rapidly forming a cocoon that enveloped the assassin. Suen had anticipated the enemy's sneak attack and used a puppet trick to escape, giving him a moment to act. As the cocoon formed, a nearby invisible zombie swung down the black scythe, aiming to cut the cocoon in half with a wide swing. However, even with the Watkins pocket watch doubling his speed, the moment the spatial rift appeared, the black dagger inside the cocoon slashed through the layers, and the shadow flashed out. Suen's silver hair was extremely tough, but the sharpness of the 5th tier law condensed on the dagger cut through the tightly woven net like slicing through mud, failing to control the enemy at all. The assassin broke free and reappeared dozens of meters away. This time, he had pinpointed Suen's true location. Seeing the black scythe miss the assassin, Suen changed tactics, and 100 nightmare dolls simultaneously vibrated their jaws, emitting a ga-ga-ga-ga eerie laughter. The creepy laughter echoed in the cavern, inescapable. Some of these trick dolls were inscribed with 3rd-tier runes, significantly increasing the power of the visual and auditory illusions. 100 trick dolls acting at once, stacking mental illusions, might not control a high-tier professional, but affecting them for a moment was possible. Suen chose this cavern with good acoustics for this very moment. Unexpectedly, this well-calculated move had no effect on the enemy at all. Upon closer inspection, Milo's pupils emitted a green glow, and his ears had closed up. Such a level of visual and auditory illusions had no effect on him. Moreover, even with his hearing and part of his vision blocked, his movements remained agile. As Suen manipulated the trick dolls to attack, the dagger once again appeared at his heart. Milo was confident in this strike. However, the blade bizarrely missed again. "Hey!" Milo was surprised, watching the figure he had hit suddenly dissipate. It wasn't speed, it was spatial displacement. He's even proficient in spatial spells. A moment of gravity flashed through Milo's mind. But as an experienced old-school assassin, his combat experience was vast. Although surprised, his hands didn't slow down. Just as the blade missed, he had already locked onto Suen's position again. This was the spatial instant cast spell Suen had obtained from Mr. Black Blink. He had just mastered it 2 days ago, and now it was being put to use. But this life-saving spell could only displace him over a very short distance. The few meters of blink were nothing to a 5th-tier assassin's agility. Watching the black glowing dagger slice towards him again, Suen desperately dodged, but the blade still grazed his abdomen, cutting through the dark golden skin. Like a blade through leather, the cut left a 2-finger-deep wound, and a jet of blood sprayed out. It was a close brush with death. At that moment, Suen truly felt the terror of life hanging by a thread. He quickly blinked again. But what shocked Milo even more was his reaction to the cut, Vedra. A 3rd-tier law. During the chase, he had thought he was overestimating Mr. Fick, but it turned out he had underestimated him. The strike he had just delivered was imbued with a 5th-tier wind law. Normally, it would have sliced through a 2nd-tier like cutting through butter. Even if it hit the waist, the sharpness of the blade should have bisected a 2nd-tier professional instantly. But what did he see? He had assumed the golden glow on Suen's skin was a similar spell, but it turned out to be the real Vedra. A high-tier flesh alchemy spell that only 4th or even 5th tier physical professionals could master proficiently. And what shocked him the most was the undeniable presence of a complete 3rd tier gold law in the Vajra. A 2nd tier professional knew Vajra and had even mastered a complete 3rd tier law? This kid is tricky. I must kill him quickly. Milo sensed something was wrong. All the bizarre signs indicated that there was something very unusual about this man. No matter how talented a person was, they couldn't possess these abilities. So, there must be a powerful figure behind him. How could there be a powerhouse in this cavern capable of nurturing such a monster? The thought was terrifying, and he broke into a cold sweat. With that thought, his blade became even sharper. The enemy's offensive became more fierce. On the other hand, Suen was in a dire state. He was barely managing, and his body was covered in cuts. If not for his robust physique, some of the trickier wounds could have been fatal. Surviving so many rounds in the hands of a 5th tier professional assassin was no small feat. Such a record, not just for a 2nd tier professional but even for a 3rd tier, would be a source of pride. Now, having exhausted all his methods just to stay alive, the enemy had figured out all his abilities. Life and death hung by a thread. If the fight continued, Suen knew he was doomed. Finally, Suen, caring not for his dignity, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Mr. Mirror, save me!" Chapter 214, Some World Background. Suen had witnessed Mr. Mirror's capabilities and knew she possessed a bizarre displacement technique that rivaled spatial teleportation. It was like the projection of light and shadow from a mirror. Once reflected, she was there. He didn't know the extent of her displacement range, but coming from old Ling Dun, it certainly wouldn't take long. Suen was almost certain Mr. Mirror had arrived. He even suspected she had been there for a while, watching the fight from the sidelines. But since it was just speculation, he felt uneasy. What if she hadn't come? The enemy's killing intent was palpable, forcing Suen to fight with all his might. But to bait the fish, someone had to be there to reel it in. With Suen's shout, Milo was frightened, thinking there must be reinforcements. He wanted to kill Suen quickly to complete his mission. But the newcomer was more terrifying than he had anticipated. Following that shout, the air around him suddenly became sticky, trapping him like he was in a quagmire, sinking deeper into despair. This technique, capable of suppressing even a 5th tier strength-based assassin, was terrifyingly high in rank. What kind of professional could lurk in the depths of the earth? The thought flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, Milo turned to flee. But, how could he possibly escape? Since Suen had lured him to this deserted cavern, the goal was to ensure the battle went unnoticed. Mr. Mirror could act without restraint. Previously, Mr. Mirror couldn't act recklessly for fear of exposing herself. Not because she feared the Black Tower finding out, but rather the fallen angel becoming aware. Now that the threat of Pistoia had been thoroughly resolved, there were no more concerns. As long as the kill was clean, there wouldn't be a problem. Watching his enemy flee, Suen also breathed a sigh of relief. His wounds were severe, flesh turned inside out, and in some places, white bone was visible. It was quite horrific. But as long as he wasn't dead on the spot, it wasn't a big issue. He used the Warlock's seal, and the green hexagram of the life alchemy technique lit up. He threw down dozens of curse crystals, and both the poison and wounds began to heal rapidly. This money-saving emergency technique was something Suen had mastered particularly well. Since Mr. Mirror had personally intervened, there was no suspense in the subsequent battle. After waiting a while and hearing the noise diminish, Suen followed the trail. He wasn't there to join the fight but to collect the corpse. Sure enough, by the time he arrived, he saw that the assassin had already become a corpse. The wounds on the body were horrific, with shards like broken glass embedded everywhere, as if he had been torn apart. When Suen arrived, he saw Mr. Mirror in a cloak and greeted her, "Mr. Mirror." Mr. Mirror glanced at him and nodded, Before knowing Mr. Mirror's identity, Suen always felt a sense of awe towards this top-tier professional who had lived for 1,000 years. But after hearing from Pistoia that her name was Ophelia, and confirming her identity, the respect remained, but the mystique was gone. After all, by seniority, he should call her sister. If he wasn't mistaken, Mr. Mirror's real name was Ophelia Faye Isaac. She was Sir Isaac's eldest daughter, Pistoia's biological sister. Suen remembered the first day he crossed over, in the cursed space of Storm Manor, he saw a family portrait in the study with that name on it. Later, Pistoia invited him to the bloody banquet. At that time, 3 important people to her were turned into dolls on the dining table. Besides Sir Isaac and Syria, there was also a young lady. It was her. Suen hadn't thought about it before, just didn't expect she had truly lived for 1,000 years. Since Suen was taken as a disciple by Syria, his seniority was suddenly elevated, making him a peer of Mr. Mirror. Their relationship was also very close. Shouting that way was probably like calling for a parent when he couldn't win a fight, nothing to be embarrassed about. Mr. Mirror left the corpse, naturally waiting for Suen to harvest the memory. Suen didn't hesitate and went straight over to devour the grey mist. You have obtained Milo Jar's memory fragments 7. You have gained a piece of information. I didn't expect the new policy to fail. Killing this fic, for the survival of the Regaland family, the clan council won't hold us accountable. You have comprehended a vast amount of assassination knowledge. You have acquired aerial kick technique, and understood the movement skill levitating chain kicks. You have mastered a large amount of 1/5 tier alchemy knowledge. You have grasped an incomplete 5th tier wind element principle, mastering the elemental condensation technique secret art, wind element /. You have gained a large amount of assassin combat experience plus 411. Spiritual power plus 4.6. Any professional capable of advancing to the 5th tier is a person of extraordinary talent. This guy's soul fragments certainly didn't disappoint. As expected, he harvested many assassin abilities, but those assassin skills required physical attributes to support them. Although Suen could use them, the power was far from that of a professional assassin, somewhat superfluous. However, the assassin skills were secondary, the most important gain was those high-tier incomplete wind element principles. Wind element /. Suen digested the memory and immediately understood the potency of this alchemy technique. This wasn't a skill just anyone could learn, it was a subtle understanding of elemental manipulation. Similar to the step of emptiness, it couldn't be learned by study alone, it required a lot of time to comprehend. It was a skill that professionals below the 3rd tier could not possess. If Diamond Body was about adding layers of gold element barriers to the body, then Wind Element / was like adding a sharp temporary enchantment to the body, or a weapon. The assassin could easily cut through Suen's threads because of the dagger's sharpness, but more importantly, because of this elemental cutting attribute. This was a very useful and powerful high-tier technique. Perfect for cutting through tough defenses, ideal for slicing and breaking through. If I conduct it through the threads to the puppet's physical damage capability would be greatly enhanced. Suen had already thought of the practical combat application of this technique combined with his puppets. Relying solely on the sharpness of a blade was becoming insufficient in high-tier professional battles. Any enemy with a few protective techniques would make it difficult to break through their defenses. But the defense-breaking effect of the same tier wind element / was at least several times higher than that of sharpness runes. Combined, they perfectly compensated for the puppet's lack of breaking power. Gaining knowledge was one part, by stripping the assassin commander of the Regaland family. Suen finally understood the identity of the original owner. After stripping some memory fragments before, and now stripping some more, he had roughly pieced together the map of the surface world. The surface world had 2 major empires, one was the island nation royal dynasty of Luoyuan, and the other was the Mafa mechanical empire on the eastern mainland. The 2 empires faced each other across the sea, separated by the Luoyuan Strait. Besides these, there were various small kingdoms, duchies, and independent territories. But most were affiliated with the 2 major empires. Beyond these, the northern frigid lands had vast ice fields known as the barbaric lands, with Arctic trolls, orcs, giants, and barbarians active. That region was synonymous with chaos, primitiveness, and savagery. The king of the northern sea, Oleg, and his group of Viking pirates came from the northern ice fields. Of course, this was just what the 2 empires and their nearby known territories were aware of, and Suen's stripped memories were limited to the areas where humans were active. This world had too many unknowns. To the south of Mafa, there was the demonic beast mountain range, an endless mountainous area. There lived various demonic beasts, and legends spoke of centaurs, mountain dwarves, and half-elves, these ancient intelligent races. Further, to the west of the royal dynasty of Luoyuan, in the vast ocean, no one knew where the end of the sea was. It was a paradise for oceanic races and various sea monsters. Ancient adventurers' logs and traveling bards' songs told of islands where dragons dwelled, islands with beautiful serpent women, and islands with sealed evil gods, and so on. Deep in the sea lay endless treasures covered by the dust of history, sunken ships filled with gold and silver, treasures from ancient wars, and pirate kings' loot. Or perhaps in some cave on land, there might be hidden treasures left by ancient civilizations. The rich historical heritage added a thick layer of the unknown and mystery to this world. Like a thick tome, flipping through one page reveals another even more fascinating page beneath. Page by page, one might eventually reach the splendid era of the gods' creation. The Suen's body original owner's Regaland family had a rather special status. It was a territory that existed under the royal dynasty of Liuyan, yet different from other territories. Strictly speaking, they were exiled royalty, the former royal family of the Mafa Empire. Over 100 years ago, when a mythological dwarven relic was discovered, a technological revolution erupted. Steam machinery and various mechanical technologies sprouted like bamboo after rain. A portion of alchemists began to be obsessed with researching various machines. The new school of mechanical alchemists was born. They delved into mechanical alchemy, inventing various mechanical equipment. The power of machinery gradually influenced life, and mechanical alchemists used their knowledge to create mech battleships, steam airships, mechanical gear, and various powerful firearms. Even untrained commoners could have the combat power of professionals with mechanical gear. But technological revolutions usually mean conflict with some ancient orders. Machines replaced manpower, abolished slavery, and gave rights to the common people. The mechanical revolution made the nobles feel their rights were threatened. The reason nobles were noble was fundamentally because they had the superiority of enslaving their own kind. Initially, those powerful mechanical alchemists founded the mechanical sect. As time went on, this organization's influence among the common people grew. The nobles felt a sense of crisis that the order was about to collapse. So, the Mafa emperor at the time, Regaland XI, began to suppress the mechanical sect, trying to nip mechanical alchemy in the bud. Then, the ending was tragic. The mechanical alchemists overthrew the decaying old Mafa Empire, establishing the new Mafa Mechanical Empire. And as the royal family, the Regaland family began their exile. Eventually, with the support of their old rival, the royal dynasty of Liuyan, they took a southern island as their territory, until now. And now, the two major empires of the surface world, and the structure of Old Ling Dun, were also roughly the same, divided into two factions of alchemists. The old school and the new school. Always thinking of restoring the country, it's such a cliché. Suen digested the memory and finally understood why the original owner was being hunted. Because they were royalty 100 years ago, the Regaland family still took pride in this and even regarded themselves as an ancient family with a status equivalent to the royal families of the two major empires. Always thinking of restoring the country, they contacted various forces. And because the Mafa Mechanical Empire was growing stronger, the royal dynasty of Liuyan also had some internal divisions. They faced the same situation as the old Mafa Empire. The mechanical revolution would shake the ruler's power and change the existing social order. The key was the defeat in war. This war that had lasted 100 years, from the beginning with the royal dynasty of Liuyan's one-sided advantage, to a stalemate in the middle, and now gradually weakening. Among peers, the old-school alchemists indeed had an absolute advantage in combat power. Especially in the circle of top-tier professionals, mechanical warriors would fall further behind. But training a third-tier professional takes many years and requires 1 in a million talent and countless resources. To make a third-tier equivalent combat mech, mass production probably only takes a day. One can predict the future decline of the royal dynasty of Liuyan. So, a part of the empire also wanted to reform. Then came various party struggles. The current family head, the original owner's father, Kelson Regaland, was a staunch royalist. After all, they were once royalty and naturally wanted to maintain the existing noble order. About a year ago, the revolution succeeded, the new party came to power, and Emperor Bonaparte IX of Liuyan was forced to abdicate, dying of depression not long after. Kelson happened to be in the capital and was implicated, detained, awaiting trial. His offspring were either exiled or imprisoned, and the original owner was one of the unlucky ones. The Regaland family is now flourishing, with even more members than 100 years ago. Those with this surname in the Aeon territory probably number in the tens of thousands. With the main family weakened, the branch families grew stronger. Thinking the family head was doomed, the branches of the Regaland family began to act up, vying for power. To eliminate future troubles, they planned to kill off all the main family's offspring. Hence, the original owner was exiled and had a bounty on his head. But unexpectedly, a few months later, the plot twisted. The Empress returned with a strong hand, suppressing various factions with an iron fist, and the revolution failed, restoring the Bonaparte dynasty. And now, the original owner's father was about to return to the territory. It seems the branches had no intention of letting the original family head return alive. As a transmigrator, Suen had no interest in family infighting. He didn't plan to become a royal descendant. But seeing the situation, the other party planned to eradicate them. However, it wasn't a big problem, the surface world was endlessly vast, and avoiding the Regaland family was easy enough. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, but only moments passed in reality. Mr. Mirror quietly watched Suen digest the soul fragments. Clearly, she had also realized that Suen had guessed her identity. Although her face was unclear, she seemed a bit resigned. Suen looked at the big shot who had come to save him and sincerely thanked her. "Thank you, Mr. Mirror." Mr. Mirror shook her head, seemingly unconcerned. "Not bad." Suen knew she was referring to the previous battle. Being able to rescue him so timely meant she had arrived early and had been watching. Her purpose was self-evident. Naturally, she wanted him to face a fifth-tier enemy himself and feel that pressure. Suen also felt he had handled it quite well. After all, being able to hold on for so long against a fifth tier as a second tier was enough to make anyone proud. But unexpectedly, after a pause, Mr. Mirror said something profound. "Without experiencing death, you can never understand the laws of death, nor can you comprehend some things on the spirit and will level. Without nurturing spirit and will, it's like a person without bones, no matter how skilled, the achievement is limited. That's something no one can explain clearly, not even a death harvester can harvest it, you can only comprehend it yourself." Hearing this, Suen knew Mr. Mirror was guiding him towards some high-level cultivation secrets. After a brief thought, those words seemed to imprint on his heart, and he immediately had an epiphany. He said seriously, "I've learned a lot, Mr. Mirror." Hearing this, Mr. Mirror shook her head slightly and took the initiative to say, "You should have guessed my identity. When there are no outsiders, you can call me sister." It was already a peer relationship, and calling her Mr. was naturally inappropriate. Especially since she was his mother's disciple. Suen listened and nodded. "All right, sister." Mr. Mirror didn't intend to stay long and added, "We need some external information. Emmerich is handling those people on the city wall, so you don't need to worry about that." She paused, looked at Suen, and added, "And be careful yourself." Suen nodded. With another look, the cloaked figure of Mr. Mirror had already dissipated before his eyes. Suen looked at the corpse on the ground, silently storing it in his spatial storage. He didn't linger and immediately left the battlefield. Although Mr. Mirror's words were cryptic, the message was clear: a person's mindset can change in a comfortable environment, without them realizing it. He also immediately understood. It's instinct. Suen was awakened by that sentence. When he first crossed over, survival was a problem, and he had to remain vigilant at all times. Now, having met all these powerful allies, subconsciously, there was a sense of reliance on comfort in his heart. If he were alone, or if he was sure Mr. Mirror might not help, he would never have entered the city with doubts. Because he was certain Mr. Mirror would help. That's why he thought of taking the opportunity to hunt and harvest a fifth-tier professional. Indeed, he was a bit reckless. This sister, though seemingly indifferent, was quite attentive. Chapter 215, Mechanical Puppet, Hair, Bubble Bath. Having eliminated several members of the Riga family, Suen finally rid himself of the nagging feeling of being watched. He returned to the main road, blending into the crowd of refugees making their way back, walking unhurriedly towards Old London. Gazing at the towering city walls, Suen couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Initially, when he was hunted down with nowhere to turn, he had fled the city in a sorry state to seek refuge in the wilderness. Now, returning to this once mysterious metropolis, its veil had been completely lifted. The Black Tower, the mines, slavery, exile. These were the truths that a small-time gangster like him could never have imagined. Indeed, the view from the top was different. After entering the city, Suen didn't wander aimlessly. He headed to the Southern Cross Society's territory and returned to Green Street. This was where he felt most at home, a place of comfort. Fortunately, his current face wasn't on record with the umbrella organization, so he could wander the streets without attracting attention. The city was as bustling as ever, with factory steam boilers puffing white smoke and people bustling about. The disaster at the Dawn Relic must have claimed many lives in the inner city. But for the commoners of the outer city, the big shots of the inner city were from a different world. They continued to eat, drink, and live as if nothing had changed. Even a major incident couldn't stop them from earning their monthly salary of 2,000 lis. Suen found a hotel near Green Street and settled into a routine life. He always felt pressed for time, needing to meditate, study, craft, research, and practice. Although he was now a second-tier practitioner, he was considered a top-tier expert in Old London. Even against third-tier opponents, he had a fighting chance. But this level was far from sufficient in the surface world. According to Mr. Mirror, once Jiantiao and the others advanced to the fourth tier, they would storm the tower. Time was of the essence, and Suen needed to quickly enhance his own strength. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Suen stayed in his hotel room without leaving. During this time, Sabina visited once, bringing a trove of top-secret information. Princess Teresa's death had been confirmed, the inner city was in turmoil, and many had perished. Nearly half of the umbrella organization's upper echelons had been wiped out. Sabina, having made some preparations in advance, not only avoided being implicated but was also promoted due to her advancement to a third-tier professional and a rise in military rank. With the inner city official Peacock's support, she was promoted to the inner city, joining the small circle at the very top of the umbrella organization. This provided Suen with even more top-secret intelligence. On the other hand, after the news from the relic returned, the head family of the Rice clan changed their steady approach drastically. The family head, Carnegie Rice, began to frantically sell off family assets and company shares, amassing a large amount of cash. Others didn't know why, thinking that the Rice head family's hunting team had been wiped out and was on the brink of collapse. But Suen knew they were preparing to leave for the outside of the tower. The Rice family was supported by Mr. Mirror from the start, and naturally, they would leave together this time. On this day, in room 303 of the Musketeer Hotel. The room was densely packed with various materials and mechanical parts, with countless threads hanging in the air. Suen was tinkering with a mechanical puppet equipped with a PZ-911 mechanical limb, the Iron Man Mark IV. Without the conditions of a precise laboratory, lacking air circulation and filtration systems, the room was filled with a rust-like volatile toxic gas. Suen, wearing a beak-shaped gas mask, was installing a mechanical arm with a miniature steam boiler. The mechanical arm was spray-painted with the words BH-type steam hammer in white. This was a trophy from the raid on the Duke's estate. Even in the surface world, it was a top-tier mechanical arm. Once equipped with this steam hammer, the mechanical puppet could deliver a punch with the force of a third-tier Flesh Series professional, easily penetrating armored vehicle plating. While busy with the task at hand, Suen's controlling spider spears also retrieved a piece of heather stem soaked in grease from a nearby flask. After weighing, cutting, and calculating the dosage, he tossed it into a crucible burning on a nearby table, returning the excess to the flask to prevent oxidation. After stirring, another spider spear adjusted the fierce flames, and the orange-yellow metallic liquid in the crucible began to boil violently. His multitasking skills were increasingly refined, and his brain could process more tasks simultaneously. He alone was as efficient as 10 other people. Suen timed it perfectly, pouring the freshly smelted solution from the crucible and, with a specially made rune pen dipped in the golden liquid, began inscribing runes on the mechanical puppet. Having harvested the memory fragments of over 1,000 elites at the Dawn Relic, his rune crafting skills had reached master level, and he was now adept at crafting third-tier runes. But he remained cautious, layering the runes more and more intricately. Once the runes were outlined, a miraculous scene unfolded under his pen. The runes glowed golden, coming to life and rotating in a special pattern. These were no ordinary runes but a wind variant from the runic alphabet, the super load-bearing rune. Runic alphabet required divergent thinking. To tinker with the desired runes, one needed a plethora of experiments and brilliant inspiration. However, as Sir Isaac said, this was the best of times. Standing on the shoulders of giants afforded Suen many conveniences. Those ancient alchemists compiled their research into volumes. Among the books he had brought from the Dawn Central Prison's cursed space were many finished rune blueprints. There was no need for him to delve into research, he could use them directly. Before long, the partial rune inscription was complete, and Suen let out a long sigh of relief. Inscribing runes of the same tier as the runic alphabet was several times more difficult than ordinary runes, and the slightest mistake could ruin everything. He looked at his work with a hint of anticipation. With a gesture of his hand, the mechanical puppet slowly stood up. The boiler activated, and the runes on its body lit up simultaneously. The dense wind element gathered around the puppet, lifting it several hundred kilograms. The calculations were correct, the load-bearing rune reduced the puppet's weight by 90%, barely achieving agility. The energy consumption is also within an acceptable range. Suen tested the mechanical puppet's movements, flexing its joints. It was fairly agile, and his brows gradually relaxed. He meticulously recorded the data from this experiment in his notebook, then mused to himself, the mechanical puppet hasn't been equipped with heavy armor yet. Its offensive capability is about right, but to reach combat level, it needs to be significantly heavier, and third-tier runes won't achieve the current effect. Plus, ordinary refined steel can't be inscribed with such complex runes, it must be high-grade magical materials. The cost aside, materials are a big problem. Thinking this, Suen scribbled something else in his notebook. This was, after all, an experiment. Now, the results proved that his line of thinking was entirely correct. With technology, runes, and some special materials, it was entirely possible to create a mechanically flexible puppet. The shortcomings of machinery were quite apparent: clumsiness, slow reactions, low sensitivity. But the advantages were also obvious: strength, defense, cost. And in certain combat scenarios, they had an undeniable magical effect, such as sieges, trench warfare, mass battles, large-scale mechanical wars. As a transmigrator, Suen was not averse to mechanical technology because technology was constantly innovating and developing. Its potential, like alchemy, was limitless. Alchemy plus machinery could definitely spark magic. If only I could get my hands on the research materials for the super mechanical warrior. It's a pity those are the Duke's top secrets, and even Sabina can't access them. Suen muttered to himself, recognizing his shortcomings. At that thought, another idea popped into his head: the mechanical technology of the Liuyan Empire is still behind, Ma Fa is the holy land for mechanical alchemists. I must visit if I get the chance. After testing the mechanical puppet, Suen began to tinker with his rune puppets and threads. Having stripped the soul fragment from a 5th-tier assassin a few days ago and mastered wind element cutting, Suen had been researching and found that this ability was highly compatible with his profession. He originally intended to transfer this cutting ability to the puppet to enhance its armor-piercing attributes. But after some experimentation, he found that applying it directly to the threads was also highly effective. Under normal circumstances, a witch's hair, no matter how tough, couldn't withstand the condensation of wind elements beyond the 2nd tier. It would be like throwing soft meat into a meat grinder, shredded to pieces. But if toughness was lacking, it could be compensated with toughness runes. Engraving runes on hair strands was a high-level skill. Fortunately, Suen was skilled in runes, and this experiment actually succeeded, albeit with low efficiency. With the help of 8 spider spears in his hands, he could only engrave about 20 to 30 meters of hair in a whole day. Wearing a magnifying monocle commonly used by mechanics, Suen carefully inscribed the hair strands under the magnified view. After busying himself for most of the day, a strand of hair with a special silver glow was in his hands. Infusing it with wind elements, the hair suddenly became sharp, visibly keen to the naked eye. Phew! The completion was satisfactory, and Suen exhaled lightly. With a slight movement of his fingers, the hair strand floated down gently in the air. And when it landed on the wooden table leg, without any force, it effortlessly sliced through. Looking at the effect, Suen's eyes narrowed slightly. The flowing wind elements were like a high-frequency cutting machine, seemingly imperceptible but the sharpest thing Suen had seen below the 3rd tier. Although the hair strand was still fragile, it had reached the pinnacle of sharpness. This special hair strand, condensed with 3rd tier wind laws, could easily cut through steel armor and the defenses of 3rd tier professionals. Used well, it could slice through professionals below the 3rd tier like cutting through vegetables. With this invention, Suen had added a new ace to his arsenal. Suen had no plans to go out, intending to make a few more meters of rune hair. But unexpectedly, his communicator rang, and it was the gambling-addicted lady inviting him for a drink. Qiantiao has advanced to the 4th tier. Hearing the message from the communicator, Suen guessed what it meant. They hadn't seen each other since the last relic expedition. But thinking of the many sunstones they had acquired, she must have gone into seclusion to break through. With that in mind, Suen didn't continue to stay in the hotel but packed up his materials and headed out. Kay lived in a basement not far from Suen's hotel. His routine was similar to Suen's, staying in the basement and training like a madman every day. Qiantiao had also invited him, but with his skin still blue and no face to show, he didn't join them. So Suen rode his motorcycle alone to Norton Street. When Green Street's entertainment venues were destroyed, the gambling dens, taverns, and pleasure baths all moved here. A few months had passed, and the place was even more bustling. This was Qunei Xiao's territory. Her public identity was still that of a cross-society executive. Parking his motorcycle by the roadside, a few punk-styled thugs squatted on the curb, eyeing Suen, the stranger. Suen found it familiar, this was his old job on Green Street. He dutifully paid the watching fee to the cross-society's gang members and casually asked, "Hey, brother, have you seen Qiantiao?" The mohawked leader with a lip ring was taken aback. Anyone who could ask in such a tone was clearly from the underworld, so he replied, "Qiantiao is at the Grand Lisboa Casino." "Thanks." Hearing this, Suen couldn't help but smile wryly. Sure enough, it was right not to go to the agreed tavern. That gambling-addicted lady, with money in her pocket, couldn't walk past a gambling den. He headed straight for the casino, lit with purple-red lights in the distance. Along the way, various pimps approached him. "Sir, want a girl? Top-class goods just sent out from the inner city, real noble ladies. Brother, drink? Our Blue Moon Tavern has the best girls, the best booze. How about some hallucinogens? Certified Alchemist's product, guaranteed quality." The environment was noisy, with debauchery on one side and extortion, beatings, murders, and corpses in the dark alleys nearby. Suen's face always bore a relaxed smile, this was the outer city, the environment he was familiar with. After entering the gambling den and exchanging some chips, led by scantily clad ladies, he easily found Qiantiao gambling in the VIP room. She was still in her battle kimono, showing off her intimidating tattooed arms. 7. 7. 7. Oh, damn. Seeing Suen arrive, she was still earnestly shuffling cards. Suen thought that after advancing to the fourth tier, Qiantiao would become aloof. After all, in Old London, a fourth tier was considered an extraordinary expert. But in reality, she hadn't changed at all, still as carefree as ever. Losing the game, she saw Suen and gestured to the seat next to her, warmly calling out, "Come, here." Suen walked over, and Qiantiao, as usual, wrapped her arm around his shoulder. "What should we bet on next?" During their stay at the hunting camp's hotel, they had shared a room for a few days, and this gambling-addicted lady no longer treated him as a stranger. Suen saw her enjoying the gamble and didn't say much, just sat beside her and joined her. In the end, the planned drink didn't happen, and they gambled for a few hours in the gambling den. Qiantiao lost all her chips. Only then did she reluctantly let Suen pull her out of the gambling den. When they left the gambling den, it was already midnight. But on Norton Street, it was the busiest time. As soon as Qiantiao stepped out, she was still lamenting the previous game, muttering, "Ah, if I had known you were coming, I should have left then. I was winning at that time." She sounded like a seasoned gambler. Win and don't leave, lose and regret. Listening, Suen smiled, "Qiantiao, why did you call me out? To drink?" Qiantiao thought about it, then pouted and changed her mind, "Forget it, I lost money, I'm not in the mood to drink." After a pause, she added, "Come on, I'll treat you to a bath." Suen didn't mind either. Drinking or bathing, both were fine. With that decided, they went to get their vehicles. Walking along, Suen casually asked, "Qiantiao, why do you like gambling so much?" This was something he had always been puzzled about. Logically, high-tier professionals had much stronger willpower than ordinary people. And for an expert like Qiantiao, winning or losing a few million shouldn't have much impact on her, nor should it be so attractive. But she seemed to enjoy it endlessly. Qiantiao casually replied, "Because I like it." She countered, "Don't you find gambling pleasurable?" Suen looked uninterested, "Not really. Theoretically, gambling does bring immense pleasure, with dopamine secretion during wins possibly dozens of times higher than during sex. This is also why gambling addiction is so powerful." Her statement wasn't wrong. But that's for ordinary people. Not for a high-tier professional. Qiantiao glanced at him, with a look of disdain as if he had missed out on one of life's great pleasures. She didn't dwell on the topic and asked, "Where are the car keys?" After a pause, she added, "I just pawned my car to the gambling den." Qiantiao didn't consider Suen a stranger, and she didn't feel embarrassed to say this. Suen's eye twitched, and he tossed the keys to her. Qiantiao, the big sister of the underworld, wouldn't sit in the back seat. Suen didn't mind, it wasn't the first time anyway. Qunei Xiao's personality made her popular in the gang, without the airs of an executive, and the gang members were familiar with her. Seeing her with a young man in the back seat, the Cross Society's gang members teased her. "Wo Qiantiao, you've changed your taste. Ha ha ha. It's my first time seeing a man in Qunei Xiao's back seat. Tisk tisk. Kid, good luck, we're rooting for you." Amidst the laughter and teasing from the big guys, Qiantiao didn't mind, flipping a friendly international gesture and cursing with a smile, "Get lost, watch the place properly." The engine roared, and the motorcycle sped off. Suen no longer felt uneasy as before, naturally wrapping his arms around Qunei Xiao's smooth waist. "Take a spin." "Sure." They didn't go straight to the bathhouse but took a ride around the streets and alleys of the southern city. Since it was late at night, away from the entertainment district, there were few people in other areas. The roar of the motorcycle seemed to be the only sound in the silent night. The speed wasn't too fast, and Qiantiao looked content. Sitting in the back seat, Suen was somewhat bored and asked, "Qiantiao, have you advanced to the 4th tier?" Qunei Xiao's voice, mixed with the wind, poured into his ears, "Yet." Her casual tone left Suen with no follow-up. He had thought that Qiantiao inviting him out for a drink was to celebrate her advancement. It seemed that this gambling-addicted lady didn't care at all. After a while of silence, the atmosphere turned slightly cold. Qiantiao probably felt it too and suddenly brought up the previous topic, "Didn't you just ask me why I like gambling?" Suen perked up at her tone, After a moment of contemplation, Qiantiao finally said, "Rakshasa women are destined to be lonely stars, born for slaughter. Without finding other joys, life is very dull." Hearing this, Suen finally understood. It seemed certain talents did come with special drawbacks. For example, cat women instinctively fear canines, fire elementals dislike water. And this A022 Rakshasa woman talent, strong as it was, even had this lonely star stipulation? Before long, the motorcycle pulled up in front of Akun's bathhouse. Suen had been here several times and knew his way around. After cleaning up, he didn't need any guidance. As Qunei Xiao's guest, the attendants didn't ask too many questions. He went straight to the mixed bathing Three Springs pool. During his previous visits, the pool usually had a few of Qunei Xiao's trusted heavyweights. But this time, there were no other guests. However, there was an unexpected person in the pool. Mrs. Philo. This was the person Suen had met once before, a mysterious benefactor of the Cross Society, the legendary Mrs. Philo. Suen looked at her with a slightly puzzled expression. Chapter 216, Pirates Are Coming. Suen had encountered Lady Philo twice before. Once during the selection of the Black Tower Academy's guide, and another time from a distance at the grand opening on Norton Street. Both times, he felt that this woman was aloof and sensual, like a queen perched high above, both cold and desiring. Her identity was also shrouded in mystery. Previously, Suen thought he would never cross paths with such a woman. But now, seeing her, his gaze was slightly odd. Because he speculated that Mr. Mirror must have another identity in reality. Closely related to the Reyes family, closely related to the Qiantiao, possessing great power in the inner city. All signs indicated that this Lady Philo was Mr. Mirror's disguised identity. It was just a moment of eye contact, and Suen was even more certain of his guess. After all, the attire for soaking in the hot springs was thin, and if a strange man had barged in, this Lady Philo would surely have a look of caution and doubt. But now, her eyes were utterly calm. Testing the waters, Suen called out, "Senior sister." Lady Philo glanced at him, seemingly unsurprised that he could guess her identity, her expression a bit languid as she nodded, "MHM." Hearing this response, Suen's face lit up instantly. It really was her. He hadn't dared to look closely before, but now, with a comparative gaze, he noticed her features bore some resemblance to the family portrait he had seen at the Storm Manor. However, the photo showed a pure girl of 18 or 19, while now she was full of charm. With this acknowledgement, Suen instantly felt the cold and distant aura around her dissipate. Among acquaintances, there was no room for aloofness. Mr. Mirror watched Suen's scrutinizing and curious eyes, a hint of helplessness crossing her brow. She lay back at the edge of the pool, revealing her fair and delicate neck. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of the hot spring nourishing her skin, eyes closed, a look of contentment on her face. Since it was an acquaintance, the odd feeling in Suen's heart also faded, and he approached the edge of the pool and got into the water. Beside the hot spring pool, flowers vied for beauty, surrounded by greenery, with a misty blue smoke lingering above the water surface. The pool water was clear to the bottom, and the spring water flowed from bamboo tubes, making a pleasant ding-dong sound. The attire for soaking in the hot springs was a thin linen robe, which, once wet, left nothing to the imagination. Suen glanced over. His senior sister had both an excellent figure and temperament. It wasn't that he had other thoughts, just curiosity. The legend says that high-ranking vampires are immortal and eternally youthful, is that true? Or was it just a mirror image? Mr. Mirror's personality was similar to her mother Syria's, easygoing and gentle. Suen respected his senior sister but didn't feel too distant. Curiosity rose in his heart, and he directly asked, "Senior sister, is this your true appearance?" There was no need to hide anything from her own junior brother. Mr. Mirror was naturally aware of that scrutinizing gaze and guessed what Suen was thinking, simply responding with a Wow, it felt like discovering a little surprise. Suen had thought his 1,000-year-old senior sister, who always wore a cloak, was an old woman, but it turned out she truly possessed eternal youth. Just one look, and the legendary vampire bloodline seemed a bit against the heavens. Living long and looking good. In the vast pool, there were only two people, and it would be awkward not to chat. Driven by curiosity, Suen simply asked, "Senior sister, is your vampire bloodline acquired through transformation?" Since she was Sir Isaac's eldest daughter, she was presumably human. "Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that she has vampire blood." Mr. Mirror responded, then added, "My father once hunted a deep abyss vampire lord and extracted the power of his bloodline. This bloodline is highly compatible with human blood, with a very low mutation rate. Later, due to some events, I underwent bloodline transformation." This plot twist wasn't unexpected for Suen. But because of some events? It sounded like there was more to it than just Pestoya's issue. He caught a moment of hesitation in her words and asked, "Senior sister, does calling yourself Lady Philo have any special meaning?" She had always called herself Lady, and if there truly was a marriage, Suen was curious about who could match his senior sister, who was suspected to be a professional of rank 7 or above. If it were an elder, asking such a question would seem impolite. But a senior sister, gossiping a bit seemed okay. Hearing this roundabout question, Mr. Mirror finally opened her eyes. She glanced at Suen, a trace of helplessness in her brow. She knew that if she didn't explain, her little junior brother would make wild guesses. Since there was nothing she couldn't say, she simply quelled his curiosity and said lightly, "I was once engaged. But before we could marry, he died in a battle defending a spatial passage." Upon hearing this, Suen immediately realized he had touched on a painful past and quickly apologized, "Sorry." Mr. Mirror shook her head, her expression very calm. 1,000 years had passed, and many things had been put into perspective. She probably guessed what else Suen was curious about, so she simply revealed it all. "Also, the vampire bloodline isn't as against the heavens as you think. This bloodline indeed has a longer lifespan than humans, but it's not immortal. For most of the past 1,000 years, I've been in hibernation, only waking up in the last century. Moreover, there's a price for a longer lifespan through hibernation. The long years can also weaken the body, and I've only recently recovered to the strength of a 5th or 6th rank." Oh! Suen understood why she had shown weaker strength but higher law comprehension during her fight with the fallen angel. It was due to post-hibernation effects. But, excluding the hibernation time, she had still lived for over 100 years? Suen still felt that the vampire bloodline was quite good, and issues like fear of light or slower cultivation efficiency compared to humans, were no longer problems. As the two were chatting, Jiantiao, who had also cleaned herself up, walked over from the corridor. Suen knew she was close to Lady Philo, and now that Philo was Mr. Mirror, everything matched up. Jiantiao clearly also knew the relationship between the two and smiled, "Yo, what are you two siblings chatting about?" As she spoke, she took off the bath towel she was wearing and got into the water. The water temperature was very comfortable, and Suen lay back lazily, placing a damp towel on his forehead, replying, "We're discussing some issues about the vampire bloodline." "Jiantiao, now completely uninhibited around Suen, sat down next to him after getting into the water. The linen robe for soaking was very thin, and once wet, the touch was extremely real. But no one minded. The three of them comfortably enjoyed the soothing hot springs and chatted idly. Listening to the conversation between the two, Suen also learned that their meeting wasn't prearranged but a coincidence. He remembered that Jiantiao had mentioned before that Lady Philo also had a habit of soaking in hot springs. Perhaps because vampires are a cold-blooded species, they like the feeling of warmth? As they soaked, Mr. Mirror suddenly spoke up, getting down to business. The situation outside has been roughly confirmed. The forces stationed outside the tower are a personal guard of Duke Raphael. The strongest is a 6th rank leader, and there are many elite 4th and 5th ranks. Now that we have obtained the body of that fallen angel, I should be able to recover enough strength to suppress a 6th rank in about half a month. By then, breaking out should be more secure. At this point, she looked at Jiantiao and asked, "By the way, Jiantiao, what's the situation with your Evelyn family? I can leave at any time, as I have no attachments. I asked my family, and they have no intention of getting involved." Jiantiao responded lazily, her tone carrying a hint of speechlessness. Those clan elders enjoy their current lives. They fear losing their present rights and wealth, saying that even if they leave, life won't be better than it is now, and they told me not to cause more trouble. Compared to freedom, those old fellows chose a comfortable life. Let them stay here if they want. Suen didn't join the conversation, but he guessed the thoughts of the Evelyn family elders. Duke Raphael almost let his mind run wild, and those top families in Old Lingdun's inner city, except for not being able to go to the surface, in terms of quality of life and status, really weren't worse than those nobles on the surface. In any era, the upper echelons of society are the least fond of change. But pigs in a pen, no matter how fat and strong, are ultimately raised by others. Those people aren't blind, they just don't want to give up the comfortable life they've already secured. This is also the mindset of most top families in the inner city. Mr. Mirror didn't say much more. Even with her presence, storming the tower still had unpredictable risks, let alone that they could only choose to take a small group of people to leave first. After all, Old Lingdun City was Duke Raphael's mine, and if a riot broke out, the Duke's mansion would immediately send reinforcements. Not to mention whether the combined forces of Old Lingdun could resist the power of a duke. Even if they could, behind Duke Raphael stood the powerful Yuyan Empire. Some chose freedom, others comfort. With Mr. Mirror present, the chances of successfully storming the tower. The three chatted and began to talk about the outside world. Suen also shared some intelligence he had gathered. Then, they discussed their plans after getting out. Jiantiao, born in this dark underground city, her face brimming with anticipation more intense than when gambling, suddenly asked, "Philo, what do you plan to do after you get out?" Mr. Mirror had been to the outside world and saw everything very lightly. She said, "I'm not interested in meddling in the disputes between the two empires. I might go to Sinadiya County north of the Luyan Strait. I heard that place is currently a disputed territory with no sovereign. If possible, I plan to establish a neutral force for alchemists to exchange alchemy, like my father established Dawn City, to pass on the torch of Dawn." Listening, Jiantiao pursed her lips, clearly uninterested in such grand plans. She turned her head to look at Suen next to her and asked, "Suen kid, what do you plan to do after you get out?" Suen thought for a moment and said, "I plan to travel around to broaden my horizons. If possible, I will look for the alchemy manuscripts left by my master." Actually, the safest plan was to follow Mr. Mirror. Once her strength fully recovered, she would be among the top experts on the surface. There was also Pestoya, who was in slumber, a solid golden thigh to rely on. But Mr. Mirror had only pointed out to him that under her protection, he would never experience some things that only true powerhouses could comprehend. To go further on the path of the transcendent, one must have their own insights and trials. And that was one reason. The second was that Suen also wanted to see this mysterious and exciting world for himself. Upon hearing this, Qunei Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she suggested, "How about we become pirates together? We can specifically rob these decadent nobles, and we can also go rob other pirates." As she spoke, she seemed to already envision an exciting future life, getting closer and detailing, "There's an endless sea on the surface, with many treasures under the sea. We can go treasure hunting, explore new sea routes, hunt dragons, and find ancient ruins. In the underground world, the sea is a very unfamiliar term. That boundless and mysterious ocean indeed holds unparalleled allure for anyone. Suen felt his arm sink into a soft touch and smiled, sure. Pirates and gangsters seemed not too different. One on land, one on the sea. Both doing shady work that can't see the light. Treasure hunting stories are always timeless topics. Once Jiantiao brought up this topic, she immediately started imagining all the details. Suen shared some common knowledge with her, like, to be pirates, they first needed a ship that could withstand the wind and waves. Mr. Mirror, sitting nearby, listened to the two plotting to become pirates, a gentle smile on her face. But the good times didn't last long. Just as the three were leisurely chatting in the hot springs. Suddenly, a loud disturbance came from the direction of the inner city. All three changed their expressions. Mr. Mirror frowned, something's happened in the inner city, the noise is coming from the direction of the Black Tower. Hearing this, Jiantiao was also puzzled, could it be that someone is attacking the Black Tower? Suen also found it strange. The Black Tower was garrisoned by the Duke's personal guard, a force with professional ranks of 4 and 5. The only one in Old Lingdun with the strength to storm the tower was the Mirror Organization. Anyone else who tried would die. No matter how many people, it was useless. And the disturbance in the distance grew more intense, with the sound of gunfire rising wave after wave. It seemed that some large-scale lethal weapons were used, and even from such a distance, the three could see the mushroom cloud rising over the inner city. Clearly, the battle was very fierce. Mr. Mirror sensed something and shook her head, no, it seems like someone is breaking out from the Black Tower, and the inner city's guards are resisting. Jiantiao was completely confused, people from the outside. Suen thought of the stripped memories and guessed it was an internal conflict within the Duke's mansion, or perhaps the war between the two empires had spread to the Black Tower located in the Black Reef. Before they could speculate further, the advantage of having an intelligence insider was revealed. Suen immediately received a message from Sabina, Sir, a group of very strong people have broken out from the Black Tower, they're carrying the skull and crossbones flag, they seem to be pirates. They've defeated the Black Tower's guards, and the inner city's city guards have also collapsed at the touch. Now those people are rampaging and looting in the city, the mechanical warriors at the research institute are resisting, but they probably won't last long. Among those people, there are very powerful transcendent professionals. Suen shared the intelligence in front of the two, and both Mr. Mirror and Qunei Xiao's expressions became very serious. So it was people from the outside? And the ones storming the tower were pirates? The inner city's city guards were mechanized and not weak. If they collapsed at the touch, it meant the pirates had an overwhelming advantage. Mr. Mirror analyzed, being able to break through the Black Tower means that there's at least a 6th-rank professional among those people. Suen caught the detail in the intelligence and immediately thought of something, the skull and crossbones flag, should be the pirate flag of the King of the North Sea Oleg's fleet. That pirate group is very strong, even the Liuyan Empire can't handle them. There are many 5th and 6th rank high-level professionals in the pirate group, and Oleg himself, is said to be an 8th rank professional. Mr. Mirror's brow furrowed upon hearing this. At this moment, Jiantiao thought for a moment and said, someone storming the tower coming down isn't necessarily bad for us. The King of the North Sea and his pirates, no matter how strong, are unlikely to fight a positional battle. Most likely, they're just here to loot. Suen also felt this made sense. The Black Tower being breached was definitely an earth-shattering event for Old Lingdun. This sudden change caught them off guard and immediately disrupted their original plans. Mr. Mirror nodded, all right, I'll go check out the situation. Jiantiao, you gather the organization's people, we might have to move up our action. Wait for my message. Jiantiao, okay. As they spoke, there was a splash of water, and when they looked again, the water rippled, and Mr. Mirror had already disappeared without a trace. Jiantiao looked at the continuous blaze in the distant inner city, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. The Rakshasa woman was not afraid of battle. She rose unhurriedly, called out to Suen, let's go, it's time to get ready. With that, she got out of the water, dried off her body with a bath towel, changed into her battle kimono, and then donned a gold-embroidered cloak. Once the cloak was draped over her, a sense of mystery enveloped her. Suen had a trick for changing clothes. After getting out of the water, he shook his limbs, and a suit suitable for battle was on his body. For the first time, he donned the gold-embroidered cloak representing the identity of a member of the Mirror Organization, following Jiantiao as they leaped over the wall. Chapter 217, To Rush or Not to Rush. The fighting within the inner city grew louder, and the flames of battle spread quickly throughout the city. The blasts from destructive heavy weaponry caused shockwaves, one after another, sending up mushrooms clouds. Towering buildings collapsed thunderously in the fierce explosions, their booming sounds incessant like thunderstorms, setting fire to half the sky. The flourishing inner city was suddenly plunged into chaos. It was midnight when the pirates attacked, and the residents were in their dreams when the violent noises abruptly woke them. Having scouted out the information beforehand, the pirates knew that the wealthiest people lived in the uppermost district of the city. Leading the charge were dozens of squadron captains with thousands of ferociously poor pirates who stormed into the mansions of great families to start looting. The private guards of these families, usually second and third tier professionals with excellent equipment, were considered a top defense force in Old Lincoln City. They thought they could handle any robber. But in front of this group of fifth-tier professional pirate squadron captains, they were like paper, utterly incapable of resisting. The pirates were like a pack of wolves that had pounced into a flock of sheep without any power to resist. "Brothers, let's move fast," the boss said to loot for 2 days first. "Women, treasure, whoever snatches them gets to keep them. Ha ha ha. The chance to strike it rich has come. These city women are damn delicate, 100 times better than those coarse-skinned wives on the ship who could almost be used as sandpaper. Oh boy, I guess this is what those high nobility ladies from the Empire are like. Gaga. Brothers, charge." Just as Solon and the others deduced, the pirates didn't have the capacity to hold the territory, they were only there to loot. It would take 3 days for Duke Raphael's reinforcements to arrive, meaning that in these few days, the pirates could freely kill, burn, and loot. The nightmare had come for the residents of Old Lincoln. In the 7th district of the inner city, atop the tallest building in Old Lincoln, there was a luxurious mansion with a white stone sculpture fountain and a garden of colorful tulips. A lively banquet was taking place there. It used to be a property of the Reyes family, but due to family head Carnegie Reyes frantically selling off properties, this mansion, which represented the symbol of the first financial consortium in the inner city, had also been sold. Now, it had become the headquarters of the Anderson Group, their former competitors. After the catacombs affair, the powers of the inner city were reshuffled, and the Anderson family had suddenly become the foremost financial consortium of Old Lincoln. Today, the Anderson family head was hosting a grand banquet for guests, including Clark, Oliver, David, Smith, heads of major families, along with their wives and daughters, gathered all together, clinking their glasses in celebration, extremely lively. They were celebrating their victory after years of struggle. The Reyes family had sold various vital assets and was now ousted, never to rise again. From then on, the inner city was under their control. But the unexpected happened very suddenly. Bang! 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 The intense noises from the heart of the Black Tower stunned the high society individuals wearing luxurious gowns at the banquet hall. Someone was attacking the Duke's residence? The inner city was vast, and the news of pirates quickly spread to all the major families. "My lord, madam, it's terrible. A band of robbers has charged out from the Duke's residence, they are slaying everyone they see. Where's the guard? Quick, alert the guards. Lord Bert, this is grim. A bunch of robbers are heading toward our district, they have super-rank professionals among them, extremely strong. The city guards simply couldn't hold them back, they were scattered instantly. It's terrible, the thieves have already stormed the building, guard Captain Mark has been killed, the guards can't hold them back." Bad news came one after another, the turn of events was overwhelming. Just a few minutes ago, upon hearing the noise, these big shots of the inner city were still able to maintain their elegance and composure. Although they didn't know what the so-called robbers were, having been used to the rule of the Duke's residence, they thought the formidable city guard would defeat the robbers. After all, in their view, the Black Tower guards possessed the power to annihilate everything. But unexpectedly, each message was bad news. The bandits were like a relentless torrent. After the Duke's residence was breached, the city guards couldn't stop them at all, and the gang of robbers shockingly made their way to the building at an utterly unanticipated speed. Only then did these lords and ladies realize and start to frantically flee. But it was too late. Shortly after the news arrived, a few pirates who had removed their winged suits landed on the rooftop, blocking everyone's path. The banquet had invited the president of the Wilderness Hunters Guild, a third-tier professional magician Meg Owen. A powerhouse at the pinnacle of Old Lincoln City. He looked at the uninvited guests and shouted forcefully, "Who are you? Unexpectedly, before his voice fell, a head dropped to the ground. A third-tier powerhouse, dead in an instant. The pirate squadron captain, wrapped in a red headscarf, had killed Meg, wiped his bloodied dagger, and sneered disdainfully. In that brief moment, his subordinates by his side had already killed all the first and second-tier guards. The group of old masters and ladies were huddled together in the banquet hall, trembling uncontrollably. The pirate leader with a red bandana had a greedy smile on his face and did not continue to kill. He swaggered into the banquet hall, grabbed a handful of meat from the table laden with sumptuous food and fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth, making the juices flow. Tisk tisk, you guys sure know how to enjoy yourselves. He followed it up with a gulp of red wine, visibly relishing it. At that moment, his gaze landed on a well-dressed lady not far from the dining table, and he walked over with lecherous eyes. The lady in the blue low-cut long dress was backed into a corner, her face pale with fear, with no way to retreat. The pirate with the red bandana seized her, and in front of hundreds of people in the banquet hall, his rough hands forcefully groped her chest. He seemed to really enjoy the unusual smoothness, grinning with his smoke-stained yellow teeth. "Hey, these melons are damn smooth." The woman shrieked in fright, trying to break free, but the pirate in the red bandana easily ripped her long dress. With a rip, the long dress tore apart. The lady's entire upper body was then exposed to the air. Gone was her elegance, replaced by sheer panic. Seeing the lady hurriedly covering her chest, the pirates nearby burst into loud laughter. Watching this disgrace of the noble woman, a man in a suit stood up. "You!" But before he could say more, a line of blood appeared on his neck, and his head tumbled to the ground. A fountain of blood performed before the eyes of the banquet hall. Over 100 people, like quails frightened into submission, shrank their necks, and no one dared to speak again. The group of pirates, with their absolute power, showed the top elites of Old Lington what weaknesses the original sin meant. "Anyone else want to talk?" The pirate with the red bandana scanned around. "If no one wants to speak, then listen to what I have to say." He smirked coldly and shouted loudly, "I am the pirate squadron captain of the 4th Fleet under Lord Oleg. I am now giving you a chance to live. Pay up for your lives." The pirates, experienced in robbery and ransom, were very adept at this. They knew well that controlling these big shots was far more efficient than searching for treasures themselves. The banquet hall was everywhere stained with blood, and the human fountains on the ground were still twitching. The terrified masters and ladies had already been scared out of their wits, none daring not cooperate. This scene was replicated in other parts of the inner city. The residences of the major financial consortia were the first places the pirates visited. The pirates were looting throughout the city. Meanwhile, in the secret laboratory in the 1st district of Old Lington. This place served as the secret base for the research of mechanical warriors, an area even the higher-ups of the Umbrella organization were not permitted to access. After the Black Tower was breached by pirates, the city's guard could hardly resist, and the only place still putting up a decent resistance was this Mechanical Research Institute. Using the thick mechanical doors of the factory and its mechanical warriors, the people inside continued to fervently resist. A group of pirates was furiously attacking but couldn't breach the entrance for a long time. "Damn it, attacking this lab wastes so much of my time. The 7th squad just messaged that they've looted so much treasure that their storage rings are full, and the women are collapsing from exhaustion. When the general comes and breaks open these damn mechanical doors, I'm going to stuff the head of whoever ordered the doors closed up his asshole." Captain, Duke Raphael's super mechanical warriors made a huge impact in the war. The blueprints have skyrocketed in price on the black market, the major lords have been bidding sky high for them. "This is the most valuable thing, I heard it could be traded for a duke title in the Mafa Empire." "Haha, right. No wonder Duke Raphael is as rich as a nation, he had such a gold mine. We're going to make a fortune now. Has the general arrived yet?" "He'll be here soon." The research institute had mechanical doors, and the buildings were mostly underground. Once the doors were closed, they are difficult to breach with cannon fire. Unfortunately, among the pirates were 6th-tier professionals. These mechanical doors, indestructible to 3rd and 4th-tier professionals, could not last long under the assaults of a 6th-tier professional. Before long, a nearly 2-meter-tall bald woman arrived at the entrance of the facility. "General! General!" A group of pirates greeted her. This person was none other than the vice-captain of the 4th Fleet under the King of the North Sea, with a bounty of 8,810,000,000 ris, known as Solar Flame General Gladys Ormadou. A 6th-tier professional, She had awakened a very rare talent, A036 Volcano Woman, a fire element variant talent believed to have originated from a mythological era where a female demon controlled lava. Upon her arrival, without wasting a word, she clasped her hands in the sorcerer's seals, and suddenly, a great flurry of fire erupted. On a closer look, her entire body had turned into a magma state, and every step she took left pits burned into the ground, hissing with blue smoke from the dripping magma. She placed her hands on the mechanical door and uttered softly, "Alchemical art, volcano." A crimson seven-pointed star formation lit up, and suddenly, her arms erupted like a volcano, spewing scorching magma. Lumps of magma fell on the nearly 1 meter thick alloy doors, visibly beginning to melt. The group of pirates watching the door gradually break open gleamed with excited ferocity. The commotion in the inner city was loud, but in contrast, the outer city remained unaffected. The streets were filled with onlookers who pointed and commented on the flames of battle within the inner city. The group of pirates seemed to know their stuff. The outer city was mostly old, low houses, post-war Syrian-style slums, and numerous factories spewing thick white smoke, which hardly seemed worth plundering. Not a single pirate visited the outer city. The pirates appeared to have planned ahead, quickly seizing several city gates in the inner city after breaking through the Black Tower, blocking the escape of the inner city's inhabitants, entrapping them completely. In 2 days' time, they had thoroughly looted the area. After the message to assemble was sent out, the black market in the northern city's Shadow Alley. Solun later found out that the black market was actually the main base of Mr. Jing's organization in Old Lington City. And the once seemingly mysterious organizer was Mr. Jing. In a secret basement deep underground, when Solun and Qian Tiao arrived, 3 individuals wearing gold-patterned cloaks were already there. Though the cloaks of Mr. Jing's organization appeared similar, Solun now understood that one could distinguish each member's identity through the gold patterns on their cloaks. Among the 3 present, the one with a mechanical gear pattern was number 19, the fist symbol belonged to the 2-section red demon Kai, and the one with a book pattern was Mr. He. When the 2 arrived, everyone nodded at each other but did not speak. As Solun was a new member, the 3 of them gave him an extra look. But viewing the black scythe pattern on his cloak, everyone seemed to guess Solun's identity. Within a few minutes, a few more arrived. Not counting Mr. Jing, there were only 8 people in the organization. Except for one wearing a cloak with a rotten flower symbol, Solun had seen them all. The atmosphere was very solemn. Just the presence of these few people together created an oppressive aura that instantly enveloped Solun. Even without any movement, the aura these people emitted was so strong it made breathing feel constricted. Solun knew that apart from him and number 19, the other 6 were all 4th-tier professionals who had awakened their second innate talents. Those who could awaken a second talent were undoubtedly individuals who had experienced profound life and death realizations, naturally exuding a fierce aura. These were people with tigers in their hearts. As Mr. Jing had said, professionals capable of awakening a second talent were exceedingly rare even 1,000 years ago. Usually, it indicated they had the potential to advance to the 7th tier and truly explore the top realms of alchemy. No one spoke. The pirate attack had come very suddenly, and the intelligence within Mr. Jing's organization was extremely limited. Over the communicator, Sabina continued to report the situation inside the inner city. The Umbrella organization possessed a large intelligence system in the inner city and had a clear grasp of the pirates' movements. Apart from a few secret laboratories' hidden forces, the city had almost not organized any effective counterattacks. Biological Research Institute No. 7 encountered several large abominable creatures entangled with the pirates, but with a 5th-tier professional intervening, they won't hold out for long. Mechanical Research Institute No. 1 had many mechanical warriors join the battle, temporarily holding off that group of pirates. However, a very strong professional among the pirates, utilizing lava powers, is about to breach the institute. Those pirates are extremely brutal, killing anyone they see. The residents of the inner city are suffering heavy casualties, especially in the upper city's affluent districts and the major financial conglomerates' residences. Solun shared the real-time intelligence. Listening to the reports, the atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. Soon after, a flash of light passed by, and a figure emerged in the room. This eerie manner of appearance seemed to have become routine for the group, and no one was surprised. The person was naturally Mr. Jing. "Boss!" Everyone spoke up to signal their recognition. In the presence of the powerful, they all showed great respect. Mr. Jing nodded his head, not bothering with pleasantries, and said directly, "I've more or less investigated the situation. The good news is that King of the North Sea, Lord Oleg, did not come. It's his fourth fleet that came. These pirates wiped out the guards stationed at Black Reef and destroyed the defenses and traps along their path, clearing a lot of trouble for us. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief was breathed by everyone. Lord Oleg was rumored to be a Tier 8 professional, one of the top powerhouses in the terrestrial world. Mr. Jing's strength had not fully recovered yet, and if that guy had shown up, there would have virtually been no room to maneuver. Not coming was indeed good news. And with the pirates clearing the way, it meant much less hassle in storming the tower. However, with good news, that also meant there was bad news. Indeed, after pausing for a moment, Mr. Jing continued, but the bad news is that the fourth fleet contains two sixth-tier professionals, namely Solar Flame General Gladys Ormadu, and the King of the North Sea's youngest son Frost Giant Gal Popov. Both of their combat strengths are formidable, and their innate abilities are quite tricky. With my current strength, I can handle one of them with some confidence, but two would be problematic. Among these pirates, there are also over a dozen fifth-tier squadron captains and fourth-tier deputy captains. If we storm the tower now, the risk would be substantial. So, I want to ask for everyone's opinions. With this remark, everyone fell into deep thought. Previously, storming the tower involved facing a trusted aide of Duke Raphael, which they had planned for many years and understood most of the arrangements, so the problem was not too significant. But now, the situation had suddenly changed. They were facing an entire fleet from the King of the North Sea. The sixth-tier professionals who even Mr. Jing found troublesome were definitely not simple. After all, the mine pit had limited developmental space, and even though they were powerful and had great growth talents, they had only recently advanced to the fourth tier. Even if the second-tier talents and some special cursed items could compensate for some combat power, barely reaching the fifth tier, there was still a world of difference from the sixth tier. Hearing Mr. Jing asking for opinions, Red Demon Kyle thought of something and was the first to speak. Based on the current intelligence, from Duke Raphael's territory to the Black Tower here, the warships would take at most 2 to 3 days if they travel at full speed. So these pirates will probably not stay, and are 80% likely to retreat in 2 days. Waiting for that moment to leave, without guards or pirates, would be the safest plan. Upon saying this, everyone fell silent. Feeling something was off but couldn't quite figure out what exactly was wrong. If it were that simple, Mr. Jing obviously wouldn't have brought it up for discussion. Upon hearing this, Sol Lun slightly furrowed his brows. Kyle's analysis actually had no fault. But due to lacking some essential understanding of the surface world, he had overlooked some factors. Having gathered some fragments of memory from outside, Sol Lun was probably the person here, besides Mr. Jing, who understood the external situation the best. Thinking it over, he felt it necessary to share some intelligence he thought of and thus spoke up. I think waiting for the pirates to leave before storming the tower is not a good choice. Upon saying this, everyone turned their attention to him. Sol Lun continued, after all, once we leave Black Coral Reef, we'll need a sea vessel capable of withstanding wind and waves. If we wait for the pirates to leave, I believe they definitely won't leave us an intact sea vessel. Realizing he had overlooked some aspects, Kyle then suddenly understood and muttered to himself, oh right, there's also the sea. After a pause, he looked at Sol Lun again and asked, do we absolutely need a ship, or can we swim across? If we need a ship, how big should it be? Can we build one ourselves? Swimming, probably won't work. The intelligence shows there are many terrifying sea beasts below, the safest would be to travel on a large sea vessel. Sol Lun's face twitched slightly, then added, Black Coral Reef is in a stormy area, with very strong wind and waves nearby, and the weather changes unpredictably. A small boat simply wouldn't safely carry us across the sea to land. People from the underground world had never seen the sea, nor had much concept of it. They didn't even know what a standard sea vessel was, nor understood the impact of weather, waves, and storms on sailing. They probably thought the ocean was just a larger underground lake. But after hearing Sol Lun's brief analysis, everyone gradually understood a bit more. Seeing that Mr. Jing remained silent and didn't object, they naturally accepted this explanation. And didn't ask further. Now was not the time to discuss this in detail. Hearing this, Mr. He pondered for a moment, then agreed with Sol Lun's viewpoint, saying, I also agree with attacking now. Otherwise, after this pirate attack, Old Lington's coordinates will be exposed in the surface world. The Duke's Manor will definitely send heavy troops to guard it, and the defense of the Black Tower will become stronger in the future. The wealth of Old Lington is invaluable, and it's very likely that the lying empire's royal family might also get involved. Missing this opportunity, any future attempt to break out will not be easier than now. Moreover, the fact that Princess Teresa's team was annihilated has probably already alerted the Duke's manor. If it were not for the war between the two great empires drawing their attention, Duke Raphael might personally come to investigate. If we delay further, there might be some unforeseeable changes. Hearing this, everyone also understood why Mr. Jing mentioned that storming the tower was very risky and did not suggest the option of not doing it now. It seemed like they had a choice, but in reality, they had no choice. In the underground, Mr. Jing also couldn't fully recover to her peak strength. She still needed to go to the outside world to find some advanced materials. Attacking now would be very risky. But if they didn't attack now, unforeseen problems would become even more numerous in the future. They might be trapped here forever. Upon hearing this, everyone understood and expressed their agreement. Card said, I also think that attacking now is the best opportunity. Thousands said, agreed. Lei said, agreed. The organization of Mr. Jing was a very loose organization, and members had the right to make their own choices. They were gathered together for the same goal. All having experienced significant life and death realizations, their decisions were not difficult. After a few simple statements made things clear, all members voted in favor. Mr. Jing actually meant the same. After all, it was just one choice. Whether to participate. To storm the tower, one must be prepared to face death. After the voting, Mr. Jing didn't say much more, saying, since everyone agrees to act now, everyone go prepare. 2 hours later, meet at the secret passage, ready to storm the tower. Everyone said, yes. Chapter 218, The World on the Ground. The pirates had all poured into the city in a frenzied plunder, and at the entrance to the Black Tower of the Duke's mansion, only a small squad of pirates was left to keep guard. The firelight exploding throughout the city looked to them like festival fireworks, heralding the start of a wild feast. To this group of pirates, the prosperous Old Lington city was nothing more than a dazzling gold mine. The guards were just a bunch of greenhorns, an easy conquest. A few pirates, bored with their duty, had gathered for a game of poker, playing with pirate cards. As they played, they grumbled complaints under their breath. "Pa! Damn it! All the other crews are living it up in the city, while we're stuck here guarding this damned tower." Exactly. I heard the strongest professionals in these underground cities are only third tier, our captain could squash them with ease, it's a giveaway. Unlike out there, in such a big city territory, you can easily find professionals of the 6th or 7th tier. I don't see what's so important to guard. Besides, with the boss Gaul on the ship outside, who could possibly escape? Just my luck to draw the short straw before. Forget it, let's drop it. At least we'll get our share of the loot just by standing guard, so let's just hang around. Captain, money is one thing, but I heard from Plank just now, the women in this underground city are slick and tender, not a bit worse than those noble young ladies outside. In those high-rise buildings, you can just grab a handful. Don't worry. When we leave, we'll definitely bring a batch of fine goods onto the ship. Then you can play all you want back on board. Heh, these fine goods will be taken to Pirate City, guaranteed to do great business. The pirates grew more animated when the conversation turned to women, and they cast aside any thought of patrolling and staying alert. Old Lington had a complex sewage system, and in the black market beneath Shadow Alley, there was a secret passage leading directly to the city center's inner areas. Even though the 8 city gates of the inner city were controlled by pirates, Mr. Jing led Solun and others smoothly into the inner city through the tunnels. The Reyes family from the city and other forces nurtured by Mr. Jing had also received the message and had been waiting in a secret underground warehouse. While the pirates were busy looting the upper-class district, the lower levels remained relatively safe. By the time Solun and his group arrived, the warehouse had already gathered 300 to 400 people. Along with other members brought by the Jing organization, there were nearly 500 people in total. Solun brought Kai and pharmacist Danny, along with Sabina and a few of her trusted followers. He also saw the head of the Cross Society, the arbitrator Chok, along with a few core members. Even someone as strong as Chok was merely a reserve member of the Jing organization. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy before the battle. After Mr. Jing's arrival, everyone left the warehouse without delay. Old Lington was, after all, a big city, with dense, vertical buildings. A 10,000-strong horde of pirates spread into it would seem quite scattered. Moreover, the pirates were still busy with their looting and didn't pay attention to a group sneaking through the dark alleys in the lower levels. This group knew Old Lington far better than the invading pirates, and so, before long, they had arrived near the Duke's mansion. The Duke's mansion was located at the base of the Black Tower. To highlight its status and maintain secrecy, there weren't many other buildings nearby. Most of the troops hid in distant buildings, while 8 people in gold-patterned cloaks quietly approached the Black Tower's moat, hiding next to the bridge towers, covered by the wall. These cloaks were a high-grade alchemical product capable of blocking perception and aura, so the pirates didn't notice anyone approaching. At this moment, the air shimmered with a ripple, and another assassin in stealth appeared, reporting to Mr. Jing, "Leader, there are a total of 15 pirates guarding the tower. 1 4th tier, and 4 3rd tier. The defense was not too strong." Mr. Jing nodded and spoke, "The situation now is that most of those pirates are likely looting the inner city. There are about 1,000 men guarding the ships outside, a few 5th tier crews, and that 6th tier frost giant Gal Popov. It's going to be a tough fight once we're out. Let's move quickly and try to seize a ship and set out to sea before the pirates in Old Lington City realize what's happened." Everyone listened quietly and nodded in agreement. "MHM. Prepare to move." Mr. Jing's tone turned severe. "We must swiftly eliminate these pirates before they can signal others. That will buy us more time to get away." Everyone responded, "Yes." As the words fell, 8 out of the 9 cloaked figures disappeared in an instant. For a 4th tier professional, the distance of over 100 meters was but a blink of an eye. And the only one who remained was, of course, the 2nd tier Solun. Solun looked at the big shots disappearing beside him, a hint of awkwardness in the corner of his eye. Although a half step behind, he followed and charged up as well. After all, he wasn't here just to faff about. The pirates guarding the tower were playing cards carelessly, not expecting anyone to come back and assault the tower. But, after all, there were 5th tier professionals. Just as Mr. Jing and his group broke out in a sudden charge, that 4th tier deputy captain reacted. Watching the flood-like murderous aura bearing down, he immediately realized something was terribly wrong, and stood up abruptly. The word "not good" that was about to escape his lips, when suddenly he found that the air around his body had solidified. Not good. Feeling the imminent danger of death, the deputy captain's face drastically changed. He reacted quickly, instinctively trying to break away from the spot. But as he looked down, he discovered a purple lightning chain quietly locked around his ankle, a numbness sweeping through his body in an instant. With Mr. Jing personally taking control, how could he have a chance to escape? The 4th tier deputy captain was instantly killed. The other pirate lackeys were quickly slaughtered by Mr. Jing's organization. They didn't even have a chance to send a signal. As soon as the communicator was activated, the main force from the distant buildings immediately swarmed over. Solun walked over, his face full of anticipation as he devoured the soul shards floating above the bodies of a dozen pirates. "You've obtained Severino Connolly's memory fragment 4. You have gained the information. We're gonna strike it rich this time. After this heist, I'm gonna live it up. You have comprehended the incomplete 1-4 tier water-related rules. You have learned the skill diving mastery. You have mastered elementary sailing. Combat experience plus 122. Spiritual power plus 4.3. But right after devouring the fragments of that 4th tier deputy captain, Solun felt a little disappointed. Apart from the very incomplete water-related rules, which were a pleasant surprise, the value of the other information was very limited. Diving, sailing. Skills that even an ordinary sailor from the outside could extract, totally unfit for the output of a 4th tier professional. In this guy's head, apart from women and pleasure, alchemy knowledge was negligible. Solun shook his head momentarily, and then he got over it. After all, stripping soul shards was like a lottery, with no guarantee of extracting something useful every time. The previous extractions were from a Duke's Guard captain, a genuine product of the Ru Ying Royal War Academy with incredible knowledge reserves. But the one in front of him was just a pirate, not much different from the gangs of Old Spirit and Outer City, with much less dense knowledge, so the extracting effects were worlds apart. A thought flashed through Solun's mind, and he didn't dwell on it, casually devouring the mist from the corpses of the other pirates. Gleaning skills like rapid cannonball loading techniques, sailing ship handling skills, ocean currents and wind direction recognition, pretty much exclusive pirate expertise. However, it seemed that they might just come in handy immediately, which Solun found quite acceptable. After killing the pirates guarding the tower, the group rushed into the Duke's mansion, then into the towering Black Tower. Since the pirates had already destroyed the traps and bands within the tower, their ingress went very smoothly. Apart from Mr. Jing, it was everyone's first time entering the interior of the Black Tower. The Black Tower was merely a passageway to a landmark, nothing special. Inside, like the rifling of a gun barrel, there were rings of stone steps on the walls, with no elevator, only stairs to climb. The vertical height seemed to be about 3 to 4 kilometers. Luckily, nearly all were professionals, so climbing was swift. Members of Mr. Jing's organization led the way, the only ones entitled to be at the forefront. On the way, they encountered a group of pirates transporting loot, quickly dealt with them, and left behind the corpses. Solun couldn't keep up with the speed and didn't feel he had the qualifications to clash with those 4th or 5th order pirates, so he followed the larger troop at the back. As he walked up the stairs, he noticed that the texture was extremely hard and, out of curiosity, appraised it. To his surprise, the material of the walls even had a name. It was called Asgard stone. He casually tried to scratch it with a pointed knife but found that he couldn't leave any mark on the stone. Then, he tried with the black scythe. To his astonishment, the spatial rift, which nothing could withstand, was ineffective this time. This was the first time that Solun had encountered a material that even the black scythe couldn't cut through. Now, he was even more curious about what this black stone was. While Solun was curiously trying things out, Mr. Jing came up to him. He had stayed at the back of the team to cover their retreat, setting up some magical formations and restrictions at the place they came up. Seeing Solun's curiosity about the stones, he offered an explanation. Actually, the Black Tower has been around since the Dawn era and didn't originally stand here. This black stone isn't a material from this plane either. Legend has it that it was taken from a mythical mountain called Asgard. It is one of the hardest materials known to date, and even a god-tier powerhouse might not be able to destroy this Black Tower. My father moved it here and connected it with the underground spatial passages as a reinforcement of the crack in the passage. Oh! Hearing this explanation, Solun finally understood. So, this was something Sir Isaac had moved from another place? The thought that the Black Tower might collapse unexpectedly and the seawater flood in also died down in his mind. After all, a structure meant to guard a spatial passage wouldn't be so easily broken. Mr. Jing didn't seem intent on saying more and suddenly frowned. The fight has started outside. I'm going ahead, be careful. With those words, his figure vanished from the spot. Upon hearing this, Solun's expression instantly became serious. Without further delay, he spread his 8-armed spider spear and rushed quickly towards the ground. At the top of the Black Tower was a secluded stone house that looked like a basement. The pirates' assault on the Black Tower had, in a way, cleared a lot of trouble for them. The mechanisms and heavy cannons in those bunkers had been destroyed, and the pirates, with no intention of a long-term defense, did not repair them. They lazily guarded the entrance to the passageway without any tactical formation. This led to Solun and his group emerging to come face to face with the pirates guarding the passageway. The guards were just lowly pirate minions, with the elite troops being on the ship or underground. Mr. Hay and his group took action and quickly cleared them out. At least, they didn't let anyone block the raiders in the underground. The 500 people rushed out of the Black Tower. The first step of the plan had been perfectly achieved. Solun arrived just in time to see several bodies in the basement. The soul shards were still quite distinct. He harvested them effortlessly and learned more about the pirate gang known as King of the North Sea. While harvesting the bodies, he made an unexpected discovery. That was despite the fact that these pirates were all at least first-order professionals, the gear and materials conjured from their bodies were mostly of very low quality. In Old Lington City, black iron materials were considered the lowest grade. Yet to his surprise, he found gear on the pirate bodies that was identified as inferior quality whiteboard equipment. Such occupation materials and gear provided very low attribute enhancements but, correspondingly, had much lower advancement requirements. One could say that as long as one practiced breathing techniques, just about anyone could become an advanced professional. On second thought, he understood why. The development of Old Lington City was based on archaeology, with many professionals' advancement materials being fine products left over from ancient times. Because of the harsh living environment and the dark magician's lineage absorbing dark spiritual power, which could lead to mutation at any moment, there were fewer professionals. But correspondingly, the materials for advancement tended to be of much higher quality. Thus, when it came to combat power of the same tier, underground city professionals were on average even stronger than those above ground. At least, they were much stronger than untrained pirates. Solun didn't linger in the basement, he harvested the mist and followed the main force rushing out. The intense battle had already begun outside, with the sound of gunfire booming. Not all pirates were high-order professionals, the 4th and 5th orders were in the minority. Moreover, the majority of the pirates' elite forces were down there robbing the underground. Mr. Mirror led a group of people in a fierce charge out, catching the guards outside unprepared. This was a Gothic-style ancient castle, a standard military fortress. Entering the eyes, the castle was everywhere a high wall with arrow towers, dense artillery battlements, and U-shaped harbour filled with moored ships. Solun, from his dissociated memories, already knew that the Black Tower was on an isolated island known as Lighthouse Reef, home to a military fortress. But the others did not know this. They had never left the underground before, nor did they know that, besides Old Lington, there were other cities in the world. Even the elite guards trained by the Reyes family did not know what their mission was until 2 hours before. The time outside was also midnight. The night was stunning, with a moon that shone sparsely amidst the stars. Moonlight enshrouded the castle in a faint silver glow. The stars in the sky twinkled brilliantly, vast and profound. The waves rhythmically lapped against the shore with a lulling sound. The refreshing breeze carried a hint of sea brine, making one feel every pore in their body open with comfort. Freedom was in the air everywhere. When the underground dwellers burst onto the surface, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. It was like prisoners who had been trapped for generations suddenly obtaining freedom. Despite being mentally prepared, huge waves of astonishment still surged in their hearts. Having only seen lamplight before, they were seeing the pure moonlight for the first time, gazing upon the endless world, and beholding the stars for the first time. Look, that's the legendary moon. Is this the sky? How high is it? This is unbelievable, you can't see the end at all. Is this the Great Sea? I thought it was just a bit bigger than an underground lake. My God, the world outside is so vast. Shock from their collapsing worldview was evident on everyone's face, their eyes alight with life. But before they had time to be entranced any longer, the harsh voice of the commander came through the communicator. Don't just stand there, head to 12 o'clock direction, commandeer the ships. Board the ships. Hundreds of people instantly snapped back to reality. Following the commander's directions, they rushed out from the castle toward the port where the ships were moored. The pirates in the city were instantly scattered, and they stormed into the harbour. But looking at the more than 100 ships before them, they hesitated again. 2 types of ships were moored in the harbour. One was the traditional wooden ship powered by wind sails, flying the Wolf Fang Club and Skull pirate flag. The other was the steam-powered ironclad ship emitting billows of white smoke, mostly bearing the noble crest patterns exclusive to the Raphael family. Even, there were 2 small steam airships drifting in the sky. Someone asked urgently, "Commander, which ship should we seize?" A prompt response came through the communicator, "Take the wooden ship." Obviously, the tone was a bit hesitant and uncertain. Though none of the underground world people had ever seen a ship, ironclads were not considered. Even if seized, they wouldn't be able to figure out how to operate them straight away. As for wind sail-powered ships, although no one had operated them, there were records in ancient texts, and they had theorized about it previously, so one could roughly understand the principle by just looking. However, there were 70 to 80 wooden ships, each with bizarre and exotic shapes, 2-masted, 3-masted. It felt overwhelming, not knowing where to start. Upon hearing this, Solun, recalling his previous dissociated memories, decisively said through the communicator, "Everyone, seize Sea Breeze with the black sail, that's the fastest ship in the pirate fleet." Chapter 219. Spore Secret Technique. Before the pirates fully reacted, the people from Old Lington had already rushed toward the U-shaped bay. Solun pointed the way, and everyone charged straight for the black-sailed wind chaser. They only had 500 people, so they didn't need a very large ship. With Mr. Jing leading a few 4th-tier fighters at the front, the pirates could hardly organize any effective resistance and were pushed back step by step. The original plan was to face Duke Raphael's well-trained elite guards, and a fierce battle was certain. The battle was also expected. But the intensity of the current fight was much less than anticipated. Pirates are a disorganized mob. Don't expect them to charge in groups and fight to the death like regular troops. Most pirates act bravely but without strategy, especially the lower ranks, seeing the tide turn against them, they fight while retreating, prioritizing survival above all. Even though the defending pirates had more than twice the number of people, they were beaten without spirit. After all, the 500 who broke out of Old Lington were all elites. Apart from a few support personnel, almost all were combatants. Not to mention the Jing organization, even the elite guards trained by the Reyes family had extraordinary combat power. They might not hold high ranks, but they were equipped with the finest gear from Old Lington, never lacking in mechanical, alchemical, or cursed items. The Reyes family may lack for nothing else, but they sure do have money. With the power of money supporting them, they fired alchemical bullets and alchemical cannons like it cost nothing, and their collective combat strength was not to be underestimated. And Mr. Jing and the others were like gods and demons descending. Solun, observing their overwhelming power, realized that each member of the Jing organization had combat power far beyond their peers in the outside world. In previous encounters in Old Lington, they had faced tough opponents, so the difference in strength was not so apparent. Now, against the pirates, the gap became immediately evident. At the same tier, the 4th tier pirates could hardly last a few rounds against them. Even when facing 5th tier squad leaders, they could engage in direct combat without falling behind in a short time. Mr. He, Mr. Jing, Card, Assassin Lei, Red Demon Armor, number 19, and that mysterious sorcerer with a rot flower on his cloak. Solun saw that rot flower sorcerer use his abilities for the first time. Though he couldn't tell what his talent was, it seemed to be plant-related. Once his protective gear was removed, his limbs seemed to turn into tree trunks, and with a lift of his hand, wooden spears would pierce through, bullets bouncing off him without effect. Of course, powerful as Mr. Jing and the others were, they were mostly fighting solo, which was somewhat entertaining to watch. But the one who made the biggest splash with his appearance was Solun. With a single move, 100 cloak-wearing puppets followed him in a mad dash. Nightmare Doll, Blast-Proof Doll, Lead-Heavy Doll, Oil-Drinking Doll, Phosphorus Fire Doll, Voodoo Doll, Black Hole Doll, 12 Armored Knights. The dolls spewed fire, vomited oil, all while bearing sharp blades and emitting eerie cackles. One man, yet he created the momentum of a legion's charge. Enemies of the 4th and 5th tier didn't need Solun's attention, but those 3rd tier and below pirates, being slain like chopping vegetables by the fearless puppet regiment, hardly stood a chance. That's the excellence of a puppet master, as long as the body lives, the battle rages on. Where the puppet legion passed, it was like a meat grinder with limbs and body parts flying everywhere. Some from the puppets, more from the pirates. The scene was bloody and eerie. Not to mention anything else, just the momentum alone scared the pirates from coming too close. Even those from Old Lington who didn't recognize Solun were all in awe, indeed, those who wear gold-patterned cloaks are outrageously strong. The fight was a surprise attack, and the effect was very ideal. In a blink of an eye, with minimal casualties, the 500 had already reached the harbor. This place was originally a small military port, but now it was crammed full with nearly 100 pirate ships. Just then, a voice from the communicator urged them, board and set sail quickly, the pirates underground are destroying the seals and are about to burst out. Hearing this, no one dared to hesitate, and using the ships as cover, they began boarding. Solun also leapt aboard, guessing he was the only person present with sailing experience. This responsibility, he would not shirk. Set the sails, weigh anchor, secure the mooring ropes. With witch's hair flying all over the deck, he alone did the work of a team of sailors. And he could still command others to assist him. Do ships need power to leave the harbor? Not at all. This is a world of alchemy. Once Solun had secured the sails and adjusted their angle, he called out to Mr. He not far away, "We're good to go." Upon hearing this, Mr. He quickly formed a sorcerer's seal with both hands, and a faint blue 7-pointed star formation immediately emerged beneath his feet. In an instant, his robe billowed as a strong gust of wind abruptly formed. It was the 4th tier wind spell, Windstorm technique. To keep providing a powerful wind, Mr. He continuously threw a bunch of cursed crystals into the formation, and a roaring whoosh sounded by his ears. A great wind rose. The sails instantly puffed out, and a mighty force slowly propelled the ship into sailing. Every person aboard the Wind Rider swayed, their faces revealing unhidden joy. Success! The pirates were baffled by the sudden assault, taking a moment to regain their senses. Wasn't the ground base overtaken? Where did these hundreds of people come from? Seeing Mr. Jing take action, those squadron leaders also recognized the goods, and knowing he was a 6th-tier professional, none dared to confront him directly. But that didn't mean they were without the power to fight. The scattered pirates regrouped on their fleet's main ship, which boasted a dark gold ram. During the earlier battle for the castle, they had looted plenty of fine wines and food, the rich aroma of alcohol and meat wafting out from the cabins. Damn it! Those guys are trying to steal a ship and run. Quick, notify Boss Gall. Boss Gall is drunk. Wake him up, quick. Tried that, he won't wake. Damn it, pour anchovy fermentation juice down the boss to sober him up. Oh, my god. If the boss finds out someone's been pouring that shit-like substance down him, he'll definitely twist that person's head off. It was the enemy who poured it, get it? The enemy. If we don't act quickly, they're going to steal our ship and run away. Solun and his party didn't know why they had been fighting for so long without the appearance of the 6th-tier frost giant, Gall Popov. But now they had successfully seized a sea vessel. The Wind Rider was a charge vessel with a slender and light hull, promising swift sailing speed. Once they could break free from the harbor, the boundless sea was theirs to roam. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A roar like that of a wild beast tore through the night sky. Immediately after, an icy chill descended sharply. The temperature plummeted. Everyone looked in unison, only to see a grotesque giant wielding a wolf-fang club, over 3 meters tall, furiously storming onto the deck of the pirate ship in the distance. It was clear he was extremely angry. After a roar, the chill emanating from the giant caused the water vapor in the air to freeze. A wide area around him was encased in a thick layer of frost, creating a frost domain. The pirates, seemingly anticipating this, quickly backed away. The hideous giant's roar could be heard clearly even from a distance. Damn it, who took a dump on my face? A squadron leader said, Boss, it was the enemy. Oh, they've killed our brothers and stolen our ship. They've got some quite powerful experts among them. Experts? Gall loves killing experts. Upon hearing this, the grotesque giant let out a sinister laugh and leaped down. Solun, seeing the ugly giant with boar tusks on his face, recognized his identity at once. The youngest son of the king of the North Sea, frost giant Gall Popov, a hybrid of human and ice frost giant. He really is hideous. Solun muttered to himself. It wasn't that he discriminated against the frost giant race. In the northern ice fields, giants formed a large tribe. Solun simply found it difficult to understand, how could humans interbreed with giants? Giants naturally had a pair of boar tusks. From a human's aesthetic perspective, even the most beautiful female among the giants was incredibly ugly. How had the king of the North Sea, Oleg, managed to stomach it? However, it was said that Oleg himself had Viking lineage, a descendant of giants, so his aesthetics might be different from those of regular humans. Those pirates' memories suggest this guy isn't very smart, really, but he's also incredibly strong. Solun felt the cold and his face became somber. The rich ice magic laws were beyond his understanding. At that moment, Mr. Jing's voice came through the communication. This guy has consolidated a frost domain, he's essentially half a step into the 7th tier. You go on ahead, I'll hold him off. For lower tier professionals, not even the privilege to watch the fight was afforded. Hearing this, everyone on the ship, without a moment's hesitation, accelerated the wind, eager to help the vessel escape the harbor. Solun watched Mr. Jing charge out and, with a slight change in his eyes, remotely appraised the 2 pieces of equipment on Gall. One was the wolf fang club wrapped in cold mist in his hand, and the other was the frost white armor he wore on his upper body. At this glance, his pupils contracted slightly. The frost wolf fang club turned out to be a dark gold level cursed item, inflicting both physical and magical damage, and it also came with a powerful armor break effect. As for the armor on his body, it was an even more defensively robust dark gold level cursed item, the frost dragon scale armor, an ancient relic, truly made from the scales of a mighty dragon, offering extremely high physical and magical defense. As expected of the son of the North Sea Pirate King, his equipment was indeed top-notch. Both pieces of equipment carried a strong ice curse, continuously inflicting frost poison damage on the possessor. They required advanced mastery of ice laws to control. Given that the mixed blood frost giant already possessed inherent resistance to ice, his compatibility with these 2 cursed items was exceptionally high. Once he could use them, his combat power would increase several-fold. The sight of such equipment made Solun's gaze grow even more solemn as he relayed the appraised information to Mr. Jing. Mr. Jing showed no fear whatsoever, as a large circle of crimson fire elements suddenly coalesced around him, stopping the hideous giant in his tracks. The two immediately became entangled in combat. After all, Mr. Jing had the genuine strength of a 7th order or above, and although he had not fully recovered his powers, handling Gaul, the frost giant with less intelligence, was not a big problem. Killing him quickly seemed impossible, but at least he could be detained. As long as the riding the wind could set sail, she being a vampire, could also fly to catch up. A battle between professionals of that level was not something Solun or anyone else could participate in. Even the likes of Qi, Red Demon, and several others had already boarded the ship. They also had to protect the people on the ship. The pirates were not just spectators, their cannons were all aimed at the riding the wind and fired wildly. Fortunately, the pirates' ships were densely packed in the harbor, limiting the use of cannons and alchemic crossbows considerably. Mr. Hay and a group of wind magicians were striving at full strength to create strong winds, propelling the ship out to sea. Powerhouses like Qi and Red Demon, who could catch cannonballs with bare hands, also tried their best to protect the hull. Even so, the riding the wind was repeatedly hit, violently swaying amid the barrage of cannon fire and waves, and it could capsize at any moment. But clearly, the Jing organization had anticipated the current situation well in advance. At that moment, the mysterious sorcerer with the wrought flower pattern on her cloak made her move once more, speaking to Mr. Hay. "Mr. Hay, I am going to use that sealed item." Mr. Hay nodded, "Okay." It was then that Solun saw her take out a small sealing box from beneath her cloak. Completing her sorcerer's seals, she uttered softly, "Seal release." The box opened, revealing a pitch-black root as thick as a small arm. The appraisal showed that this was a legendary quality alchemy product. World tree root tainted by darkness. The Jing organization was naturally not short of sealed items. Will using it curse one into a treant? Solun, eyeing the appraised curse trait, narrowed his gaze. This thing couldn't even be used by the undead, it required a sorcerer who mastered the laws of the wood element to activate its energy. And at that moment, the wrought flower removed her cloak, revealing a face as gnarled as tree bark, adorned with eerie totems. Clutching the section of root, her hands made sorcerer's seals while a dark green 7-pointed star formation appeared under her feet. Upon closer inspection, her feet began to root, and her body visibly swelled, transforming into a lush banyan tree. In the blink of an eye, the branches that her body had become spread across the entire ship, and where the hull had been pierced by cannonballs, it healed as if new flesh had grown, rapidly restoring itself. The dense barrage of cannon fire now made less impact on the ship. With this technique, the riding the wind became unsinkable. But that wasn't all. After the wrought flower used the root to become a treant, her now branch-like arms formed sorcerer's seals once more, and she chanted softly, "Plant alchemy spore secret technique." Just as the alchemic formation's light lit up, a huge bud suddenly sprouted above her head. The bud quickly grew and then violently burst open. Solun, with his remarkable vision, immediately saw countless spores, finer than dust, dispersing into the air as the bud exploded. Before he could comprehend the purpose of this technique, the wind blew, and the spores had already scattered far and wide. Almost simultaneously, heart-wrenching screams came from the pirates on the distant ships. "Copper! There's a mushroom growing out of your head. Nicole, you've got a patch of mushrooms on your back too. Oh my god, they're multiplying. What the hell are these damned mushrooms? I feel them sucking my blood, help me pull them off." Solun looked over and saw a horrifying sight before his eyes. Those pirates had begun to sprout clusters of flesh mushrooms. These mushrooms, which fed on flesh and blood, visibly grew larger, and the bodies of the pirates quickly became emaciated. On their hands, necks, heads, every piece of exposed skin was sprouting various brightly colored mushrooms. And they couldn't be removed. Once plucked, it was like severing a limb, blood would gush out instantly. It was in this moment that the pirates who had pulled out mushrooms screamed continuously, merging into a single wail. The people of the surface world were not accustomed to wearing gas masks. While those with mushrooms growing on their skin were doing okay, the real sufferers were those who breathed in spores. Mushrooms were growing directly in their alveoli. One by one, pirates felt the terrifying sensation of strange things expanding inside them. Left untreated, the mushrooms could siphon their life away, bursting their organs. They had no choice but to slice their own bodies open with sharp knives while the mushrooms were still small. Terror, eeriness, bloodiness. These scenes were playing out on nearly every pirate ship. Third-rank and fourth-rank professionals fared better, as their sharp senses allowed them to detect something was off early on. Pirates below third rank, however, were killed off in swathes. Ironically, those manning the cannons were all low-rank pirates. The ships were too densely packed, making it impossible to avoid the airborne spores. It was this spore secret technique that utterly destroyed the pirates' cannon offensive. Only now did the pirate captains realize what was happening. Everyone, hold your breath. Use fire spells to burn the air around you, there are parasites in the air. Be careful to cover your skin and don't expose it to the air. Go into the sea. You won't get infected in the sea. Then came the sound of splashing as they jumped into the sea. The crisis was instantly resolved. Solun was astonished by the scene before him, such an amazing ability. He suddenly realized what the wrought flower's natural talent was, B003 Child of Nature, a talent for an extraordinary affinity with plant life, legendary for its ability to communicate with plants. Without a doubt, this was another second awakening. Because of this wrought flower's surgical move, the surrounding pirates ceased their attack. The Wind Rider made a quick dash toward the open sea, nearly escaping the harbor. But then, disaster struck anew. At that moment, the frost giant Gaul, who was fiercely battling Mr. Jing, saw them trying to flee. He strode towards the sea and bellowed, "Gaul will not let you escape." The sound was like a muffled drum, deafening. But how could Mr. Jing let this brute succeed? With a refracted flash, she intercepted him. Another kick, and Gaul's massive body crashed down, breaking the mast of a pirate ship and thunderously plunging into the sea. The surrounding water instantly turned to ice, yet the brutish giant, as if unscathed, stood up from the ice once more. Though Gaul was not the brightest, he knew that the person before him was difficult to handle. At that moment, he suddenly raised his wolf fang club, the chill beneath his feet visibly condensing and growing denser. After gathering his strength, he slammed the club down onto the sea surface with a mighty crush. Mr. Jing sensed the terrifying frost domain forming but was unable to stop it. She could not withstand this attack. Boom! The wolf fang club struck hard, and water sprayed up dozens of meters high. Oddly enough, the spray of water did not fall back down but froze midair, turning into a crystalline frost flower under the moonlight. From the communicator came Mr. Jing's urgent warning, "Be careful." Before her words even ended, a burst of deadly cold air exploded, engulfing the entire harbor in an instant. Solun had just been thinking that with Mr. Jing holding the ugly giant off, they surely couldn't be caught. But reality quickly proved him wrong. Looking again, he saw the surface of the sea rapidly freezing over, the cold air catching up to the fleeing Wind Rider at high speed. The blast of icy air skimming past made his facial skin sting as if sliced by an ice blade. However, because they were at a distance and Mr. Jing had warned them, everyone on the ship was well prepared. No one was harmed. But something unexpected occurred. The piercing cold air had frozen the entire ship to the ice, immobilizing it completely. Even the vast U-shaped harbor had turned into a smooth ice surface, with hundreds of sea ships frozen in place. And those pirates who jumped into the sea to avoid the spores, unable to reach the shore in time, were instantly turned into ice sculptures. The hundreds of people from Old Lington aboard the ship watched in horror. Solun looked at the scene with a grave face. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 220, Soul Lantern Iron Chains. The Wind Rider was frozen on the ice, and everyone on board paled at the sight. With such a vast expanse of ice, melting it was almost impossible. Mr. Hay, who was controlling the wind, remained calm in the face of danger and shouted sternly, "Chisel the ice, push the ship." Upon hearing this command, Red Demon K quickly teleported down from the ship and punched the ice with immense force. The ship itself trembled violently. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the ice splitting rang in everyone's ears. The ship didn't have a deep draft, and these punches, brimming with fire energy, shattered the ice that had trapped the ship. If it were an ordinary ship, those heavy punches might have broken both the ice and the ship, but the Wind Rider was now enveloped with decay flower magic, which enabled the ship to auto-repair any damage, so it wasn't a big issue. In just a few breaths, Red Demon K had moved from the bow to the stern, and with a few brutal punches, he directly freed the ship from the pit in the ice. Then came another thunderous roar as the armor struck fiercely. With a thud, the ship, propelled by that tremendous force, was suddenly knocked out of the ice pit. On board, Solun swayed slightly and marveled inwardly at the dramatic display of power, Such astonishing strength, truly one of the strongest melee talents. The ship broke free from the ice. Decay Flower manipulated growing branches wildly, stabilizing and balancing the ship. Meanwhile, Mr. Hay's windstorm technique kicked in again, inflating the sails, and the Wind Rider slowly started moving on the ice. Quick! Have the mechanical warriors go down and help push the ship too. At that command, the race family's mechanical warriors also jumped down, with the steam boilers roaring loudly as they helped to push the ship. Although mechanical warriors had limited use on high-end battlefields, their strength was absolutely superior. With the help of these dozens of individuals joining the effort to push the ship, the Wind Rider picked up speed, sliding across the ice. The harbor exit was now in sight, and victory seemed within reach. But then, bad news followed. The frost giant Gar had been caught up in a fight with Mr. Jing, battling it out on the ice. Just then, Mr. Jing's urgent voice suddenly came through the communicator, "Get moving, the pirates from underground have broken the seal, they're coming out." Hearing this, everyone on the Wind Rider became visibly tense. The pirates left on the outside were mostly fodder, but the elite of the King of the North Sea's 4th Fleet were out plundering underground. There was also another 6th-tier professional mentioned in the intelligence, Gladys Ormadou, the Solar Flame General. But almost immediately after Mr. Jing's warning, intense shouts of battle came from the castle behind them, as if thousands of troops had burst out of the Black Tower. A red figure leaped out ahead of the others with a swoosh. Seeing the 2-meter-tall bald woman, Sol Lun's pupils shrank suddenly, and his mind immediately matched the newcomer with the person from his memories. He shouted loudly, "Be careful, that's Gladys." Behind her, the squadron captains also led hundreds of pirates, swarming out with a ferocious momentum. "Damn it, who dares to mess with us when we're in the middle of a hall? Could it be some strays from Duke's estate? Who cares who it is? If they dare to tread on our territory, let's kill the bastards." The pirates clamored loudly, surging like a torrent. But the distance was still long, and the Wind Rider was sliding quickly on the ice. By the time the majority of the pirates reached them, they would have nearly left the harbor. However, clearly, this distance was not much for those 4th and 5th tier squadron captains. In the blink of an eye, Sol Lun saw at least dozens of 4th and 5th tier professionals chasing after them. Mr. Hay was still navigating the ship and couldn't lend a hand, and Decay Flower had transformed into a banyan tree, fixed onto the ship. The rest, without hesitation, leapt from the ship to intercept the squadron captains. "We will hold them off, you go ahead." But that wasn't the worst of it. Sol Lun's eyesight was exceptional, and his attention was always on the distant 6th-tier Solar Flame General Gladys Ormadou. The bald woman didn't rush forward but instead leaped onto one of the castle's arrow towers and looked down from her elevated position. Gar's battle with Mr. Jing had reached a stalemate. Despite the heavy physique frequently being sent flying, Gar's robust body combined with the Frost Dragon scale armor meant that, for a while, Mr. Jing couldn't finish him off. Right at that moment, Gladys pinched her sorcerer's seals, and she began unlocking her alchemical implants. With a flash of light, a pair of fiery wings slowly emerged from her back, and scales began to sprout all over her body. On a closer look, her entire being had transformed into a humanoid dragon. Sol Lun immediately identified the implants on her body, his expression growing even graver: gold implants wings of the nether dragon, silver implants flame python scale armor and deep-sea giant shrimp's cannon claw. When he saw the woman taking off into the sky, her hands suddenly morphing into something resembling cannon barrels, his face drastically changed, and he urgently shouted in the communicator, "Be careful, that woman is about to launch a lava cannon." No sooner had he spoken than the human-shaped dragon in the sky lit up with alchemical formations, and the cannons in her hands glowed with a crimson light, like a steam boiler gathering force. 2 seconds later, she uttered a light cry, "Fire alchemy, magma injection." The powerful recoil from the ejection staggered the bald woman backward, as a visible gust of air blasted from her giant claws, compressing the surrounding air into ripples. Upon closer inspection, a scalding hot blob of lava, which twisted the air around it with its heat, was sent flying forth with a boom. Her spell was as fast as a bullet. Sol Lun's eyes narrowed slightly. This prosthesis. Although that deep-sea bronze giant claw cannon was merely of black iron quality, and maybe just suited for withstanding high temperatures and pressurized ejection, it allowed the bald woman's magma alchemical technique to have its range and speed increased several-fold. Normally, a professional spell has limitations in casting distance and speed. Take the fireball technique, for instance, one not only has to gather the fireball but also understand wind manipulation techniques to launch it. However, solely relying on oneself, both the launch speed and distance are quite limited and could be easily dodged by others. But who has seen a blob of magma shot at the speed of a bullet like this? Turning spells into shells and prostheses into cannons, this woman effectively turned her own hands into magic cannons. Indeed, it confirms the saying among professionals, there is no strongest prosthesis, only the one that best fits the professional's capabilities. The crimson blobs of lava burned intensely, shooting over like cannonballs. High-tier professionals could dodge, but the ship could not. Just as the lava was about to hit, at this critical moment, Red Demon Kai leaped from the stern of the ship, blocking the vessel with his body and punching the incoming blob of magma fireball. With a bang, the fireball exploded in the sky. On this moonlit icy surface, it burst into a spectacular firework. Seeing this, everyone on the ship finally breathed a sigh of relief. But who could easily catch a direct hit from a 6th-tier professional? After a flash of light, Red Demon Kai appeared a bit disheveled, spewing out a mouthful of dark blood. In the distance, the bald woman, now surprised to see Kai's true form unveiled without his cloak, remarked with amazement, "Hey! So it's the twice-awakened Red Demon? No wonder he could take a hit from me." Setting aside the matters of killing and hijacking the ship, just looking at the current situation. Who would let these people go? The mysterious man in the cloak, who could suppress Gal, seemed far from ordinary even among 6th tiers. A second-stage Red Demon was now added to the mix. And the others? No, everyone on that ship seemed abnormal. By simple deduction, those people must harbor big secrets. Moreover, Old Lington itself was a treasure vault, and surely those who escaped had valuable things aboard the ship. As the thought flashed through her mind, a cold sneer crossed the bald woman's face as she muttered contemptuously, "Since you could take one of my hits, then let's see if you can still handle this." With that said, dozens of overlapping crimson alchemical formations suddenly ignited behind her, and she raised her two cannon-like giant claws forward, already shaping the spell, Magma Mystery, Meteor Incineration. Solung kept his eyes fixed on the woman in the sky, and seeing the layered hexagram arrays forming behind her, he knew she was about to unleash a major move. Truly, the instant the sorcerer's seals were completed, the sky seemed to ignite, as the fire element grew denser and denser. Then, he watched as the bald woman's giant claws emitted fire. If the previous shot was a single fire cannon, then this was rapid fire like a machine gun. Thud, 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 thud. The line of fire continuously spouted from the giant claws, and in a flicker of light, hundreds of red-hot balls of magma appeared in the sky. The thick fire element formed waves, and even from a distance, they all felt a burning sensation. Upon witnessing this, everyone aboard the Chengfeng felt their faces turn pale. Who dares to stand against a wide-range alchemical technique of a 6th-tier professional? The only choice was to avoid it. Even with teleportation, Solung wasn't sure he could keep safe under this spell. And most crucially, if the ship were destroyed, given the situation, they would have no chance to seize another and set sail. The gap in strength between them and this pirate fleet was just too vast. They were facing the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives. At that moment, a mirror image suddenly flashed into existence, positioning itself in front of the Chengfeng. Mr. Jing's cloak was still frosted over, looking as if her fight with Gal had not been easy. She teleported over without pause, her hands coming together with a clap, and massive vampire wings emerged behind her, her spell already taking shape, her expression stern, mirror mystery, 100 blossoms. In an instant, in front of her bloomed a dense array of circular mirror wheels, neatly lined up like blossoming flowers. The moonlight cast down, spilling silver light across the entire island, as if 100 moons were guarding her, brightening the entire field of view. As the spell took shape, the hundreds of lava fireballs also fell from the sky. The scorching fireball fell, looking like it could easily shatter those thin mirrors. But then, something eerie happened. The fierce fireballs, upon touching the mirror surface, didn't cause the slightest disturbance, they completely merged into it. The bald woman who was flying in the sky in the distance saw the change in Mr. Jing's vampire-like body and was slightly astonished at first. Vampire. As she watched her spell being absorbed by the mirror, her face changed dramatically, and a look of shock and fear appeared in her eyes as she bellowed, "Get out of there, quick!" Naturally, the shout was directed to the pirates still in the castle. Without any hesitation, she flapped her dragon wings and left the spot instantly. The very next second, before others could understand what had happened, shadows of fireballs suddenly appeared in the 100 mirror reflections in front of Mr. Jing. Then, those fireballs actually passed through the mirror surface and emerged. Just like when they had arrived, over 100 fireballs were pop catapulted towards the distant castle. She had completely reflected the spell back with the mirror. Boom! 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 Fireballs landed within the castle one by one, erupting with mighty blasts as if meteors had struck. Even the specially reinforced defenses were blasted with holes by the onslaught of fireballs. Just in that instant, the entire castle was as if it received a carpet bombing of artillery, turning into a sea of flames. The pirates who had not managed to evacuate wailed pitifully. One could imagine the disastrous consequences if the spell had hit the ship instead. Mr. Jing's ability is so strong. Solun understood, seeing that it was somewhat like his own black hole baby, using the opponent's strength against them. However, the clear difference was that while black hole baby releases someone else's spell and there's an energy decay midway, the spells reflected by Mr. Jing's mirrors were an exact copy of the opponent's. This is the S-class talent Mirror Guardian's replication ability. Escaping even for an instant in a battle between high-ranking professionals is not easy. Mr. Jing took advantage of his superior maneuverability to temporarily alleviate the perilous situation of the wind chaser. Gaul, having lost his target, charged forward once again with large, striding steps. This grotesque giant might look clumsy, but that was only relative to other Tier 6 professionals. To lower-tier professionals, his speed was almost indistinguishable from teleportation. And those pirates under the command of the King of the North Sea, who roam freely across the northern seas and make even the imperial navy of the lying empire helpless, would they not have some tricks up their sleeves? Mr. Jing, in order to protect the ship, stayed put to cast spells, which gave those pirates an opportunity to act. Among these pirate squadron captains were also experts with strange abilities. Just as the fireballs were catapulted, everyone suddenly saw a chain of light flash and disappear, as if some mark had been struck on Mr. Jing's body. Others didn't see it clearly, but Solun, with his all-knowing eye, did, and his heart chilled. Soul chains? Mr. Jing has been locked on. Mr. Jing obviously noticed something too, but there was no time to react. Gaul had already closed in, and the two once again clashed fiercely. However, the sole good news was the wind chaser finally left the ice surface and exited the U-shaped harbor. And at that moment, to prevent the bald woman from pursuing, Mr. Jing turned the battlefield towards those pirate ships in the harbor, ready to release large-scale spells in a fight to the death if needed. The bald woman had no choice but to give up on chasing the wind chaser to defend, and together with Gaul, they barely managed to entangle Mr. Jing in a 2-on-1. The wind chaser finally appeared on the sea surface. The wind howled, and the ship's speed was exceptionally fast. There were some pirate ships outside the harbor, but none was as fast as Solun's black-sailed ship. They couldn't possibly catch up. The pirates behind wanted to give chase, but the lower-ranking pirates didn't have the strength, and the few high-ranking pirates who could fly also didn't dare to approach rashly. If Mr. Jing could hold them off for just a little while longer, the wind chaser would be safe. In the distance, the battle on the ice was intense, with Mr. Jing holding his own against two Tier 6 opponents. Normally, with her abilities, she could escape if she couldn't win, and nobody could hold her back. But Solun knew that she couldn't leave. Not to mention that Mr. Jing's current strength was already stretched thin against two Tier 6 opponents. There were also the encircling thousands of pirates who definitely wouldn't let her leave easily. Of course, the key was the fleeting phantom of the iron chain that had just vanished. Mr. Hay and the others had clearly seen the glimmer of the chain before, feeling a sense of ill omen in their hearts. They wanted to help, but at that moment, the voice of Mr. Jing came through the communicator. "Emmerich, take them and go first." The tone was more serious than ever before, brooking no doubt. Mr. Hay's unease grew worse, but all he could do was obey, responding, "Yes, teacher." Qian Tiao, Kai, Card. Several members of the Mirror organization had also shaken off their adversaries and returned to the ship. Although they were more or less injured, fortunately, everyone was now aboard. The few of them stood at the bow, silent. They were very clear that they could not directly interfere in a battle of that magnitude. Even if they went, they would not be of much help. Speeding away in the ship would at least ease some pressure on Mr. Jing. Mr. Jing didn't speak of her circumstances, and others didn't know why she didn't leave. But Solun knew. Among that group of pirates, someone had used a very special alchemical item. A piece of a divine artifact. Tartarosa's Soul Lamp Chain, Fragment. Quality, Legendary. Description, a lamp ignited by a soul that points the way to the underworld. Curse traits, by using the chain to unleash a soul mark, the target's soul can be bound, preventing it from escaping a radius of 3 km from the chain. If the chain does not consume the marked soul within 24 hours, it will consume the user's soul instead. Killing the holder will automatically dissipate the soul mark. Detailed explanation, this is no ordinary chain, it is a remnant capable of binding souls, and also a trinket from a forbidden soul lantern. That chain had marked a soul. This meant that if Mr. Jing didn't kill that pirate captain who had tricked her, she couldn't leave. But how was she to succeed when besieged by 2 6th-tier professionals and thousands of pirates? Considering how well the pirate tactics were coordinated, it was evident that this was not their first time ensnaring someone in such a way. Mr. Jing's situation was very bad. Getting out of trouble should have been a good thing. But for some reason, as Sol Lun stood on the deck looking towards the increasingly distant battlefield, he felt more and more oppressed. Thoughts flitted rapidly through his mind, weighing safety against gain and loss. But the feeling inside him refused to be suppressed. Sol Lun's mind flashed back to several images. Although his time with this senior sister was short, he had received many favors from her, a friend as well as a mentor. If Mr. Jing died? Sol Lun shook his head. Without Mr. Jing, none would have escaped. Naturally, he couldn't just watch as she faced peril. Especially when he knew he could do something about it. Sol Lun was aware that although his own rank wasn't high, among those who had escaped from Old Lington, he was the only one who could intervene in that high-rank professional's battle. Because he had the Xia Punoza's night sickle. With this in mind, a resolute glint crossed Sol Lun's eyes, and he calmly said to Qian Tiao and the others nearby, "I'll be right back." Before anyone could ask questions, he leapt up and disappeared into the vast night and the rolling waves. On this venture, it was not certain he could help, but he had to try. If he couldn't right the wrongs that disturbed his peace of mind, what use was learning all these skills? At the age of 12, he could challenge the injustices with a mere dagger. Why would he hold back now? No matter how strong the enemy, he couldn't let fear stop him from drawing his sword. As his thoughts cleared, the frustration in Sol Lun's chest suddenly lifted. He was completely unaware that the will and spirit Mr. Jing once mentioned to him were now taking shape.